Welcome everyone to Oops, You Died Too! This is the sequel to the whole weekend that I did about I don't know, 8 months ago, something like that, where we played only Dark Souls games, only Soulsbourne games for a whole 2 days straight. And we're doing it again because you all like Dark Souls games and I like Dark Souls games. And today we're only playing 2 Dark Souls games. we're kicking off today's runs with Bloodborne. We're doing all bosses with blanks. Then we got another Crab's Treasure with Quacksilver. We got Sekiro, All Memories with Wormdog BS. And then we got Dark Souls 2 Hitless on a Saxophone with Dr. Doot. And then we're wrapping up the day with Dark Souls 3 Glitchless with Peachy Shortcake. So very excited about you all joining us here for Oops, You Died Too. It's going to be a blast of a weekend. So yeah, I think without further ado, we are going to jump right into our first run of the day, Bloodborne All Bosses. Blanks, how are you?
Hello, what's up, everybody? Hello, everyone watching. This is Bloodborne All Bosses. This is going to be the restricted category, so it's going to be not using 2 skips that are not very marathon friendly or safe. So this category will not include the wolf skip at the beginning of the game, as well as a cannon glitch that was found where you could basically essentially just rapid fire a cannon for free with no bullet cost. So this will be more of the your standard run to bosses, fight boss, move on, do skip, etc. type of run. I am joined here by Genso. If you want to introduce yourself, take it away, Genso.
Yeah, hi, Blanks. This is Genso. I'm also a Bloodborne speedrunner, and I'm excited to be on commentary with Blanks today. We've actually done this same thing in reverse before, so I'm excited to be commentating for him.
Yeah, it'll definitely be a fun run. It's about an hour and a half or so. It's got a little bit of glitches. It's not super broken, but it is one of those categories that does have a lot of skips because luckily Bloodborne is kind of vertically designed, map design wise, and you'll be seeing I'm abusing a lot of that with the maps. We'll be just like skipping to a boss, killing the boss, moving on to another skip, etc. So I'm excited. One second. Okay, there we go. Should be good to go. I'm ready to count us down if you are.
Yeah, I'm ready to rock and roll.
All right, let's get started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so at the start of Bloodborne, you end up waking up in this clinic. I guess the lore is that you're like a foreign hunter from another land or something like that. And you hear about this plague that's spreading around all of Yharnam. So that's kind of a backstory of like why we're here and like what we're doing here. The run's gonna start with us just like kind of scrambling to the first checkpoint. There really isn't much going on here, but what I am going to do is I'm going to do this first little piece of tech right here where I'm going to toggle my hood on and off. And it's gonna hopefully deter this wolf from chasing me. So as far as we know, I ended up working there a little bit, yeah. So as far as we know, what that does is it basically like turns off the AI of the enemies slightly because he can't really see us. Like our character model is constantly changing, and so it's like kind of like flickering on and off. Just think of like my character going from invisible to visible like over and over again. Kind of like messes with AI.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so essentially kind of what's happening is all of the character models in this game with each piece of armor equipped or unequipped are listed as a separate model in the game. And when the game tells the wolf, go attack this enemy, and the character model disappears briefly because the armor changes, it causes the discrepancy and it's able to allow you to get past certain enemies. Sometimes we're not very consistent with it. We haven't kind of done the research to figure that out, but it's interesting because across the different Souls games, this tech is actually used a little bit more consistently than we use it in Bloodborne, but it's very interesting.
Yeah.
From software games actually all use the same engine except for Dark Souls 2. So
real quick, I'm still getting a Discord, it's just quieter for some reason.
Okay. I will see if I can fix that. when I get to the first skip. So essentially, we have our weapon. We picked the saw cleaver and the hunter's pistol. Those are basically the two go-to equipment options for the run, just because they're starting weapons and they both, are pretty much the most efficient options you can choose out the gates, because like the hunter's axe and threaded cane, for instance, aren't like super viable to be used as like speedrun options, just because there's a consumable that we'll pick up later that will let us stack up damage with the saw cleaver. Anyway, what I just did there was sewer skip. And sewer skip, essentially I jump across a railing. And what that'll allow me to do is it'll allow me to basically quit out and spawn back in onto the railing. And that will let me load in on this fence. I'm able to, oh my God, no way. No way that it happens. That's so cursed. Okay. A little bit of trouble there with the dog. But I think we should load back in onto the fence. Let me see if I can also try to fix this issue that we're having with.
Oh, that's pretty unlucky for the dog to be attacking like that.
Yeah, for sure. It says I'm not sharing audio, by the way, for the stream, so I don't think it's on my end. Unless, I don't know. All right. Anyway, we are now at this bridge. This is the bridge of death. I hate this one a lot because there's this enemy in this green vest right here. That one right there will like double slash with the cleaver, and it's brutal. If he double slashes you, you are pretty much just dead, because you have like no armor, no HP at this point in the run. So it's basically just like super sketchy. Coming up on the first boss in the run, this is Father Gascoigne, and if
probably the most troublesome boss in the entire run, unironically.
Yeah, if you could take it away again, so that'd be great, because this one's a toughie. Sure.
So this is Father Gascoigne. Probably one of the most intricate strats in the game. Most of it's going to happen pretty fast here, but what we're essentially going to try to do is bait out an attack that we can get behind, and then we're going to go for a backstab. And if you take this proper angle here, and he actually got really, really lucky with some good RNG from Gascoigne and was able to get a really, really easy sequence where he just gets triple backstab, we like to call it, and get a quick transformation. But essentially what you kind of have to do sometimes here is bait out several attacks and then go for backstabs, and then we're going to finish with a molly. We're not going to go for riposte. And the reason we don't go for riposte is because the riposte damage isn't very good, and the animation is pretty long, versus just using the Molotovs, which end up doing a lot more damage, and the animation of throwing the Molotovs a lot quicker. So we got a little bit of trolling from him in the beast form, but Blanks was able to take care of it.
Yeah, as you guys saw, I got knocked down there. It kind of didn't go to plan. I should have done a different strat there with the phase transition. I'm not used to getting that like RNG that Genso mentioned, where you get like an instant second backstab. But yeah, I mean, either way.
He has. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say either way. I mean, it really doesn't matter. Like, as long as you are going for the backstabs, it doesn't matter what order you do the Molotovs in. Essentially, as long as like you can chain together a couple in a row, like you saw there. Because I got the first one, right in the second one, and then he's like locked into an animation and got the third one, and then he turns into beast form right after that. So.
Right. Yeah. So typically, what would happen is you would get one backstab, and then he would just go for another combo. He has like 3, 4, 5 different combos that he can do, and he can do them in reverse order. So he has like usually one move following another, but he can flip them. So we do get used to that, and we're able to kind of deal with it. But what he did right there instead was go for a spin. And when he goes for the spin, that's when you have the opportunity to get a second backstab immediately off of your charge R2. So that's kind of what happened, and kind of what threw things out of whack. But Blanks was again able to kind of mitigate that. And now we're on to Old Yarnum, which Old Yarnum is probably also one of the more reset heavy areas. The beginning of this game is probably one of the biggest problems as far as just getting runs going in general.
I can see what you guys are talking about, by the way, with the echo. Let me see if I can fix it really quick. I'm not sure why it ended up happening. I think I had like a Windows update last night or something. Apologies. I think I will do this instead.
So we have like a couple of different skips coming up here. The first one is actually a really interesting skip and some pretty cool verticality with the parkour that we don't get to see too often in Souls games, but this game does have some. We call it Old Yarnum skip, and essentially what you're going to see Blanks do is he's going to come down to this building that's off to the right, and he's going to perform a jump. And with some good timing, he's going to land on an out-of-bounds area, and then he's going to be able to skip the entirety of Old Yarnum and pass all of the wolves that are normally down there and the man with the machine gun.
Yeah, excuse me, guys. Just 1 second. I really don't know why it's capturing the audio of Discord. That's on my end though. I figured it out. I figured out what the issue was. Looks good now though. It should just be strictly game audio. So if you want to give us a couple of words, Kenso, then I can kind of test this out.
Yeah. Is this good?
Yeah. I believe it's good.
Test
now.
1,
Okay.
2, testing.
Yeah. 1, 2,
audio
1, 2.
from
We
Oh,
Discord.
good? Okay.
Test-cording audio Discord.
Yeah, it's that's my bad, guys. I apologize for that inconvenience. Anyway, let's continue with the run. We're in Old Yarnum now. Old Yarnum is the second area of progression in the main story. You kind of have to come here if you're not doing the other route that would kill the cleric beast, and you would get a key item that would get you past the locked gate. Instead, we're going this route, which is the more common route for sure. We're doing a skip here. This is Old Yarnum skip. The point of the skip is we're gonna basically just like jump off of this railing, like right here, and we're gonna slide down onto this pillar, and then now we're out of bounds, so we can kind of just like jump across these rooftops. And from this point, we're pretty much like we skipped the entirety of Old Yarnum essentially with that trick. So that's gonna allow us to do is gonna allow us to get us towards these pellets. I'm gonna go for a skip here. This one's called Spider Wolf Skip. You'll see why in a minute. So the idea there is you run up on those pellets and then you jump from sandbag to sandbag, pick up the item, quit out. And what that'll do is it will spawn you back up top. Since those sandbags we fell down onto, they don't count as what the game calls stable ground. So you just will never be at a point where like you'll be hitting the ground at that point, and you basically just spawn back in up top, which is like a pretty cool skip. It's one of the newer ones that's been developed recently. I think it might be like the newest skip, honestly, that's been implemented into the run. But yeah, next boss is the Bloodstarved Beast, and that'll be fought very similarly to Gascoigne with the backstab strats that I was doing before. And also, I'll be using these pungent beast cocktails, and these will lure this beast away. And that'll help me out a lot because I need to stack up some beast meter. That's a new mechanic that we haven't really went over yet. Beast meter is like my version of stacking a damage buff. So as you can see, I'm just doing like a lot more damage, like proportionately more damage than I was on Gascoigne. And that's because I have this beast blood pellet triggered, and it's actively getting stacked over and over again. So that's Bloodstarved Beast. It's pretty consistent, pretty stable with those pungent blood cocktails because they do work on beasts, luckily. And yeah, we're just kind of moving along here. I'm gonna actually, I grabbed this lantern because I was afraid of jumping off on Old Yarnum skip and just like dying. So I'm gonna head back to the dream, and we're gonna head to the cathedral ward now.
Yeah, so just to kind of like touch on what Blanks was talking about with the beast blood pellets, the reason that we go for the beast blood pellets is just because of, like you said, that damage buff, and that damage buff stacks as you deal damage to the enemies, and particularly when you do transformation attacks, which is another advantage of having the cleaver because of the range and the diversity of the moveset that it involves. So when you see blanks doing those transformation attacks where the cleaver opens and then closes, that's to build the beast meter. So as the beast meter builds, our damage buff increases from 10% to 20% to 30% and goes all the way up to 80 or 90%. And a 90% damage increase is a huge amount of damage, especially when we level the weapon and when we add levels to our character later on.
Yeah, so that's like the biggest reason, the biggest explanation as to why this saw cleaver is the weapon of choice. It's just because
that diversity of the moveset.
Yeah, it's the most like efficient at proccing those attacks that build up the beast blood pellet meter. And you can just get like ridiculous amounts of damage later on in the game.
Right,
here we're
like versus the hunter's axe, where the transformation attacks are very, very slow and not very efficient at all.
Yeah, I don't think they even build up like a lot of meter as well. I've tried before, and it's definitely just like not as much as the saw cleaver. So it really is just like the obvious choice. It really feels like they wanted you to use this weapon early on. Because you'll see the next boss that we're fighting. We still haven't upgraded our weapon, by the way. We're still like on +0. We've not done any.
This is still a base level character, by the way, and we've already taken out 2 bosses.
So that's really just the power of consumables in this game. Consumables are very, very strong, and they are pretty much, they shine. They're pretty much the main character, I feel like. It's just the beast blood pellets world we're just living in it, you know. Coming up here, we have a skip that's called ladder warp. So basically what I did right there was I canceled my ladder climbing animation by toggling my weapon off from my left hand. And so what that did was that it canceled my ladder climbing animation. However, it's still registered that I'm on the ladder. So what I'll do is I'll kill this boss that's in this cathedral. And the entire time, the game thinks I'm on that ladder. So my position will not like reset or save until I've quit out, essentially. Because with the ladder warp mechanic, like you just essentially have infinite time to just go around, do whatever you want. And then as soon as you quit out, you'll go back to the ladder, which is pretty neat. Coming up here, we have Amelia. This one's one of these scripted fights. The same thing every time, as you'll see. Every runner's done this before. Every runner's learned this. This is like the bread and butter Amelia strat right here. You go for limb breaks. Go for a 5-hit combo here. Go for a 3-hit combo. And go for a 4-hit combo. Very simple stuff. It's I don't know why it has another on. When I use this umbilical cord, like I mentioned, I picked this up as well as the doll set. The umbilical cord is used to access the optional final boss, which otherwise would be unavailable to you if you had not done this this routing. So we're gonna grab that as well as the armor set, because the armor set we can actually sell for like quite a bit of money. So that'll be very nice. That'll be a very nice usage of our time, getting, you know, both that side quest fulfilled as well as making progress towards getting a leveled up character. So as we mentioned before, we'll spawn in on the ladder right here. There we go. And now we're on to the woods. Now we're on to the 4th major area of the game, which if you're doing any % runs, you would be starting the game at the woods, essentially. Because in 90%, you would use an enemy, like a wolf, to grab you and put you on the other side of a fence. And that would get you into the woods super early on. And we're not using that in this category because this is restricted, meaning that we don't use that glitch. It's very, very inconsistent and also like reliant on an enemy to grab you. So it's like notoriously like not a marathon friendly category. So we like to not show that one off. That one's pretty cool. You can definitely check out runs of the unrestricted category. That one uses the cannon glitch as well as the wolf skip to get you all the way here right away. It also exists, I think, on previous version. I think Genso ran the original version of the game, so he has more insight on how that wood skip worked originally. I think a lot of you guys that played the game on release would know as well.
Right, yeah, there used to be, when the game was released, a method of when you climb the ladder where the first lamp is. If you walked around, there was a place on the fence that they patched out where you could jump onto the fence and quit out, similarly to how the current sewer skip works before Gascoigne. And then you could run along that fence and do a little bit of parkour, and you could jump over into the graveyard from that higher elevation. Pretty interesting. If that still existed in current patch, it would probably make the speedrun look a lot different than it does now.
Yeah, for sure. Like, starting in the woods is huge for progression. I mean, like, for all bosses, it wouldn't change much, I don't think, but for any percent... Oh my god. There we go. It's like trying to get those gems slotted. For any percent, it would make a massive difference, though, for sure. So here we're going to be picking up some items. We're also going to be leveling up a little bit, upgrading our weapon, going 25-19 for strength and skill. Basically, we're like just now taking our first pit stop to upgrade our weapon to +4. We're on +0 just because like you would think to yourself like, oh, isn't more damage for more bosses better? But the short answer is no, because you have to make sure those trips are worthwhile. And so there we're going, all in one go, +4. We're buying some Molotovs, we're buying some items, going to 25-19. And doing that all in one trip saves a lot of time over, killing a boss, going back, leveling up, killing a boss, you know what I mean? So like you end up saving a lot of time over the course of the run by doing these efficient little trips. So what I did right there, by the way, was I got grabbed by the Bagman, who is a unique enemy that will send you to an area that you otherwise can't access early on into the game. This is the Hypogean Jail section of Yahar Ghul, which is like a much later area in the game. And so we're here early, and we really need to kill a boss here because it gives us a very good buff to our shop. So also going to grab these upgrade materials, but the real reason why we're here is because the boss in this level, in this lower part of Yahar Ghul, is very good for our shop because that's crazy. I've never seen that before. Yeah. Anyway, we'll do a run back through the jail just in case you guys didn't see it enough. We'll see it again. We'll see the jail run through once again. But yeah, the boss here will give us a badge which we can use to buy bolt papers, which is a pretty insane damage boost for the early game here.
Let's get some hype in the chat for the jail run through.
I died. I'm the first death in the You Died event.
You are? Wait. Oh, you know what that means, right?
What does that mean?
That means that we get to start the counter. Chat, you all know that here at Oops, You Die, every time we see that scene, we have to add a 1 to the counter, okay? So start the counter. This is across the entire weekend. We are now
honored.
1 death. Congratulations, Blank. Yeah.
So coming up here, we have Dark Beast Parl, which is pretty scripted, just like Amelia. We're going to be really abusing this limb break mechanic across a lot of bosses in this game. So it's better to get accustomed to it early rather than later. Essentially there, you're breaking a limb and then you're taking advantage of the soreness mechanic where the limb will take more damage the more that you hit it. So yeah, we do this fight super early on, which is considered like a later game fight. Super early on so we can get that bolt paper to our shop, which is really important. And I cut you off there again, so sorry. Finish that thought?
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like Parl's design really kind of gives a lot of hints to the player in terms of what they want you to do with the fight. Because if you look at Parl, the limbs are very...
He's so long,
weak looking.
Yeah,
so long and weak looking that it's almost like the game is like trying to tell you, "Hey, attack here."
So coming up here, this is called Hut Skip. By the way, this is like the reason why this category or this run exists. So the idea there is jump to that hut, jump down to this small little platform on the elevator shaft. We got it there. Very nice. So Hut Skip is like technically the newest addition to the run, which I said that Spiderwolf is the newest addition, but that's because Hut Skip is not a new skip, like really at all. Hut Skip existed for a long time.
Hut Skip's been being used in any percent for quite a while, but it's kind of just started to become prevalent in all bosses. And it's interesting because technically all bosses could probably, the world record could probably still be achieved on a route that does not include Hut Skip, but it is easier with Hut Skip.
Yeah, I mean, today we're showing you the route that includes hut skip, just because I want to show it off. I think it's like a really cool route. I think it uses, you know, hut skip's very cool. I enjoy that skip a lot. You skip the entire woods pretty much because you're jumping to that hut from out of bounds, and then you're jumping down an elevator shaft that normally you wouldn't be able to jump down, and then you're doing a slope quit out at the bottom. So you're just completely bypassing the entire woods, which is like super cool. Here's, by the way, an out of bounds that I'm doing. This is going to get us to shadows quicker. I messed it up. It's okay. We have more time to explain. So basically, hut skip, it's cool. We went over hut skip. It's cool. Puts you down the river. And then you want to head towards shadows. And so that's what we've been doing. We're kind of like pathing from out of bounds. But yeah, the downside of doing hut skip is that you are super low on resources. So we're missing out on a bunch of upgrade materials. We're also missing out on beast blood pellets. We're down 6 pellets, and we're down like, I think I'm making an estimate here, like 8 or 9 twin bloodstone shards we're missing out on. And those are really important for getting our weapon to +6. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be using our insight to instead buy those bloodstone shards, which would actually like bite us later. Because we need those to buy a blood rock for +10. So you'll see later, we're just like stuck on +9 for the entirety of the end game, which is like, it's rough, but I would say it's fine for the most part, nowadays at least. Like, it was deemed not really worth it. But yeah, here we have shadows, by the way. They're like frozen. In any kind of glitch category, shadows are frozen. The reason for that is that we went out of bounds and we went into the arena from out of bounds, which ended up making their AI trigger and activate. And once you can activate their AI, you quit out and you spawn back in out of bounds. And so the fog gate is present there, and essentially their AI won't activate a second time if you head back in from out of bounds. Because bosses in this game and in most Souls games don't activate unless you cross that fog gate. So if you bypass the fog gate, you can then bypass the boss's AI from ever activating. So neat little trick there for the Shadows AI freeze that we did. I think it looked a lot different on older patches, but either way, we have another skip coming up here, which I will quit out for. But yeah, I mean, as you see, we're not going into the Lunarium, which could seem strange to you. But we're not going in there at all. We don't go in there at all. We're going to be using the centipede's tail to jump over it into the arena. Because the way that this arena works is that anywhere in the lake, as far as I'm concerned, anywhere in the lake that you drop into will get you into the arena. So it doesn't matter if it's like right in the intended path from up on that balcony. As you can see right here, it works. It works just fine right here. So we are now into the Moonside Lake. We're gonna fight Rom as our next boss. We'll see how this goes. I'm not doing the yellow version. I was telling Genso in the pre-show to remind me to not do the YOLO strat here. So we're gonna instead be killing these spiders.
It might be interesting.
It would be very interesting for viewers to watch me die again. I would raise the counter to 2.
You would get us to 2.
But yeah, so Rom is fought normally without killing the spiders, but we're doing the safer strat today because I would like this run to survive. There we go. Got the stagger there. The idea is to build up a stagger and then unleash when she's teleporting away from you.
Yeah, so we have like knowledge of a threshold where the amount of damage will get us right to the teleport, and then we can cancel the teleport because we have enough beast meter built up. And then all of these spawn points, when Rom teleports away, there's 2 other locations. If you get past a certain threshold, which we clearly have at this point with 90% damage done in the first phase, we skipped the entire second area, and then we're able to go straight to Rom's third phase and just clean her up.
Yeah, I mean, Rom, as you saw, killing the spiders is like super consistent, super reliable fight because it's just like she doesn't really do a whole lot in first phase. She doesn't attack you at all in the first phase at all. So you have pretty much all time in the world to just like stack damage. As you saw right there, I prepped a stagger by doing some damage to her left side, and then I ended up staggering her on her right side. that's like kind of what you see a lot in this run. Is like I would say you see a lot of like preppage for staggers. Like that's like a really big concept of like how we get a lot of our damage off in these runs. Is like oh, you know, how much damage can I do before the boss will do the next attack or whatever, and then you know you stack up damage on one side, then you like unleash on the other side. That's kind of the gist of a lot of fights here. So yeah, we're in Yaragul, by the way. If you guys haven't already seen the card pop up. This is the area that we were in before where Parl was. Now we're back. We're in the upper level now. And we grabbed an optional queue item for a later game area. And now we are going to be doing another skip. This is called Yaragul Skip. This one is pretty tricky, I want to say. Like, for the most part, getting through this fence here is not always easy. But hey,
sometimes you get through the fence, and as you land on the platform that you're supposed to land on, you don't land on it exactly perfectly, and sort of slip through it, which can also cause deaths. So it's just, I would say that it's consistently inconsistent.
Consistently, I like that. I like that.
60% of the time, it works every time.
Every time, yeah, exactly. Yeah, everyone knows that. So we are pretty much like we're at the bottom level now of the streets of Yaragul, and our goal is to reach the end. Obviously, our next boss is going to be the One Reborn. But really quickly, we're going to grab this item in here. This is a blood gem, which we need for our damage. Damage in this game is based off not only upgrade levels and levels, but also these gems. That one's an 18% flat damage increase, so that'll obviously, you know, make our character a lot stronger, or our saw cleaver a lot stronger. And coming up here is One Reborn. This one is a marathon killer, like notorious for being a marathon killer, so I'm going to try my best to not make the prophecy come true.
It's a notoriously easy fight that often goes wrong inexplicably.
Yeah. Yeah, and as you saw right there, I almost just like got shot by that coffin in the back, so.
Kind of the reason, just kind of continuing on that, the reason why it's inconsistent is because what you'll find a lot of times with Reborn is there's these women who are on top, and they have a few different things that they can do. One of them is that they can do a buff to the boss, which is what you want. Another thing they can do is shoot fireballs at you. And what happens a lot of times is you'll take a fireball at a time where you really shouldn't. And depending on what category you're in, a category maybe where you have less DPS than you have here in this fight, if you take a fireball at the wrong time, it can ruin the entire sequence of breaking the limbs on Reborn. And Reborn will just stand up and recover and start doing one of its big attacks that it has hyper armor on, and that can just ruin everything. And while this is happening, Reborn's upper half is performing a spell that causes corpses to fall on you, and the corpses can do like 60 to 70% of your HP if they hit you. So there's just a lot of things that can go wrong that you might not necessarily see. Like we didn't really see much there. I think there was like a fireball that Blanks took at one point, but he was able to recover that. But yeah, there's just a lot of things that can go wrong.
Yeah, the way that fight
Bloodborne.
works. It really, you know, that really is just how that game works.
I want that entire statement. That entire thing. I'm talking the full rundown of what that boss can do, just crammed on a t-shirt. The whole, in all words. Can we, somebody do that, chat? Just go transcribe the entire description of the boss, and then like just put it in word vomit on a t-shirt.
It really just feels like the game can do that to you sometimes, where like you'll be playing it, you know, for the first time or second time, or you know, you're not super experienced, then you see this like crazy like combo from this boss that you've never seen before, and you're just like, well, I guess I just die now. Like literally there's just moments like that when you're playing this game casually that you just never see in these speedruns.
Right. And what can I say? I think a little bit of my trauma with this game I've leaked through right there for a second.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think Genso's more used to those like lower damage runs where you're not like super strong and whatever, because he has a lot of like 80% stuff. So he's used to like fighting the boss on low damage. So he sees all the cursed happenings that can happen with that fight. So yeah, we're heading back to the dream, by the way, again, because we're going to +8 now. We've already went to +4. And now we're going to +8. So this run doesn't really have you level up too much. It really just relies on the cleaver upgrades as well as the beast blood pellets. Like there really isn't a super reliance on character level or like whatever.
Right.
You're not leveling after every fight at all because you're relying on these other sources for damage. So like upgrades, and then there's like this gem right here. Like there's just so much like customization and ways to upgrade in this game that it really doesn't like, you don't have to level up too much. You don't have to level up your health or your stamina because you can just like have so much damage, and that you know translates to like more safety in fights.
All right. So if this was any percent, this would be the last level up that we do.
Yeah. I mean, right now we're going back to the woods because we're going for the cord and the Logari or the Caner summons because we need pellets. We're out of pellets right now. That's the main issue that this route presented, is that normally after one reborn you just head right to Mensis' Nightmare, but in this category we're out of pellets. Like I said, we were out 6 pellets early on. I think we had 9 in the previous route for this category after the woods, but now we only had 3, I believe. So we were out. Coming for his cave skip, by the way. That's not gonna work. All right, I'm gonna play this safe here. Just kill these 2 enemies. So cave skip, as the name implies, skips the cave. So we're running across these gravestones. We're gonna jump out of bounds like so. We're out of bounds now. This is part 2 right here coming up. We're gonna fall out of bounds and try to roll off this little pixel on the rock. There we go. And that'll allow us to basically skip into the cave, and then we're gonna be on our way to the clinic, which is the area we actually started the game in. We started the area in the Yusefka's clinic. However, this time we're going to the other side. We're going to the back entrance of that clinic. So, like I mentioned, there's 2 goals here. We're grabbing a fragment of that cord. That cord is essentially how we get the optional final boss to spawn. And also we need a summons, like an invitation letter, to go to an area later on in the game, which will be at much later. And I'll bring that up again when we get there. But basically we're kind of like doing 2 story objectives in one. Where one, going for the final boss, you know, completing that side quest. Also, and at the same time, we're doing other side quests as well. We're picking up an optional area, summons. So you're just really seeing the routing of you know, countless, you know, dedicated runners come into play here. I mean, when I started running this game, it was already fully routed, and there wasn't really much to do as far as routing went. But yeah, you're seeing here the culmination of like 10 years pretty much of like dedicated runners devoting their time to routing a speed run like this. So it's really cool seeing those like how efficient the run really is with like the trips and like, you know, how long you're spending in every area and whatnot. It's definitely a treat to see.
Kanehurst is RSVP only, essentially.
That's true. So as you can see here, this is where we started the game. This is the same table that we woke up from, and behind us was a little jelly bean there. That is actually, I believe that's the real Yusefka, because there's a Yusefka back here that's not real, and she's essentially an imposter. And the reason why we even come here for the cord is because she drops one, which I believe is just tied to the fact that like further proving that she's not like actually the real Yusefka. So she essentially took the real one and turned into a jelly bean, which is kind of messed up, to be honest. So yeah, there's that cord. Heading back to the woods now. We're pretty much done here. The clinic.
All right, so we may have touched on this earlier, but the cords, we need 3 cords total to fight the final boss.
Yeah. There's 4 in the game, and the 4th one is obviously like not super speedrun friendly. That requires
it's a really long side quest that's kind of deliberate and not conducive to this type of run. So we just don't go for that one.
Yeah. So now we can head back to the Nightmare of Mensis, by the way, because we've gone ahead and we have picked up more pellets. We were just out of pellets. So we're still short like 3 more. I mean, we only picked up 3. We're short 3 more. So we'll have to find a way to make up those. And I mean, you'll see how we end up making those up. This routing, like I mentioned, like was not worth doing like about a year ago or so, maybe like a little bit closer to 2 years now. This routing was not worth doing because of the downsides of losing out on upgrade materials and losing out on pellets. But through the work of runners that have wanted to run this category on this route, we've come up with basically a route that works like like almost the same, almost identical to the +10 route. There's a few slight differences in the late game. So yeah, we're going to be grabbing a pellet here actually in Mensis, which like is so convenient that it's like crazy that they even put it there. There's like a one singular pellet in Mensis that like single-handedly saves us so much time and headache going for more pellets in the woods, because we can actually like skip out on 2 because we're short 3, right? So that would mean we're not going to use them on 3 bosses, but instead we're not going to use them on 2 bosses, which is super helpful, like more helpful than you'd even think, because the bosses that we're going to use pellets on is like absolutely required. Like there's no discussion on it. Like you have to use pellets on this boss, this boss, this boss. But then there's 2 that like aren't super necessary, which you'll see like the strats how they've evolved. Yeah, we are hopefully going to get past her. Very nice. She has this like whip attack that she can do that's like super scary to deal with. We didn't get there, luckily. So the next boss is Mikolash, as you probably already guessed if you played this game before. Mikolash is kind of like a puzzle fight. He's like that, you know, that typical like Nintendo like chase the Pokemon through the hedge forest type puzzle. And the idea is to kind of corral him into the center, down the middle to enter this like room. So you'll see when I approach him here, he's gonna run away, right?
Yeah, we're speedrunners though, and we don't like puzzles, so we're gonna kind of force Mikolash to play our game a little bit.
We're gonna hammer the circle into the square hole, essentially.
Puzzles are slow.
Puzzles are very slow.
Brute force all the way.
So yeah, we are basically going to be okay. That was
Hamburger RNG.
yeah. So he'll most of the time like run around all the way, but there he like kind of did like a half. He like went up and then went back, which is like kind of rare. But yeah, the first phase you corral him in, and then you basically prevent him from leaving and like getting out of your grasp with the cleaver. So
normally he would go all the way into that room there, but essentially he's programmed to, if he takes 3 hits, then he will stop and start fighting. And it doesn't matter, there's no damage threshold, it's just 3 hits. So we can shoot him 3 times as he's trying to run into the room, and he'll just stop and come back.
Right. Yeah, that's super useful, because otherwise it would be a lot slower, especially for the second phase right here. We're gonna do the same thing essentially. So we're gonna
inside
like
of
drop
that
on
room,
top of him.
Yeah, inside of that room, there's like 3 of those puppets, and the puppets do like 95% of your health when they hit you. So that is very bad, and we don't want to deal with any ads. So fighting them outside of the room is much, much better. Yeah,
this strat's super convenient because you're able to just like not deal with any of the puppets. Essentially, you deal with like the one, like that's it, just the one at the very start. And then after that, you're pretty much just like ignoring the puppet mechanic, which is like a huge part of the fight actually, which we kind of just like graze over in speedruns because we don't really think about that. But yeah, the puppets are like a big mechanic that like you're supposed to play around, but you know, speedrunners don't like to play around mechanics. Historically, they like to break past them. But yeah, we are. We're gonna grab one more little upgrade, by the way, here, which you could probably say to yourself, "Well, that's quite slow." So you're gonna like take a detour like this to grab an item. However, it ends up being worth it, and you'll see why. Because it is a 18% flat physical damage boost, which is, you know, just incredibly strong. We need this. There's no debating. We definitely need this. Like, there's really
one thing that I hear, and kind of just to expound on that, one thing that I hear a lot from people who are just playing the game casually is how do you get so much damage? And I think what a lot of people don't account for is slotting gems. Guys, the gems are adding so much damage for us. And maybe, you know, some people don't really see that because they just see what's on screen and they don't necessarily, because the menuing is quite fast in this that we do. So slotting these types of gems into our weapon and getting these exponential damage buffs, it's not just the pellets alone, it is those gems that are going into the weapon as well.
Yeah, I mean, and that's why we don't level that much, because we're relying on our weapon upgrade level as well as the gems to carry us. because you don't really need a whole lot of levels to make this build work. It really is just like...
You can do great damage in this game at BL4 without any leveling at all.
Yeah.
As long as you have those gems and weapon levels.
Historically in Souls games, another gem right there, by the way, that one's a 15% damage increase. Historically in Souls games, though, damage is more tied to weapon upgrade level rather than level, like soul level or whatever you call it. So we make full use of that here. We're fully aware of like how good weapon upgrade levels are, and we just kind of take full advantage of that. So here, we are basically like we were trying to bait those pigs, but I kind of just grazed over it there. But we baited those pigs to fight those shadows, by the way, and that gets us extra souls, or sorry, extra echoes, which will work towards our strength, which is really nice. Anyway, coming up is Murgo's Wet Nurse. This is the final boss of the main story, the 80% main story. She's very tanky, as you can see. But our Beast Blood pellet does stack a little bit faster on her. It's kind of nice. We're already at max damage pretty much. And so the idea here is to just like go behind her over and over again. And just like, do these like 4-hit, 5-hit combos. We're also counting our hits because you get a stagger after like 10 hits or so. So I'm kind of in a bad position there. Okay. All right, that was like a pretty no-nonsense Wet Nurse there. That was pretty good. Yeah, the idea of the fight is to just run behind her, do a couple of swings. She dashes away, you run behind her again. She does like teleport and also do what's called Nightmare Phase, where she'll like spawn a bunch of clones of herself and like make you run in circles around the arena. But there we didn't get any of that, which is very, very convenient. So thankful for that.
Blank's just making it look super easy.
Yeah, no big deal. Yeah. We're gonna be actually leveling because I have died in this next area so many times in my practice streams that I am like terrified of dying here again. So we're gonna upgrade our weapon to +9. Put on these 2 gems. That's like a 15% and an 18% damage increase. And we're going back to the Lectural because the next boss is going to be in the Nightmare Frontier, which is the bottom layer of this Lectural. So, like I mentioned, I've died here so many times in my practice attempts, like my practice streams, because you're just hoarding like so many blood echoes. And if you die, in particular in this area, you end up like losing you lose them all because you don't have access to them anymore because they just are like out of bounds somewhere. So there's Lectural skip, by the way, right there. That one's not super technical or interesting to like talk about. I essentially just like jump over a railing and I just land on the bottom layer of the Lectural. So the real one coming up here is Nightmare Frontier skip. That one. The real one coming up here is Nightmare Frontier. The Lectural. So the real one coming up here is Nightmare Frontier. That one's a lot. All right.
One moment, please. We're just getting the stream back.
You guys see this? You guys see the feed now? Cool. Apologize for the technical difficulties there. But yeah, Nightmare Frontier skip. We're essentially going to be lowering down our elevation by 1 tick. As you can see, there's like a small little ledge down there. We're going to be trying to get our position to save. Okay. We're going to try to get our position to save down there. Let's try that again. There we go. So what that's going to do is that's going to save our position like slightly lower than it currently was. And so we're going to spawn in falling down the elevator shaft, and we're just going to live the fall because you just very slightly go down a little bit because you spawn in falling, which I guess kind of like mitigates the fall damage a little bit too. I mean, normally if you jump down the elevator shaft, you just die, obviously, because it's too high of a fall to survive. So yeah, we ended up just going down the elevator shaft, essentially as if we took the elevator shortcut, which is really nice because we didn't do any of the area. Next boss is Amygdala. Oh boy, she's killed a lot of my runs. Because we don't have a pellet, it's a little bit trickier. So we'll see if I can do it. There we go. Should be good. All right. I know it looks super easy, but trust me, like it is one of the scariest fights in the run for me. Like that one, if you don't get the damage on the opener right there, is just so like aggressive, and I don't know. I'm not a fan of how that goes in the run, dude. That one's super scary to me. Because yeah, we're not using a pellet there because that one is one of those fights that you can afford to not use a pellet, which is very convenient actually. Because I mean, if it's any 2 fights in the game, I'd rather that one than like a DLC boss, for instance. So
Yeah, I think the reason why it's so difficult to do it without the pellet is because essentially when Amygdala first drops in, the boss has 100% damage negation for like a brief period of time. So if that charge R2 at the beginning comes a little too early, you'll get the break on the head, but you'll do 0 damage. So you kind of have to make sure that that timing is good, and if that timing isn't there, that's what causes the issue. Which
normally doesn't really affect you with a pellet, because like you could just make up the damage with a pellet, but with no pellet, it's really scary if you don't get damage on the opener, because you can't stagger lock it as easily. Like after the head break and after the the arm break, that's it. Like there's no more limb breaks to go for, and you're kind of just like stuck there trying to fight the boss like you normally would in a casual playthrough. So it's very scary. I've died there. I think my last hotfix run I died there, as well as I've died there in several other runs on my stream. So that one's quite scary. But anyway, we are in the Upper Cathedral Ward. This is the, as the name implies, the upper version of the Cathedral Ward. It's one of those like atmospheric spooky levels because it's meant to be like, like this build up and this tension and like the music and everything's like building up to this one moment in the, in this area. And I mean, I think they definitely achieved something great with like the atmosphere in this level. It's like one of my favorite areas for sure. There's also like 2 bosses here as well.
This area is really dangerous casually.
Yeah. Everything wants to kill you, and everything is pretty good at achieving that goal. So here is what we call Orphanage Key Skip, by the way. Doesn't look like much from a perspective as someone who hasn't seen that skip before. But as a runner, I think most runners will tell you that one's like super like nerve-wracking to go for, especially on a good run, because you want to like hit that brain sucker through the door, and then you want him to come to the door. You don't want him to like stand still and shoot projectiles, because there's like a certain angle you have to do that, or else he'll just like not cooperate, and he'll just like stand there, and you won't be able to kill him to the door. So that one right there is one of those ones where you're just like very, very nervous that it won't work. It's super precise to get like the right angle on him. There's a whole like document that Hex made about how that works. The Hex papers.
The Hex files.
Yeah. But yeah, coming up here we have the jelly beans as an actual boss this time. It's Celestial Emissary. It's going to be a bunch of little jelly beans, and there's going to be one big jelly bean that we're going for. It's going to be this one right here. We aim to backstep. Very nice. We go for 3 hits here. Gonna back up. Gonna run back in. And that should be it. Very nice. That one is the other one that's like not as scary as Amygdala with no pellet, because actually with no pellet you don't take as much damage, but it's still pretty scary just because like you don't have as much damage to finish it off quickly. And those little ones can do a lot of damage to you. Those little ones are nothing to play around with.
Most of the time that fight is fine. It's kind of just dependent on you getting very, very unlucky with the little guys running up to you.
Yeah. So we have Ebriatus, by the way, coming up here. This is the final like challenge before DLC, I guess, that you would do in a normal speedrun. We're prepping a limb break here, and then we're gonna do a head break. And now that you've gotten the head break, it's pretty much over, I want to say, because you can just use a bunch of damage in the head, and then yeah, I mean, it really is just. Like I mentioned like half an hour ago, limb prepping and like limb breaking is like the bread and butter of this run. Like without limb breaking, without, you know, that mechanic, we would be kind of stuck fighting these bosses for a lot longer and also like a lot less efficiently. So yeah, I mean, as you saw there, like prepping the limb and prepping the beast meter as well, it just really paid off there. It really is like crazy to see like how much damage you can deal.
Right. And strats like that don't work on second attempts. So if you were to die to Ebriatus and have to return to the fight, the fog wall, the boss's AI would just be active as soon as you came in, so you wouldn't have the opportunity to do things like that.
Yeah. Very, very important that you get those first try, because it's a lot harder if you don't. So we took the other amygdala outside of Cathedral Ward to the DLC. So if that one grabs you, and if you have the Blood Drunk Hunter's Eye in your inventory, it'll send you the DLC. And the way that you get that Blood Drunk Hunter's Eye is by killing Amelia. And after you kill Amelia, you come back to the dream. And I picked up that item. I mean, I mentioned it when I picked it up. I said like, oh, you know, I'm picking up this item, but it's not important now. But essentially, that's how you get to DLC. Is you pick up that item, go to the amygdala, and then it'll bring you to DLC. But first, we're cleaning up one more boss in the main game here.
Really tough boss.
Yeah, very very hard boss. I mean, I still haven't beaten it to this day, so we'll see if I can do it on Hotfix. But yeah, essentially, we are pretty much past like all of the base game. There's like I think like maybe 2 more bosses I think in the base game left. But we're pretty much done with the base game. After Cleric Beast is like DLC time. And as you'll see, like we're pretty much we're ready to go. We've been more than ready to go to DLC for a while now. We've been doing a bunch of cleanup. So Cleric Beast, the boss in question, hardest boss in the game. You guys can go ahead and you can count with me the amount of swings it'll take to kill him, because it might surprise you. It actually might hit you off guard, because if you fought this boss early in the game on your first playthrough, it definitely didn't take as many hits as it'll take here. Like, this is going to be quite something. I'll count them with you. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that's it. That's literally it. That's literally it. It takes 5 hits to get to the center of a Cleric Beast.
Cleric Beast wants a rematch.
I think now, Jiggy, is a great time to take a quick break, because we have DLC coming up. So I think this is the best time to go ahead and take a break.
Awesome. All right, everybody, we're going to take a very, very, very short break, so don't go anywhere. In fact, you can do me a favor. I want you to type !Discord in the chat right now. I want you to click on that link and join the official GDQ Discord. If you add the hotfix role, I'm going to get so much love. Everyone's gonna love me, and you can help me do that. But also for you, that's where you can keep tabs on all the upcoming events. You can talk with our staff. You can do a lot more. But just join the Discord role, or join the Discord, and yeah, it'd be a great time. Do that during the break. We'll be right back.
Go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody, to Oops, You Died Weekend. Let's get right back in to Bloodborne All Bosses. Are you ready, Blanks?
I am ready. I'm ready to go in 3, 2, 1, go. All right. So we last time on Bloodborne, we finished all of the base game pretty much. We're going to be buying some stuff for the DLC now. We're buying pellets. I guess I kind of grazed over that, but we picked up a badge in the Upper Cathedral Ward that basically allows us to buy infinite beast blood pellets in that insight shop. So we're just dumping our insight here. We don't need it anymore. You would ideally be buying a blood rock, but obviously because we're doing the hut skip route, we ended up spending all of our insight earlier in the game, so we don't have enough to buy the rock, unfortunately. But we are able to stock up on pellets and papers, and also blue elixir as well. That'll be helpful for a bunch of DLC areas that require you to be invisible, essentially, to run through without killing any enemies. So, I mean, as you see right away, the DLC takes like a drastic like shift in level design. It's essentially like the same area, but with a twist on it. This is like the Cathedral Ward area. However, it's a little bit twisted, a little bit demented. This is the Hunter's Nightmare. This is the, I believe this is like the manifestation of like, you know, the nightmare of I believe hunters in the past or something like that. But as you can see right away, there he is again. Cleric Beast, we just killed him though. Why is he there again? That's gonna be, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. We're just gonna grab the eye pendant, then we're just gonna move on. That's a key item that we'll be using in a little bit. But yeah, the DLC has, I believe, is it 5 bosses, Genso? I believe it's like 5 bosses. It's one of the biggest From Software DLCs. It's like not Elden Ring. It's pretty sizable, to be honest.
Yeah, so 5 bosses. It's funny because we don't really think about it too much when we're doing the runs, but when you asked me directly, I had to stop and think about it.
You had to count them?
Right, so yeah, we're going to start off here with probably one of the most iconic and a lot of people's favorite fights in this game. But in this run, we do make him look kind of like a chump.
Yeah. First, though, we're going to have to take care of this section right here. We're going to have to put out in preparation for this little doorway, which is super cursed, by the way, because I don't know if you saw it, but when I quit out, that guy with the hammer was very willing and ready to just like smack me and do all of my HP with one swift swing. So we don't want that. We don't want that guy to boom us with the boom hammer. So we are going to quit out and instead reset their positions and then go in this doorway, take out these 2 guys and just run right past them.
This is a dangerous area here, but we're gonna make it look pretty easy with the blue elixir.
I mean, it even with the elixir, one of them can still chase you. These are blood lickers and they can spit poison at you.
There we go.
Like that. Yeah. It's beginning. Don't worry. This is Marathon Bloodborne, guys. It's, you know, that's nothing new. I'm gonna heal here, by the way. So there's a ladder right here. This is the second dangerous part. There's a ladder right here, and this guy is gonna shoot us once. Hopefully not a second time. There we go. So that's also kind of RNG, I guess, in a way. It's super rare, but he can shoot you, which does just kind of just kill you. We don't really have a way of getting around that, but yeah, that's stop it. Okay, that's kind of scary. Yeah. So as you can see right away, enemies are a lot more dangerous, and there's a lot more of them that threaten you than the base game, obviously. So coming up here, we have Ludwig, by the way. Everyone's favorite, my personal favorite in this game.
Great YouTuber.
Gonna make him look pretty easy. This is definitely not the YouTuber, but
I don't know. You could have fooled me.
So we are gonna be making use of that limb breaking mechanic once again. Phase shooting him right off the bat. And I mean, it's kind of just over already. I mean, it's, you know, it's my favorite fight. It's a lot of people's favorite fight. And he's already dead without any chance to fight him, really, because we have so much damage. And I mean, we're even +9 too. Like the +10 route is even more brutal and aggressive on these DLC bosses. I mean, even on +9, you can see it's like, it's still good enough. Like the damage is still good enough.
I think it just translates to 1 extra hit.
Yeah, it literally is 1 extra hit. Yeah,
on every boss, unless maybe you have to do 2 on failures. But I think it's just 1 extra hit.
Yeah. So there we use the eye pendant, by the way, to make the elevator go up. Otherwise, you can't progress after Ludwig's. That's why you have to grab the eye pendant right out the gates. This is the research hall, by the way. As you can see, there's a bunch of these afflicted patients. They don't like you. They're not very friendly to you either, and they don't want you here. So we're gonna again quit out because there's a literal stuffed doorway full of like 3 or 4 of them that we just have to get past. So gonna be quitting out once again to try to get past these enemies because I mean otherwise you'd have to bait them out one by one, you know, trim them down, and we're not gonna deal with any of that. We're just gonna quit out because quitting out is fast. So yeah, they're kind of just like not active on this ladder right here. Luckily these 2 don't aggro as well, like very quickly. So There's another one here. This one's a tall boy. He does not really.
He can give you some
often.
mix-ups occasionally, but
yeah, that one's a little bit scary. You have to roll sometimes. These two are also a little bit weird because they can like block you. We're past most of the scary stuff now. There's just like one more enemy now. There's just one more of the tall boys now. This one's like the scariest one in my opinion. If he has like a super slow attack on you, that could be really scary. But it looks like we're fine. So now we're at the top of the research hall, and now we have to essentially turn this elevator and make it go up, because that way we can access the boss in the area. So rats on the catwalk. Hopefully we don't get hit by him. All right, very nice. So we're gonna be dropping down here. As the elevator is moving, we're just gonna drop down onto these platforms, and we're gonna basically make it to where the boss is and just drop right down and go right to the boss, which is, I don't know if that's like the intended way of getting to the boss, but it's how we do it in the speed run, so. Coming up next is Living Failures. This one is very volatile, depending on what RNG they give, so. Looks like we got pretty okay RNG there. It's a little bit harder on +9 because if you do one more hit here. That was okay RNG. Very nice. Okay, and now that we've gotten this little sunlock created, we can just like farm them. We can farm this one guy that's gonna spawn over and over again. However, after this one over there is gonna spawn again, and we have to wait a little bit for this one to spawn again. And this one's gonna try to shoot like energy orbs at us now. Now that like we're, you know, standing still farming the same guy over and over again, he's gonna try to. Well,
he might, or he might stand there.
He might be nice,
watching,
and not.
There we go. He tried one at the very end, but he was way too late. But yeah, normally that guy shoots energy balls at you, and you have to dodge them, like while you're weaving in R1s on the spawn camped one. So that one is like probably my favorite strat, honestly, because I don't enjoy fighting that boss very much, because there can be like 4 or 5 of them at once, and it's just like super overwhelming. So yeah, just spawn camp the one and then don't worry about it. I like that strat. But yeah, coming up here we have Lady Maria. She's next, and she is going to be fought with a full pellet actually, because I don't know if we've gone over this, but if you quit out with a pellet active, it'll keep your bar, which means that it'll decay a bit, but it won't expire. So we can then just go ahead and use another pellet right here, and we just extend the duration, which is like a super good strat for this boss in particular. Because as you'll see, it's a lot of damage having a fully stacked pellet right off the bat. 6, 7, 8. Very nice. As she's transforming, you do a bunch of hits on her. This should be it. Yeah, I mean, as you can see, like, it's not even fair because you have a fully stacked pellet. It's just not even fair for her. She had no chance. Yeah, that's Maria. She can sometimes be a little bit tricky if she does like hyper armor attacks over and over again. She can definitely like stall out your buffs a little bit, but yeah, it's really not even fair if you do it right. Coming up after Maria is the fishing hamlet. This is the area, the final story area in the DLC. I mean, it really does breeze by fast. The DLC does go by quickly. Even though it is quite massive casually, you don't really explore a whole lot, so it does go by pretty fast. This is the last story area of the DLC, and it's home to the 4th boss that we're going to be fighting, 4 out of 5. This is the area that holds the Orphan of Cause, which is infamous, very, very infamous. Like, even if you don't play Bloodborne, you've probably heard of Orphan of Cause before. One of those fights that just kind of walls new players, and even like players that play these games a lot. I think my first playthrough took me like 6 hours to kill this fight the first time. But yeah, we're using elixir, by the way, because blue elixirs, they turn you invisible, and we just want to be invisible so we can avoid these 2 dogs over here. There's one dog to my right, and there's the one by these fishermen right here, and I would like to avoid them if possible because they are super scary. as you can see, they just took a bite out of me and just took like half my HP.
Blanks on my one and only play session of this game. It took me 6 hours to beat the first boss, so I think you got me beat.
I got you beat? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't a competition, but
Yeah.
I'll take it. Was it the cleric beast?
Yeah.
Didn't take 5 hits?
No.
So yeah, we just did a Hamlet skip, by the way. What we did there is we quit out on a, while we were falling down a slope, and then it basically let us like quit out of bounds. And we essentially just like clipped back in bounds here. And we're basically skipping all the Hamlet. We're skipping all of like the walking and all like the, you know, the enemies in the Hamlet. So that's pretty neat. And now we have the Orphan of Cause. So we'll see how this one goes. I love Genso like help me out here because I want to focus up here.
Right. So this is typically a pretty tough boss, but we're going to make it, again, look very easy with the parry looping strat, which you're seeing right now, of essentially doing 2 hits, and Orphan will recover with the same move every time, which we can then parry and chain into 2 more hits. And all of this is achieved by getting a backstab at the beginning. Orphan has 2 different openers. One is a jump over your head, and you can backstab, and then the other one is dragging the hand along the ground, which is the one Blank's got, where you just kind of do a little circle around, and then you can get a backstab and start the loop. But yeah, it's pretty much over in the time it takes me to explain it. That's how easy it is.
Yeah. So, I mean, I had to focus up there because the timing on the parries is a bit precise.
Yeah, most people just use audio cue or sometimes a visual, or probably usually after you've done it a lot, everybody does it by both. That's the way I do it.
Yeah, I wait for his right knee to like move forward, and then I just shoot, and it works almost every time. But there's got to be like in tune with the timing there. I'll also miss it one of those times. So it's just one of those. It's one of those like kind of gimmicky strats where, I mean, it's like either you land it or you die type thing.
There's another strat. There's another strat that involves doing backstabs, but there is inconsistency to it. It's probably more interesting to watch, but again, there's that volatility to it. It's not very good for runs like this.
Yeah, I was like practicing that for 60 FPS runs because that was like more consistent for me. But I even then I found the parries to be like easier after a while after just like practicing it. So yeah, I mean that's Orphan of Cause. That's how we do it in the speedrun. And now we have one more fight in the DLC. We grabbed the Lawrence's skull right there. I kind of just like, I didn't really explain it that much, but we dropped it on the elevator shaft so we can grab the Lawrence's skull. That way we can challenge the final boss of the DLC, and that is the flaming cleric beast that was in the church at the start that was holding the eye pendant. So, I mean, as you can see, he's in the same spot as Amelia is, like at the same arena pretty much. And that's because that's Lawrence. That's you know, we found his skull after Amelia in the same spot that he's sitting in right now. That's Lawrence. That's like, I believe, one of the first hunters to like, you know, explore like dreams and nightmares and stuff like that. And we taking him down now because
it's cleric based.
We need
back
to.
for a rematch.
Back for a rematch. It's gonna be more than 5 hits this time. It's not gonna be a 5-hit show. It's gonna be like 12 hits or 15 hits or something like that. Let's see it. It's gonna be 3 hits on the opener here. Prep the limb break. We're gonna do 3 more into 2 transforms to build up some meter. We need to regen our stamina here. Go for another one of these. Another transformer attack. So this hand right here, we need to break. Oh no. Oh no, I can't believe that happened. Okay, well, you died.
Let's go, number 2.
All right.
Get that on the counter,
So
chat.
now that
That's 2.
So now that we've died, I actually don't know how this fight's gonna go because once you die once, it's like not the same fight anymore. Similar to like Ebrietis, but I don't think it's nearly as punishing as Ebrietis is without a single opener. But that is pretty bad. I think like I have not really like practiced much of like fighting the boss normally. It should still work kind of the same way. Like it should still be pretty generally the same. I really hope so, because I mean this is also +9. So we'll see how this goes. But yeah, we're gonna rematch him just a second. So there I missed the hand because I was super far away from it. That was my mistake. I was just super far away from the hand. Yeah, well, I mean, we'll see. We'll see if I can fix this. Because, I mean, a big issue is that you have no health, right? You have no health, so you can't, like, really tank any of the hits. But we'll see if we can, like, mimic the same opener. Okay, can't really mimic the same opener. Luckily, it's like basically just Cleric Beast moveset, so it's like not super...
Right.
There we go. Okay, that's honestly easier for me to deal with this phase.
Yeah, the second phase, normally following the strat that didn't work out the first time, you wouldn't even see this phase at all because our damage is so good. But once you get into the second phase, there isn't too much that this boss can do if you know how to walk around in a circle. I think there's like one attack that Lawrence can do to hit you, and you just roll away from it. And other than that, as long as you can walk around, you're good.
I'm very glad we were able to do that because, I mean, we do have a lot of damage, so it really is like not that bad. I remember it being much worse. I think that might have been because I remember like doing a BL4 run and like dying there. But yeah, that was definitely like a very cozy. Because he's basically just Cleric Beast, so you can just like kind of follow the same principle of like how to dodge Cleric Beast.
I remember my first playthrough; it didn't go that easy. So
yeah, and it definitely wasn't 5 hits. So all right, thankfully we're done with DLC. I was very like nervous to get hard stuck on Lawrence, but thankfully we're good. We're out.
Freedom.
So coming up here, we're going through a earlier area in the game. This is the Hemwick. Or the Charnel Lane. Hemwick Charnel Lane, is that what it's called? God, I can't remember what the areas are called. But this is basically one of the early... Yeah. This is one of the early areas of the game. We're cleaning up some side bosses because there's still 2 more that we haven't fought yet before the final 2. And let me really quick just check. Okay, so I've consumed all the cords. Last hotfix, I didn't consume all the cords, and so I wasn't able to do the final boss, which is very embarrassing. But we ended up getting it. Like we ended up safe.
That's a showcase moment. I feel like.
Yeah. We're gonna say Jiggy. I think I cut you off there.
No, I was just gonna say freedom from DLC. Now we're on to the real game, right?
The real game. Yeah. So we're here in the Hemwick Lane. So the reason why we're here so late in the game is because you need the summons, Lugaria, or the Kaner summons to get to an area that requires the witches to be dead, which is the boss's area. And it's accessible through the Hemwick Lane. So we come here after DLC because we're all like, statted up. We're all like, we have all the pellets, all the elixirs, all the papers in the world. And we're essentially just like cleaning up here.
In a casual run, you would probably come here, fight the witches, and then return later to fight Ligarius in the castle. But in a speed run, it's much easier for us to just do all this at once.
Yeah, exactly. So we aren't going to be taking advantage of the gameplay mechanic that it unlocks, like the runes or whatever. I think you can apply to your character like after you kill this boss. So you get this tool, and it'll allow you to basically give yourself buffs like 5% stamina or like 10% damage on like visceral attacks or like this or that. We don't really need any of that, so we don't really take advantage of that gameplay mechanic at all, really. But that's why you'd come here early, is to unlock that mechanic earlier on in the game. So we're gonna be using another elixir, by the way, because this area is like very convenient if you can have an elixir. Otherwise, these dogs are chasing you the whole way through, which is not convenient. So we are going to be doing the boss pretty quickly. It's one of those fights that kind of just falls over. It's going to die in literally 5 hits again, each one. So there's 2 of them. So there's this one right here, and then that's going to die at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And these like shades start spawning, these like cemetery shade enemies. And then we're going to be walking over to the next one. Go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we're just going to be running over this bed on top of this barrel, putting out. And what that's going to do is it'll send us outside of the arena on load-in. I didn't have to do that, obviously, because in a marathon, it's faster to just not quit out like that. But I did want to show it off because it is a cool little thing that you can do on top of this barrel. Like, what's happening here is that my position does not save inside of boss arenas. It saves outside of them. So on top of that barrel, that counts as unstable ground, right? Like when you quit out, you load back in like, you know, somewhere else. And doing that in a boss arena, like the second that the boss arena fades out from being a boss arena back to just like the normal, level, in that brief moment, you can quit out and that will put you to your last stable position outside of the arena. So neat little time save right there. And now we're off to Caners, which is why we are here super late in the game. It's because we had to come here. So this is the one of the most hidden areas in the game, I would say. It houses one boss, and it is as far as scaling goes, it seems pretty like mid-late-ish for scaling wise. I'm sure a lot of you guys came here like pretty early on in your playthroughs. I did. I got owned. So you'll be seeing here that like there's a reason why we come here so late. Like it's definitely worth it to come here when you're all, you know, like maxed out on weapon upgrades and whatnot, because this area is no joke. It's definitely like not an easy side area by any means. But yeah, I mean, this is pretty much like the victory lap, honestly, because we're past the DLC. We're past like everything that's like super hard and volatile and difficult. And like, not to say that the final bosses aren't hard. They are pretty hard, but as far as just like the stressful moments, they're kind of over. And we're doing like a little bit of a victory lap before the final 3 bosses, which is like, I don't know, it's kind of peaceful. Like after DLC and after all that, you're just kind of just taking a stroll through the woods, and you're strolling through the lane, the Sharno lane, and then you're going through this castle. And then it kind of picks up again at the end. It picks up at the end again. It's stressful again, you know, just like all of Bloodborne is. But it's kind of peaceful. It's kind of nice, you know? So yeah, here we're just making sure that we're not going to get shot by this dude on the bookshelf. That guy will inflict a debuff on you that'll make all of these ladies like aggro and start screaming at you. And also he would start shooting at you like a lot faster, so definitely don't want to have that happen. So yeah. Gonna reveal that hidden ladder. We did a little skip there over the bookshelf. That one is pretty much intended. I mean, I feel like that's intended. All you're skipping is you're just like skipping, like running around the castle a little bit and like jumping through like windows and whatnot. So not a whole lot going on there. But now we're approaching the end game. We're approaching the final 3 bosses, the scary ones. The stress is picking up again. I can feel it. You can feel the stress, you know, coming back. But yeah, I mean, the next boss is going to be Martyr Ligurius, who is pretty tough, I would say, casually and in speedruns. Very, very precise on this route as well. Like, it's very tight. The window of punishing him is very, very tight, and you'll see why when I get there. It's a mere like half second from just killing me if I do it right. So yeah, we're gonna be buffing up here and just waiting for the opener to see what he does. There's 2 different openers. All right, this is the normal one. This one's not too volatile at all. You just kind of... All right, this should be good if I can do this right. I'm gonna do 2 L1s, do an R1, R1. As you can see, literally like moments from disaster. Like, it's so tight the way you do the script, but Yeah, it goes by super quick if you can do it right, though. Yeah, that's Ligarius. That is about as nice as you can expect a Ligarius to be. But yeah, I mean, we're approaching the end here. This is pretty much it. It's just like Ligarius is down. Now it's just final two. Let me just check one more time just to make sure I consumed all 3 cores. Okay, I did.
Double
checking that for the rest of my life, dude. But yeah, so Gehrman is the first out of the 2 out of the duo. This one's super hard because you have to do them both in 1 pellet. So both in like under a minute, pretty much. We'll see how this goes because it does rely on some good RNG. Looks like
it is pretty achievable though because our damage is very high.
Yeah, for sure. Requires a bit of good luck, but if you can get that, then
even in BL4 sometimes I can kill Gehrman and have pellet at the start of Moon Presence. It's actually kind of bad when that happens in BL4 because it runs out when you're like hitting the boss in the first combo.
That was really good, actually. That was really good, Gehrman. So yeah, I mean, the gameplay loop on Gehrman is parry, transform attack, repeat over and over again, pretty much. And now we have Moon Presence, the optional final boss. So this one goes. It actually spawned, which is huge. Break an extra limb here. Oh, I think I missed the limb there. There we go. Wow, we actually did it like super quick that time. All right, well, time is coming up, by the way, super rapidly. On the quit out here for Nightmare Slain and time. There we go.
GG.
I did not do really good at clean though. Yeah, that was actually a really good Moon Presence and Gehrman. That was fun.
That was awesome.
I mean, yeah, that's Bloodborne, all bosses, guys. I know the ending went by pretty quickly. But yeah, final time's a 1:16:05, which is pretty good considering we had that 5-minute break in the middle. So it's probably about like a 1:11 or so. But yeah, that was really fun. Thank you for having me, Jiggy and GDQ. And thank you, Genso, for commentating for me. I do Souls games, Bloodborne, Lies of P, Elden Ring, etc. That's kind of my specialty. So if you guys enjoyed this run, I'd love it if you consider to stop by at some point or whatever. But otherwise, any closing remarks, Genso?
None. It was a great run. I had fun doing it with you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, you guys can also check out Genso as well. He also does Bloodborne runs. As far as Jiggy, do you have any closing thoughts?
Yeah, no, thank you so much for showcasing this run. It was absolutely incredible. And just to reiterate one more time, everyone, please go follow Blanks. You can hover over his name in the title of the stream if you're watching on desktop and click that button. Click that big old follow button. Thank you so much, both of you, for being here and showcasing and kicking off Oops You Died Weekend 2. I appreciate it very much. But don't go anywhere, everyone. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we will be jumping in to another Crab's Treasure. We'll be right back.
Let's go.
Welcome back, everybody, to Oops, You Died Weekend 2. My name is Jiggy, and we are continuing this wonderful day full of Souls games. But hey, before we get into that, I want to just say thank you for all of your Prime, your gifted, all of your subs, as well as your bits. All of that goes to directly supporting the Games Done Quick channel and helping us put on some amazing different shows that we have throughout the entire week. So definitely consider subscribing, gifting out subs, because yeah, we want to keep doing all this stuff, and it really, really helps us out. It also gives you the ability to watch ad-free during the show, so you can listen to our awesome music during the breaks. You can chat with others during the replay as well, and you get access to our emotes across the entirety of the Twitch sphere. So definitely consider subscribing, and we appreciate everybody that does. Up next, host of Make Your Own Victory, Quacksilver, are you ready to showcase another Crab's Treasure?
I am as ready as I'm ever going to be. Hello, friends. I'm Quack. This is your brief intermission from Software. We will be speedrunning another Crab's Treasure, any percent glitchless. This has never been seen before on a marathon stage. It may never be seen again on a marathon stage. We'll talk about why when we get into it. But we are going to start in 3, 2, 1, go. So this is another Crab's Treasure. It's an indie Souls-like by Aggro Crab, the best dev team under the sea. In it, we play Krill, who is also joining me on commentary in the corner of my cam there. And in a moment, our shell is going to be repossessed because there are taxes in the ocean now. I'm so glad to be running this game in mid-April. But as the loan shark here steals our shell, we are going to just sort of run through this little tutorial area, and after mashing through some dialogue with the loan shark, at the end, as soon as I hit the water, we're going to skip ahead to a further save point a little bit. As soon as we touch the water, I'm going to press the die instantly button, because this game has a die instantly button because it's the best Souls-like. Any percent glitchless. Basically, there are two main categories of this game, restricted and unrestricted. In unrestricted, you can fly and be invincible for most of the game, so not a lot of people run it. Restricted is very akin to a conventional any percent Souls-like game. There's a fair bit of like wall clipping and dropping bosses off cliffs and that sort of thing, and we're going to do none of it. In our glitchless, which is in sort of air quotes, because we have one major piece of tech here as I pick up my fork, and after I platform onto these bottles, we're going to start immediately doing what is known as a charge attack launch. By jumping out of the end of Krill's charge attack, you can get an absurd amount of speed, which can be preserved by bunny hopping. Now you may be wondering, this seems a little bit unintended, and it was originally. However, much in the same way that I would defy you to call demo dashing in Celeste a glitch, this is known by the devs, loved by the devs, and it really ties the movement in this game together in a beautiful way, so it's allowed. One other major departure from, I know there are some FromSoft enjoyers in the chat, and especially if you were around for that incredible Bloodborne run, there may be one or two references later in this game that will appeal to you. But this is an indie game, and it is an indie game that focuses very heavily on movement. Not only does Krill have a dedicated jump button, but Krill also has like a little flutter in the air. So because of that, our glitchless rule set is a little bit more akin to an indie sort of NMG thing rather than a proper FromSoft glitchless. And the reason that I bring that up now is because I just skipped a boss, and we're all going to be okay with that collectively. You see, you're not supposed to be able to get into this castle, Fort Slacktide, until you've fought a little tutorial boss and gotten a shell, because there are guards in front of the castle and they're not supposed to let you in naked. But there are like 7 different paths into the castle without ever going anywhere near there. And so the rules are, if I enter a boss's arena, including the air above it, I have to fight the boss. But if we don't need to touch a boss at all, then we're not going to let us show off some of the movement in this game a little bit better. And we're still going to be fighting pretty much all the major bosses. So here I am going to get my fishing line, which is a grappling hook, because all the cool games have a grappling hook. And then there is one intended consequence. The game likes to fight very hard to force glitches on us in our glitchless run. So when you get into the castle, when you walk into the castle without opening the front gate, some items like to not spawn, so we just save and quit there, and they're back. We're back where we should be. But basically, the plot of this first act of the game is the Duchess, who I talked to in that cutscene, has annexed the surrounding ocean, including our tide pools, and we have to go find a shiny object for her in order to pay our taxes and get our shell back. So we're going to be doing a little bit of movement here into the next area. I'm also picking up this other stowaway, the Rusty Nail. It is a Hollow Knight reference. Shoutouts to my Silksong believers in the chat.
It's happening. We saw it. We saw it for Nintendo Switch 2.
Yeah, it's real.
It's a thing. It's still in development.
I never doubted for a second. I doubted for
the game
seconds.
Is still real. We did not imagine it.
But These are stowaways. They're little equipables that you can attach to the inside of Krill's shell once we actually get one of those. I'm going to be selling most of the ones that I picked up, but the Rusty Nail is important because it's an attack upgrade. And so I'm actually going to be picking up 3 of them over the course of this run. And with this, we're going to drop into... Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I do have to point out that you did die before, chat, which means like Quack did die before, which means that we get another addition to our death counter. So we're at 3. I just want to point it out before everyone forgets.
Yeah, there may be, depending on circumstances, there may be 1 or very rarely 2 other intentional deaths in this run. I will not speculate on the number of unintentional deaths in this run. But that was our tutorial for this game's shell spell system. So the main system of this game is you're a hermit crab. You have a ton of shells. You can block with them. In a little bit, we'll be able to parry with them. And each of them has a unique shell spell using this game's magic system, which is, of course, called Umami, because this is the best Souls-like. For instance, the soda can has an ability called Fizzle, which lets me cast sort of an area of bubbles. And now let's talk about rolling. Major mechanic of cylindrical shells is you can roll around at the speed of sound. Got places to go. Gotta follow my rainbow. That's still a current reference, right?
Yes. Yes, yes.
Perfect. I'm also picking up just a marathon safety, these Bloodstar limbs. If you collect 5 of them, it's the same as getting 5 upgrades of vitality. And we're fighting the Polluted Platoon Pathfinder with a viral banger of a soundtrack. One of my favorite things about Fizzle is that the bubbles... okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Jam in the chat, though.
An auspicious beginning.
Number 4!
Number 4! This is the hardest fight in the game because you can't
it's
parry.
good.
Don't at me.
It's good. We haven't made we have not made our call yet of how many deaths we think are going to be in the entire event. But number 4 is pretty good. It's not golf. We want more. We want more number. We just get to listen to the song again. It's gonna be
exactly.
It's good, you know? Yeah. I think this is
what I was saying was.
Oh yeah.
The bubbles from Fizzle will actually delay enemy hitboxes so that their attack animations will last longer, and you can really screw yourself up that way. But thankfully, the one fight in the game where we don't have the parry ability is now gone, so I can pretend that that never happened. This is the Moon Snail. Her voice has been sort of taunting us throughout this area. But also, we're going to get Shelliportation, which is our fast travel ability, as well as the parry. Unlike in pretty much every other Souls game, this actually uses the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate parry system. You have to release block in order to parry. So you have to be, and stay with me, an aggro crab. This game has got some jokes. I'm going to teleport back to the Moon Snail shell I took at the start of the game, and we are going to actually do some backwards movement here with a... hello? We're going to do some backwards movement with a cow here to get back up to the pipe that we came into this area in, and you'll notice that everything is grayed out now and looks a lot more Souls-like, you might say. That's because when we picked up the pearl, the entirety of Fort Slacktide was overcome by an infection known as the gunk. And if you actually approach this the normal way, you see that like all of the crabs have had an unfortunate breakdown and are violent, and there's like the palace guards are everywhere and fight you now. But we're actually going just right up to the top floor because we're going to go fight the Duchess because she has also been poisoned in this way. Please. Please, all right.
The gunk is such a good name for like a virus. It's just fun.
The aesthetic of this game is truly unparalleled, in my opinion. I do also want to call attention to the fact that your currency in this game is called microplastics. Yeah, and that's, you know, beautiful and perfect.
They knew what they were doing.
They knew what they were doing in just about every way. Please get over there. Nice. Okay.
I have a question for chat. Is there anybody in chat that this is their first time seeing this game? Because this is my first time really seeing this game.
I'm curious about that too. So now we have the parry.
Yeah.
So everything gets a lot nicer.
So does this act a lot like a Souls parry or more like a Breath of the Wild Zelda parry?
I would say it's somewhere in between the two. It builds stun on bosses, as you can see in that yellow bar. But it is release to block. All right, Magista. It is release block to parry, which, like I said, I do quite love. All right, you should be dead here. And that's Magista. So, having now killed the boss that annexed our shell, we would expect to get it back, but unfortunately, the lone shark is still here and runs off with our shell before we are able to wrest it back from the Duchess. That'll be him in a cutscene in just a second.
I can't believe your shell's in another castle.
Exactly, our shell is simply in another castle. The lone shark is headed off to the big city to fleece it for cash. Because he is not a nice person. I'm going to go right here and just really quickly put on and then take off this banana. It's a surprise tool that will help us later. But that was Act 1 of the game. In Act 2 of the game, we're going on a treasure hunt. Everyone likes a good treasure hunt, right?
I do.
So we're doing
is this Goron move? Is it? I'm just calling it. I like Zelda, by the way. Hi. Is this roll move like specific to this shell? Is that the bit?
Yeah. So there's a little bit. Anything that is roughly circular, cylindrical, or spherical can roll if you hold sprint and block at the same time while moving fast enough. So with the momentum you get from a cow, it's very easy to. Don't hit me. Cool. It's very easy to just like have roll speed, but a couple of shells in this game have the shell spell rollout, which lets you build up to roll speed instantly from standing, which is why we pick up the coconut. It doesn't actually do anything for me, but like, especially when you're moving up slopes, being able to roll with it is nice. Like this giant ramp is where the game is supposed to teach you about rolling, because you can just like hold block and roll down that ramp, and it's beautiful. But the game's going to experience a massive load in just 1 second here. There it is. As we head into New Carcinia, our hub city. In New Carcinia, we're going to talk to the town greeter, I guess, who tells us that there are exactly 4 places the lone shark could have gone to fleece our shell. And so that's 4 NPCs that we're going to have to talk to. In addition, 3 of the 4 of them are going to give us some nice things. One of them is just sort of story. So this is Tortellini, the greeter. And I'm actually going to do a little bit of movement here first because we need to pick up a few more shinies to sell in just a moment. Any rail grinding enjoyers in the chat? It's not an actual rail. I love the little edge of that building. So the first one of those 4 NPCs is Hammerhead the Blacksmith, who's going to be responsible for our fork upgrades. The fork is the only weapon in this game, but each upgrade is worth 5 attack levels, so I'm getting 1 now and 1 in a little bit in the run, and they're going to be huge for some damage breakpoints. Next up is Nema, who is Krill's sort of surrogate mother in this game. Please play this game for the story. It's genuinely so emotional. I didn't equip the nail, that's fine. But she's going to let us sell all of our stowaways here and purchase the razor blade, which is the most important stowaway in this run, because the Razor Blade drops your attack damage in exchange for speeding up your charge attack. And a faster charge attack means more zoom per charge attack launch. So we're going to be wearing it basically all the time outside of bosses. We'll be able to do some pretty impressive platforming skips with it. Third up is the Shellfish Greeter at Shellfish Desires. We are going to insure our banana peel. We are not going to insure our soda can. We're going to insure our banana peel, so that way whenever we die, we'll respawn with it. And last is Conch, who's just sort of story. He works at the museum. Don't worry about him, he'll come back later. But none of them have our shell, because it turns out our shell was already sold to Pronathan, the curator of the prawn shop.
Pronathan? Oh, no!
We don't like Pronathan very much. Then a bunch of stuff happens in a cutscene, and now we're into Act 2 proper. This is a treasure map that fell from the sky, and we need to go collect 3 map pieces. I just wanted to take my shell off. Never mind, I'm sorry. We need to collect 3 map pieces in order to figure out where the legendary ancient treasure is, because that's the only thing that Pronathan will accept in exchange for our shell. I'm going to level attack once, and now we're going to get into the hardest fight in the game. It is both RNG, well, the hardest fight in the game except the final boss, probably. Maybe the final 2. But we're going to go way out of order. We're actually going to sequence break to do the 3rd map piece first. This fight is both grueling and has a major RNG point, so if there are going to be more unintentional deaths in the run, my prediction is they're going to happen here. Basically, this is the Sands Between. Yes, they actually did that. And the 3rd boss is just roaming the Sands Between if you ever stray too far off the map. But there is an in-game dev-intended secret. Oh, let's go. We got it right away. Where Pirate... Wait, did he not eat it? He didn't eat it. Oh my god. Do I want to do this fight? I don't want to do this fight. We're going to die in sleep. We need Pagaris to eat the banana. Pagaris is allergic to the banana, and it does 75% of his health if he eats it off of you. There are 2 moves which make him eat it off of you. And sometimes you have to do the entire fight and he simply doesn't eat it off of you. And we call that a bummer.
Is there another use for the banana other than this, or is this like the secret bit of the banana?
This is a pure secret bit. Like, you know, it's a shell in the game. It's got an ability where you can eat it to recover health yourself. But in the meantime, we get some parries, which is cool. What are you doing, bestie?
Eat the banana. Eat the banana. Come on, chat. Chant with me. Eat the banana.
Yeah, if you're Deltarune enjoyers.
Is Undertale 2 coming out? Is that the... I haven't been paying attention. I know it was also for Switch too.
Yeah, there's more chapters of Deltarune coming out soon. So the grab can sometimes take it, but the grab hitbox also likes to grab Krill, and it is an instant kill here. Bestie, what are you doing, bestie?
Eat the banana. Eat the banana.
That was it, except he hit me, not the banana.
No!
This is bad. Okay, this is okay, because he just did 2 fear attacks in a row.
Not eating the banana,
there
but you're still doing...
All right, he's dead.
Hey.
All right, thank you, Pagaris.
You were doing pretty good, though. You were going to be able to take him out.
I highly recommend a lot of people, like, just wandered off the path and so tried that fight, scuffed, like, as your first map piece casually. I highly recommend you try it. It's an exhilarating fight, and, like, those quintuple parries on his main attack are some of my favorite things in the game. It's a very cool dance. But unfortunately, in the interest of going fast, we need to feed him his potassium. So now, armed with 20,000 microplastics from that fight, we're going to go clean up the other map pieces right quick here. Basically, I'm just rolling through to this next area, the Expired Grove, where the first map piece is located. In it, we're going to quickly detour to pick up a treasure behind the waterfall. There's always treasure behind the waterfall, gamers. And that will be my last Bloodstar limb, so I don't have to worry about... the thing about the health upgrades is that it turns every single one-shot, other than grabs. There's one grab that I'm afraid of in the late game, but every single one-shot other than grabs is now a two-shot, which is kind of important.
Yeah, it sounds like pretty, pretty important.
I would say this game,
run.
has a fairly high lethality.
I mean, you did just potassium poison a crab, so.
And I'll do it again. No, I won't, actually. That was it for this run. But this NPC
the next
here is...
run.
It's true. This NPC right here is Firth. He's a bit of an entrepreneur, but we're not worrying about him right now. Don't pay attention to him. He won't show up later. Oh, don't fall on the gun, sir. So yes, this is one of the more annoying sections because it's all uphill. So we're gonna roll as long as the roll will let me roll. Oh, this is bad. That's why it's bad. Heard you liked Anne Orlando. All right, we're just running it. Those archer crabs used to have, like, genuinely heat-seeking AI. It was kind of absurd. Sir. Fortunately, this next fight is, like, should be pretty free, even with the damage we've taken because of all the microplastics we have from Pagaris. So, let's talk about Ikea, the intimidation crab. This was in the early demo of the game. It's such a smooth boss fight. I love it a lot.
I bought shelves from this crab.
But you can see, so right here, in addition to the microplastic levels, we also have the little red cup. The little red cup is busted. It gives you a fat roll in exchange for tripling your attack damage. Triple is a pretty big number. Okay, except of course you had to... So that's Ikea. The frightened status condition just locks Krill inside his shell, like you're forced to block the entire time. Which is a little bit rough for when you want to do damage. Because you know what doesn't do damage to bosses in video games? Blocking.
True.
So there we just use a cowl to get up on some rocks that lets us skip a cave system. And we're going to head on into Flotsam Vale, where the second map piece is. We're actually taking a back entrance here to skip. There's sort of a fake-out boss fight with Inkerton, who is a character we won't see until much later. It's so not even a real boss fight that even all bosses doesn't do it, because you get half health. You get Inkerton to half health, and then he just leaves. He's like, you're not worth my time, and leaves. This should still be fine, yeah. But our final map piece number 2, is in that mailbox that's over there. So we're just gonna run on over to it real quick. I am also going to pick up my final rusty nail. And this is our other, I pretend I do not see it class boss skip. There's supposed to be, an above-water dungeon where Krill loses his flutter jump ability that's behind these rocks, but these rocks are actually just scalable. All right, Krill, you wanna actually scale the rocks, bestie? Thank you.
Just Skyrim
these rocks, are just scalable, so it saves, many, many minutes. And so one of the other features of Glitchless is its current patch lock. There is some tech that we won't be doing because it's only available on previous patches of the game. Unfortunately, on current patch only, they redid the geometry here, so instead of just being a flat ramp, they like have geometry for every individual rung of that, like those planks, which means it's so easy to fall off the mailbox there. So that was maybe the hardest movement in the game. Don't at me. Don't at me. But that's our map pieces. So we're coming up on the end of Act 2 here. Sort of slowly but surely. There's a little bit more story to get to. But I'm going to go back to the Moon Snail. We're going to upgrade our stuff, upgrade our skills. I'm going to get the spearfishing skill. I've been picking up some barbed hooks. Now with the spearfishing skill, we can grapple enemies. Which is going to be important for a boss in a little bit. And then we are going to go to the upper crust, and we're going to turn in the map pieces.
They're adding you.
Oh, go ahead.
They're adding you. Chat did not listen.
Listen, I just play this game and don't match through the story because it's beautiful, but also I defy anyone to first try walking up that mailbox on current patch. We've all fallen through the last gap. It's not embarrassing if it happens to everyone. But anyway, Roland, who is the CEO of the one corporation in this universe, and also sort of the de facto mayor of the city, shows up to steal the treasure map and to take his company barge out to go dig up the treasure. So this is widely considered to be a bad thing. So we're gonna go worry about that in a little bit, but first I need a couple more upgrades here. So we're actually going to detour very quickly to Pronathan, because despite not liking Pronathan very much, Pronathan will take our junk and sell us another stainless relic. We also got one from killing Hytea, and with those two we can upgrade our fork another time.
I think Pronathan might be my favorite name in the game so far.
It's a very good
really
name
good
for a very bad character.
Yeah.
All right, but with that, we have our fork upgrade, and now Roland has taken his barge out to where the treasure is. He has also decommissioned most of the boats. There is a boat still in Flotsam Vale by the save point that I got, but we don't have a battery strong enough to power it, so we have to go into Roland's mining operation into Scuttleport in search of a battery. Scuttleport is also noteworthy for having my favorite dungeon music in any video game ever. It's an industrial banger, and being the unfortunate thing about restricted, the main speed category for this game, is you don't get to hear it, because instead of entering the area legit, you wall clip into the area, and so the music never starts. So please enjoy these few brief seconds of Scuttleport. All right.
That's so sad. That's devastating.
That honestly, like a solid third of the reason I'm playing glitchless is because we get to hear all of the amazing themes. Beasley should be spoken of in the same breath as Lena Raine and Christopher Larkin, and you can at me about that one. This game's soundtrack goes unfairly hard, but so the gimmick of this area is that we get these plug fuses that we have to put into devices to turn on various mechanized things, as well as there are these magnets that if Krill is wearing a metal shell and blocks, he gets affected by the magnet.
Very Twilight Princess. Like
yeah,
the whole water. Yeah.
It's like Twilight Princess, except instead of the terrible, like, 0 miles per hour Iron Boots movement, we get to, like, do cowls and stuff instead. I do not remember the Iron Boots in that game very fondly, I fear.
Nope, they're slow. I mean, they're slow in Ocarina of Time too, but they're slow in that game.
Yeah, so we're gonna cow to actually skip, like, a huge dungeon section here. I'm now at the end of Scuttleport. And we're going to talk about Voltai. Voltai is another scary boss. It's a gimmick boss fight where every 1/8 of her HP, she goes to a different corner of the arena and fights you with a different electrical implement. My goal here is to do a manip so that we only ever see one of those electrical manips, or electrical implements, because some of the other ones are just, like, basically unblockable, which is a problem.
Time for a makeover!
Alright, that should be good. That is less good.
You're the best playmate ever! No one else stayed awake this long!
Alright, so we've done about half her health exactly, but less than 5/8 of it. So she's going to dash around the arena 3 times, and then she should respawn.
I'm having so much fun!
Right back here. That was dash 1. This will be dash 2. And when she respawns, we do the exact same thing. This will be dash 3. Alright, now we buff up. We wait for the hairdryer to equip so that we can pull it off of her again. Oh, don't go away. Oh, we may be in trouble.
So close. So close.
I am not dead somehow.
I don't even know what this one does.
All right, she's gone.
Thanks for
Let's go!
with me.
A bit of unfortunate time loss there just to not getting the thing. I think I buffed up too early because the buff started to run out. It actually, the red cup buff actually has a tail to it. It moves up to triple damage and then moves down away from triple damage. But we are chilling. That's Voltai. Very happy with Deathless Voltai. And now we get to my favorite fight in the game, probably. Because armed with Voltai's Electrocute ability, we can power on this boat and go fight Roland. And if you've never played this game before, actually, Jiggy, I'm inviting you to guess, what would you say, so Roland is like an isopod, what would you say Roland's boss fight is going to be like?
I bet that he's invulnerable and going to go into the shell a lot, and then you have to like pry open the shell, and it's just gonna roll around and be invincible and kind of annoying. Is that,
So,
am I
okay,
anywhere
so I
close?
did say this was my favorite boss fight, not
Oh,
my
it's your
least
favorite.
favorite boss fight.
Oh, let's see. I don't know. I'm excited to see though. We have a couple people in chat that are also, this is their first time, so I'm interested to know what they think too.
Yeah, we're gonna detour real quick for the 2 most broken abilities in concert with each other in the game. We're going to grab Aggravation and Self-Repair. Aggravation makes it so that when we block, we do increased damage for a little bit afterwards, and Self-Repair lets us actually recover HP on our shell if we attack back quickly enough. So now, in addition to parries, there are certain attacks that we're gonna wanna just block, and use that to like massively increase our damage. I was a little slow here, so I'm gonna wait a cycle. But yes, we got like a couple seconds here, but as I move to the Roland fight, for you to get those final guesses in chat for what the fight might look or feel or sound like. But yeah, this is Mouth of the Drain. It's Roland's barge.
An isopod. Maybe you have to whack the isopod into the shell and then like maybe put it in I'm just looking at like the steam here. If you put them into like the steam and then blow like kind of like a cannon or something like that.
These are good guesses. What if Electro Swing Pinball Machine Slugfest?
Nope, that wasn't on my list. Pinball machine. Wait, actually, that makes sense. Wait, it makes sense.
And Roland's got a mean right hook.
I also want to just say thank you very much to Wormdog for bringing your friends over to Oops You Died weekend. Wormdog will actually be the next runner coming in here with Sekiro.
Okay, so we just missed Roland's worst attack. It's called Underwater Foul Dance. Underwater Foul Dance. Thankfully, you can grapple Roland out of the start of Underwater Foul Dance, so we don't have to deal with it. A whole lot of stuff just happened in a cutscene there. Krill punches Roland in the head, capsizing the entire pinball barge. We are now at the bottom of the ocean in an area called the Unfathom, and Krill has lost the will to live. Don't worry about this ominous voice. I'm sure it's nothing. I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah, everything's fine. Everything. Post your fine emojis in chat right now. Everything's fine.
So great. This cutscene, the cutscene that plays before this, actually, there is a moment in there that's genuinely extremely emotional. I cannot stress enough how I am trying to do the story justice, but you really gotta play it. Aggro Crab is some of the best writing in video games, straight up. Their previous game, Going Under, also a masterpiece. This character that Krill is talking to right now, Priadubio, one of my favorite characters in any video game. That said, this is the depression sequence, because Krill, as you can see, is depressed. It's also a reference to, they teased this, like, animation of Krill's, where he just sort of walks in an April Fool's post before the game releases. But I have no control over my character other than walking. I can't jump, can't roll, can't attack, can't even pause to, like, die instantly to speed this up. On earlier patches, there is a trick called Depression Skip, where you can frame perfectly, die instantly at the same time you kill Roland, and if you do, you'll get control back in this cutscene, or like in the cutscene, and then have it for depression sequence. However, that is considered cutscene abuse because you're keeping control out of the cutscene and into the thing, so it is banned and glitchless. So we just get a nice breather here.
I don't like that it's called Depression Skip.
Oh, the tech names in this game are also pretty great. There's also a trick that's only legal in unrestricted, that's an infinite height glitch that's just called Uppies.
That's pretty good.
If you don't fight, you will die like prey, along with the rest of this world.
Maybe I don't care.
She seems nice. Alright, so the only way out of this sequence is a forced death. However, Watery Grave doesn't show up on the screen because we canonically get saved from the brink of death by Nema. Shoutouts to Nema, so it doesn't count for the counter.
Does not count. We're still at 5. It has to show you died or the game's equivalent to you died in order to count for the counter.
Alright. We have, for now, beaten back Depression, and now it's time for the worst area in the game. Shoutouts to the Unfathom. So I'm gonna do a cal here to exit the sort of hidden way here. The Unfathom, you'll notice, is dark. Not really a fan of this myself. The Unfathom also has, like, anglerfish that disguise themselves as items. Just a whole bunch of, like, really nasty enemies. The enemies that killed me in that cutscene are these little, like, crabs that will cling onto you and slowly drain your health. Where's the cutscene trigger here? And they can be a nightmare because you actually have to hit them while they're clung onto you, and depending on where they grab you, it can be really hard to actually remove them. Fortunately, with cows, we don't have to deal with too much tomfoolery, but this fish sucks. All right, cool. I'm actually going to grab this shell just to have a little bit of defense here. Something that I haven't talked about much is that shells increase your defense, so you naturally resist a fair bit of damage in some attacks. I light that up because I want to see this platform over here. Don't worry about the fact that there's a sock at the bottom of the ocean. Shoutouts to Aggro Crab. We are going to go from there. Oh, go ahead.
I just think that's an achievement, you know? If your sock ends up at the bottom of the ocean, you deserve a medal. It's like, that's the farthest the sock can ever go.
This is extremely true. That sock has definitely seen some stuff. We're going to head over to this very convenient checkpoint right here. And you know what's so evil that FromSoft promised they'd never do it? How about a checkpoint mimic? We are going to take an intentional death here because I do want to respawn with my red solo cup. Something else to know about this game, if you just played it, is Stakes America in Elden Ring, every single boss has a moon jelly, so you always respawn like right at the start of the boss fight, which is so nice. Such good QOL. But yeah, sorry, Jiggy, you were saying?
No, I was just saying that now we are officially at 6 deaths for the event. It's great. It's good. We're getting up there. I think that we're gonna hit 50. Maybe that's optimistic. I don't know. I'm feeling 50 for the entire event. That's where I'm at.
I believe. Souls games are hard, it turns out.
Like tomorrow, Lobos is doing a Dark Souls all boss randomizer challenge, and who knows how many deaths we're gonna have during that. But like, I don't know. I don't know. We know that theoretically Dr. Doot will not have any deaths because hitless, but you never know.
So the annoying thing about bosses that are hermit crabs is that they can also go into their shell. And they can parry attacks. Oh, I got him just as he was coming up there. That was lucky. Oh, you're dead. Be dead. Thank you, Petrock. Okay. So Petrock's gonna die, and there's a cutscene that plays where everyone who also capsized on the pin barge alongside Krill is like, oh, finally, we can get out of here. Because in the story, you're supposed to like take that checkpoint right there and warp back to the city and have a conversation with Nema about why you were depressed. And I'm like moving right past it, but the game actually is well written in addition to being funny. And speaking of funny, who remembers the Silence brand meme from a while? What if that was a horrifying enemy? Those things follow you like across entire maps, and their explosions are one-shots up to absurd levels of health. It's great. I love it. The Unfathom is such a good area, and it likes me the same. But we are actually going to take this checkpoint instead of the previous one, because when you take that previous checkpoint, another cutscene plays, so we do our upgrades here, just because faster. And if you are still around from the Bloodborne run that kicked off this event, I suspect you may like our next boss aesthetically. Something we haven't mentioned is that Roland has a second in command. His name is Inkerton. In a cutscene that we're not going to watch, Inkerton unceremoniously kills Roland here. We didn't get to do it, but Inkerton does, and then Inkerton squares up with us in this extremely creepy Bloodborne-coded arena, and it's Crab Hunter.
Very good reference.
Not great. Yeah, I think I'm gonna die instantly. Losing the shell right at the start of the fight is kind of bad.
I believe in you.
It's one of those things where it's just like triple the damage is a lot of damage, you know?
Noxious little sponge!
but Inkerton is mostly just a health sponge. This is another fight that I really like, because parrying gunshots always feels amazing. Sorry, parrying party popper shots. And yeah, obviously he's a squid. He can ink cloud you, and then grab you from the ink cloud, which sucks.
But a limpet after all.
That one I'm not so sure about.
7.
I do need you. Alright, Inkerton, come on. Of all the bosses to give me trouble, this would not be the one I would have.
Oh,
he's
8.
just got a
I'm
lot
sorry.
of health.
8. Not only a lot of health, but he seems pretty tough too. Like, got a lot going on.
Yeah, usually the thing with these.
Let's face hell together, lad.
The other important thing about the oh, that was really dangerous. Thankfully, he wasn't at low enough health that he grabbed me right out of the ink cloud. At low HP,
To hell with you!
he really likes to grab you after he's done inking.
But a limpet after all.
All right, focus up quick. Unfortunately, I have to do this a little bit early, but it's time to lock in.
I believe you got this. Oh, here we go. Here we go. No, she's not playing now, chat. She's not playing now.
I did not clean these glasses before putting them on. It's fine.
To hell with you!
Jesus, buddy.
Don't make it easy on me.
What are you doing, buddy? All right.
Let's face hell together, lad.
All right.
Roland,
There we
Get out of
go.
here.
bastard. Seems on.
The glasses will return one day, chat.
This is you.
The glasses will return sooner than you may think. Because we're almost on the final rush here. Now it is time for that lovely part in a lot of Souls-likes, where we sit down with an NPC who explains the secret dark magic at the heart of the world. You know the type. However, we do not have time to deal with that, so what I'm going to do instead is we're going to sit on this little conveniently hermit crab shell shaped seat, and then I'm just going to menu quit before the game takes control away from me, and it'll move the elevator right to the bottom. It saves like a few seconds. Pretty minor cutscene skip. But we're also, while we're falling to the bottom of the elevator, going to use the ability we got from killing Petrock that just spawns a shell on you, because save and quitting out will remove your shell there. But now we can still roll around at the speed of sound. Got places to. I've already used this joke.
We do stand Sonic. Yeah. We don't sit Sonic, we stand Sonic.
All right, I made the joke about how the like railing up to the mailbox was some of the worst movement in the game, and I do stand by that. However, if you want a more refined answer, and perhaps a more correct answer, the worst movement in the game is coming up in a second here. There's a bridge, you see. The Souls gamers in the chat will be intimately familiar with bridge with mean artillery on one end of bridge, In our case, the mean artillery is going to be a set of 4 crabs shooting Tide Pods at us.
What? What? Really?
Yes. Oh, hello. Also, my other son has decided to join us. And has decided that now is a great time to destroy the back of my chair even more. Hi, buddy. Everyone say hi, Kuiper, in the chat.
Kuiper hype.
All right, so we're gonna absolutely take this as a safety and refresh our red cup here. This is where I wanted to do the lock-in bit, but I'm not gonna take the time to put the glasses on because we just did that. I'm also actually gonna spend my microplastics here just to be super extra safe. All right, this is the real like one-shot protection that the Bloodstar limbs got us. Oh, that's not good. Okay, we'll back this up. So you can, if you get off the very edge of the railing up there, you can just like flutter all the way to this styrofoam in the distance. Here I have to dodge a few more shots. All right, that part's over. The Tide Pods inflict a status condition. Oh boy, you were getting antsy today, sir. The Tide Pods inflict a status condition called Scoured. That is like the gunk poison. I'm just gonna reset aggro here. It's like gunk poison, but it also damages your shell. And if it breaks your shell and you don't have one, it does double damage to you, or like it fast damage to you in some capacity. It's nightmarish. We do not like Tide Pods. Chat, don't eat Tide Pods. You can quote me on that.
I think that one is a GDQ motto. I think it should be games done quick or oops you died weekend, and then the underscore is don't eat Tide Pods.
Yeah, oops you died does not extend. Oops you died is a consequence of eating Tide Pods, and one that should be avoided. That's not gonna work.
Don't say fine in the chat. Don't act like
all right.
This should not be a hard decision. Yeah, this should not be a hard decision for you all.
Don't love the being scoured there. That's fine. That should fade. We won't get hit by another one. Surely. Anyway, this is old Carcinia, or just Carcinia, the bleached city. Surprise! Did you know this game was about environmental destruction? Again, please play it without my tongue-in-cheek commentary, but also play it with the game's tongue-in-cheek commentary. But we also do just call this area Ferrum Carcinia because shoutouts to Elden Ring.
If you're all just joining us here, this is Oops You Died Weekend. We are celebrating Soulsbourne video games all weekend here on the GDQ channel. So if you're not already following, you should click that big old heart button.
Yeah, we are once again just using the awesome power of our razor blade to skip a lot of like sort of mini puzzles where you have to use these like water spouts or like crank handles, whatever, to lift elevators and manipulate blocks, and we're not gonna do any of that because go fast. Alright, as long as you don't grab me, we're okay. Thank you for not grabbing me. Alright, and we are into the final 3 bosses of the game. We have a boss rush against 3 of the scariest things imaginable in this undersea world. First, we are going to take a moment here on this very important cutscene in which Conch explains to us that this is the Bleached Throne. Conch is actually old enough to remember when this city fell into ruin. He's ancient. He is a whole 30 years old. I'm so sorry, but I have to point that out every time.
I don't want to talk about it. Not interested. I don't want to think about it. Don't at me.
Game's got some jokes. Game's got some jokes. All right. Yeah. And with that, we are going to get into the final 3 bosses. First, we are going to fight the ancient king of a fallen civilization, extremely Dark Souls. But this is Kamsha, or Cammy as I like to call her, because I never remember which consonant goes where. But with Cammy, we're just going to get right up in her business.
I want a tier list from this game of which bosses look the most delicious.
There's some pretty good eats in this game. I would not recommend this one though because of the like 30 years of bolts there.
Yeah. Also 10. Shoutouts to 10th death of the entire event. Let's go.
So this is the game really teaching you that you can in fact jump. Okay, sir. Getting the rudest Kamsha one. All right.
There we go.
Unfortunately, that's not the hard part of this boss.
Phase 2.
How do you feel about teeth, Jiggy?
Teeth. Yeah. You would think this part would be easier because it's a mult, right?
It is, but unfortunately, now Cammy is spry.
Teeth.
What are you doing there? Got caught up on the, like, urchins there. Alright, we're just gonna run to rebuff.
There we go. Big chunk.
There it is. All right, I will absolutely take the death to Cammy 1 was a choice, but Cammy 2 first try, that was among the things I was worried about. Did you know Souls games are kind of hard?
Oh, you know, I've heard. I'm learning. You know, this is only the second time where I've decided to put a bunch of Dark Souls runners all in the same event, and you know, I learned that there is sometimes a challenge.
Every once in a while, oh wow, we actually, something must have fallen off a cliff for us, so we can get 1 additional health upgrade. It doesn't, it literally changes nothing. But it's nice to have. I do, unfortunately, I don't think I have the time to properly sit back, relax, and enjoy it, but I do want to shout out, if you've never played this game, you are going to have to make it all the way here to the final 2 bosses of the run. And you're going to have to sit here at the bottom of the drain for long enough to hear what this music actually is. I won't spoil. Play the game for yourself. Play all of the game for yourself. And when you realize it... but this is Praia Dubia. This is the ancient eldritch god that's been harassing us for most of the game. And this would be a very annoying fight because of all these ads, and Praya's invincible for a lot of it. So our goal is to do this in 1. That's not good.
Let them devour this world!
Come down. That's bad. No, all right, we got the second phase.
Oh, it was close though. Close though. You were chunking.
Second phase has lasers that spawn from the sky, which is why we try to skip it. All right.
Get some hype in the chat. Send Quack your power. It just means we get a second chance to see the phase skip.
That would be the hope.
Let them devour this world!
Crew, help me.
I do not like it here.
That was so close. I believe you got this.
Thank you, Jiggy. I'm gonna focus up. If you got announcements or things for the good people of
Yeah.
chat, now is your time.
Yeah, we can talk about that. Basically, if you all missed anything that we run here on Hotfix, such as Make Your Own Victory from last Saturday, you should go check it out at youtube.com/gamesdonequick. That's where you can check out all of our VODs, as well as the event VODs like Back to Black and Frost Fatales. So definitely check them out whenever you get a free moment. But right now, we are focused up on this amazing boss fight. You got this. Mega energy in the chat.
You're kidding me.
Oh. It is neat that you get to move. You use the giant orbs against the enemies too. That's a very Souls-like thing too.
It's so funny because this is not even the boss that is supposed to be doing this, actually. The boss after this is the boss that's supposed to be doing this.
It's okay. It just means that the next boss is going to be easy mode. It'll be great.
What even happened there? What's my time, Jiggy? Because I can back this up and just go to the final boss if we need to.
Right now we're chilling at a 105.
All right, we'll give this one more.
I believe.
Oh, that's not good.
Help me.
Don't go up.
Oh,
we
so
got
close.
her.
Wait. Let's go.
All right, now let's not
Hype
die
in the
to
chat. Huge hype in the chat. No second phase, you got it.
So now is the time to mention that that is actually an unfortunate consequence of the current patch lock of this game. On current patch, they doubled her health. So the one cycle is free on the restricted patch. Worth it to be able to show off all of the other fights in this run, but a little unfortunate. So Prior to Be the final stream is totally scripted. She tears herself apart as she tries to kill you. Now it is technically possible to speed up this fight a little bit by redirecting her lasers and explosions back into her by staying very close to her. But after that phase one, I'm not gonna do that.
This is so interesting because it's almost like an escape sequence, but in reality, you're in a boss arena. It's like you're buying time for the boss to die, but like this is a normal boss arena.
Yeah, so that one we'll get. And she should die here. Nice. Now, the game fights us really hard. Now, this has got to go first try here, because at this point, my reputation stands on it. The game tries very hard to make this not a glitchless run. For you see, there is a cutscene abuse that is almost unavoidable, because if you end a boss fight that goes into a cutscene, like Priya phase 1 into phase 2, you stick at like the hitbox on your fork stays active. And so in restricted, what we actually do there is we do a double hit glitch for the final boss fight, which, spoiler alert, is Firth, who you may recall from a long time ago being unimportant, because the thing about this game is it correctly makes the point that the only thing worse than the Eldritch God personification of the entire Ocean's Rage is one tech bro who thinks he can fix everything.
Come on, do it! Hit me! Don't be a coward!
And so with that, we are on to the Firth fight. Firth is a bit of a troll, because Firth likes to parry us. Like that. The double, the triple, oh baby. That's Firth phase 1. Firth phase 2 is where everything gets scary. He starts doing true damage, which means even if you block it, he still does some chip. As well as having a full screen grab that will ruin your day if you're not careful.
I love the title changes. Like, this is Firth, Avatar of Waste.
Yeah, but obviously we're gonna get Firth first try. Alright, time is coming up. It's when Krill puts his shell on at the end of this little sequence. I do want to point out in the final sequence here that... Oh no, I had electrocute up, that's fine. that first, you don't actually kill him in the fight. Instead, he gets crushed by this giant boot liqueur. No reason why I'm bringing that up. I love the humor of this game. I love the design of this game. I love the fights in this game. It's my favorite game in the entire world. I said at the very beginning of this run that it was that this has never before been seen and may not ever again be seen, and that's because 1 second. Time. That is because in 10 days from now, 9 days from now, a major patch is coming to the game. The DLC for this game, Year of the Crab, is coming out, and so we have refrained from doing anything with glitchless until this patch comes out. Maybe it will look radically different from what you saw today. Maybe it won't, but thank you so much for having me on, Jiggy.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for showcasing this incredible game. We really appreciate it, Quacksilver. I appreciate you joining us here for Oops, You Died. Why don't you tell everybody just a little bit about what you do on your channel, and if you wanna, and I think you should, plug the next episode of Make Your Own Victory coming at you May 17th.
So true, yeah. So hi, I'm Quacksilver. You can find me on the internet. Quacksilver Plays on Twitch, Quacksilver on Blue Sky. I run a whole lot of indie games. I am currently on Rift of the Necrodancer kick, also routing FAST in this game, which is an acronym for Fork, Adaptations, and Skill Tree. Should be a ton of fun. I also am a Hotfix showrunner. I run a show called Make Your Own Victory that showcases runs that do not reach the end credits of the game. It's a ton of fun. The next one is May 17th. It's once a month, typically the first Saturday of the month, but we push a little bit for that. Thank you so much to Jiggy for having me. Despite Praia Dubia, I am nothing but extremely honored to be your brief intermission from Software. And now there is going to be so much good FromSoft when we come back.
Yes, indeed. Don't go anywhere, chat. Don't go anywhere. In fact, actually, you should go somewhere. I want you to go open a new tab and go over to gamesdonequick.com/hotfix, where you can check out this entire season's lineup. You can check out the schedule and in-depth look at all the things that we're doing throughout this season here on Hotfix. All right, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the GDQ Hotfix Oops, You Died Weekend 2. We are now jumping into more FromSoft. We got Sekiro coming up, as well as Dark Souls 2 Hitless on a saxophone, and Dark Souls 3 Glitchless coming at you today. Tomorrow, a whole new batch of speedruns, so definitely stick around and stick with us through this entire Oops, You Died weekend. All right, I want to jump right into our next run. Sekiro, all memories restricted. Wormdog, how are you?
I'm doing great, Jiggy.
I'm pumped about having this run on here. I feel like people sometimes forget Sekiro exists, even though they shouldn't. Yeah, why don't you tell us a little bit about what we're about to see, what makes it restricted, and what we're going to see here.
Okay, so basically this category is, as it says in the name, all memories, which means the max amount of memories you can get in one new game cycle. So there's 13 memories in the game, and we're going to get all of them. And so restricted basically means everything is allowed besides Alt F4ing. That is the only thing that's restricted. Yeah, that's about it.
Awesome. All right. And we also got Holm here. Holm, welcome to the show, and thank you for doing some commentary for us.
Thank you.
All right,
we're gonna have a great run.
Okay, we can start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, so just starting off with this, we're going to be going through a tutorial section, and basically FromSoft decided to limit Wolf's motor functions if he isn't holding his sword. So we're going to be doing a bunch of jumping. Oh, I missed. Got caught on the ledge right there. Jumping is faster than just walking. Don't ask me by how much. I'm not quite for sure. So what we got to do is we're going to take a little bit of a side path right here to avoid a gunner who can one-tap us. All the enemies actually can one-tap us because we are at 1 health. So we're just going straight up to Kuro's room to go get our sword so we can actually start running. So some things I kind of want to explain. Actually, just one real quick thing. One of the main texts for this run that allows us to do a lot of our skips, it's called a delayed jump. Basically, it's just extending your jump past a ledge. Normally, whenever you jump on a ledge, you're supposed to either get caught on the ledge or just fall off. But in this, we can extend our jump past ledges and reach things that you're not supposed to be able to reach. So that is a very core mechanic to the restricted runs. Delay jumps are still allowed in glitchless, but obviously you can't do any of the skips, like any boss skips in glitchless.
We're gonna have a lot of skips in this run that will make use of the delayed jump, and we'll be sure to point it out when it's gonna happen. Mm-hmm. And something that you also saw was that Worm did this grappling hook before he actually obtained the grappling hook. And that's a glitch that you can do when you're ledge grabbing, but that's only useful for that part of the game, to use the grappling hook earlier.
So we get our prosthetic right here, which does allow us to actually grapple now instead of using a glitch. So we're going to be making our way through the Ashina outskirts, but we have to first make a pit stop at the, I don't remember what her name is. She's an old lady sitting on the outskirts right before Ogre. And we have to go talk to her to get a bell charm, which allows us to go to Hirata Estate and fight Lady Butterfly. And also, we have to get this in order to get the bell charm to go fight Owl Father, because if you haven't cleared out Hirata 1, you can't go to Hirata 2. So we kind of got to go off on a detour like this. Normally, we would just run straight to Ogre. But yeah, since, this is all memories, we do have to fight Lady Butterfly. So we got to talk to her, tell her we're not her son, while her son is over there bleeding out. Yeah, so now that we got that, we can run straight over to our first skip of the game, which also makes use of a delayed jump. It is called Ogre Skip, because we skip the mini-boss Ogre, which is mandatory in a normal run. He is the first mandatory boss. But yeah, we're going to make use of a delayed jump and just kind of go right past him. It's very difficult, by the way. Very difficult. It's, as far as we know, I'm pretty sure it's frame perfect. So, yeah, it's gonna probably take a few attempts. There we go. There was that delayed jump. And then we have to go around that wall and wall kick at kind of a precise time to actually be able to make it to that ledge. You can be too low off the wall kick and not get enough height and just kind of plummet into the void. So yeah, it's a really precise skip. Fighting Ogre is a lot easier, but unfortunately Ogre Skip is a lot faster. So we do that. Next section upcoming is Canyon. There is a skip. Usually if I were doing PB attempts, I would run down to the left and do a skip called Double Canyon, which saves it saves a decent amount of time over what I'm doing now, but it is very risky. But now I'm going to be doing a skip called Baby Canyon, which is just little baby canyon right there. You wall kick off of some icicles, and you get just enough distance to clear that gap instead of shimmying across. Yeah, so now we're upcoming on our first memory, which is Gyobu Masataka Oniwa. And for this, first I'm gonna grab this idol just for safety, because we're gonna be doing a thing called an aggro chain. So basically in this game, there's this thing called stable ground. Basically, the game remembers this, these coordinate. If you want to explain it while I'm doing it, you can explain it.
Yeah, sure. The game has a built-in fail-safe mechanic for if you were to get stuck or get in some unintended place. So it remembers your last stable position, so it can put you back to it. This stable position cannot be in a boss arena, and it is also not updated while you are in combat. So right now we have our position stored right before this boss arena. So when we quit out, we'll be put back there. He just had to quit out here because he made a mistake on the jump. But once we do the rest of the section where he'll try and stay in combat, we're gonna have like an aggro chain, as we call it, and we'll end up all the way back here. And you'll see in a moment why we need to do that. But I think we should focus first on the little minute things he's gonna do here. So he's gonna do a tower jump here with a delayed jump to skip past Gyobu. Then he's gonna backstab this rat. This is an objective for a quest to get an item that we're gonna get in a moment. Then he's gonna drop down here and take a little suboptimal path to preserve the aggro chain. And he's gonna go around, and now we need to make sure that Gyobu actually falls down.
Yeah.
Because we need his memory. If he doesn't fall, then it's a little cooked. Okay, nice.
Yeah, he can be a little bit of a meme, and he likes to run in circles a lot. So, yeah, we kind of have to just wait for him to fall. And now we're going to be doing a bull skip, which is one of the few skips like in the game that doesn't require a delay jump. So it's one of those skips that for beginners it is very difficult. Like you could argue it's one of, if not the hardest skip in the game. But yeah, so right there we just had Bull stick his head through the gate, because if we don't do that, he will despawn and the aggro chain will not work. So right there, just use attack power. I'm going to menu Gachin, Akko, Ash, and Idle, and do a quit out. And so going back to that whole aggro chain thing, as you can see, if you saw in that first quit out, I got teleported to the top of that tower right before Gyobu's arena. Well, we kept that as our stable ground by getting aggro from all of those enemies. And now we're going to teleport right back to where that was. So yeah, that saves a lot of time, because normally if you don't do that, you would have to grab the idol after Gyobu dies. You have to just kind of sit there and wait for him. And run all the way over here, but with that we can just teleport right to the beginning of the arena and run straight to Tengu, where we get our Ashina esoteric text, which gives us the carp skills, which are very useful in a casual playthrough. Especially, we don't use them much in a lot of speedruns anymore. They used to be used, but strats got better and whatnot. But yeah, so now we're gonna go to Temple, and we're gonna get another skill book from the sculptor. We're going to talk to him twice, immediately skip. Oh, another thing that you may have noticed, we don't have subtitles on. That is intentional, because without subtitles on, you can skip a lot of dialogue. They didn't make it to where you have to go through the entire dialogue section every single time. For some parts, you can just completely skip it. So that Home, do you know like how much overall and then like even in just like glitch
on this run it saves over a minute.
Yeah, just with dialogue.
Subtitles. Yeah,
it's pretty insane. It wasn't found immediately. I'm not quite sure how long after the game came out it was found or figured out.
It took a while to find, because the standard is to check for all of the like language options, but no one checked to just turn off the subtitles. And
yeah, I'm playing in Spanish, but that doesn't do anything. It's just kind of funny. Alright, anyways, we're going on to a skip here. This is called Lone Shadow Skip, which was actually just revealed early last year. It was found by my commentator here, home_GG. It is an incredible skip, because in any percent it saves, it's like 15 seconds. And you may ask, why is it called Lone Shadow Skip? Why isn't it called Shichiman Skip? Because before that skip, we used to have to fight Lone Shadow to get down here to the depths. So yeah, gonna run over here and grab this ash. Don't forget that, it's a little safety ash, which we are going to use for an upcoming memory boss, our next memory boss. But first we have to get through Snake Eyes. So I'm going to use a strat. It's called 180 dead angling. And Home, if you want to explain kind of what dead angles are while I'm doing this fight.
Yeah, in this game, the enemies are programmed to use their guard to deflect and block for themselves, just as the player would. But if your attack starts while you're not facing them, then this entire mechanic is overwritten and they don't know what to do and they just get hit. And combined with that, they program the game so that most of these enemies that do use their sword, they would stagger in one hit. So you can kind of loop a lot of bosses this way.
Yeah, and it's a lot faster than, not a lot faster, but faster than the old strat where runners would just kind of trap Snake Eyes in the corner and just do normal dead angles, which is where you just look away from the enemy and just kind of wail on them. But yeah, the variant I did right there is called 180 dead angling, and it's where you hit them until they block, and then you do a dead angle by flicking back and forth. And you kind of push them. You push the boss like way further than you would with just normal dead angles. And it's really good for that, for Snake Eyes right there, because we get her a lot closer to the fog wall. So there's a lot less distance we have to make up after the fight ends. Okay, so upcoming is a fight I'm kind of nervous for. I have an extra Akko just in case anything goes wrong, but first we're gonna do some parkour here to get on this tree and then get on the roof. Okay, I need to focus real quick. Oh my god, that was scary. Whew. Okay. Whew. Glad that one went fine.
Obligatory Miss Noble joke.
I had to. It's not a Sekiro run in a marathon if you don't make a Miss Noble joke. Okay, yeah. Anyways, Miss Noble is a joke of a mini boss, but he is mandatory. So, yeah. Yeah, so. Normally, though, in an actual run, I would really use this Akko on him because it does save, like, 0.2 seconds if you drop down, backstab him, use the Akko, and then get him into the corner. So, but I have this Akko, extra Akko just for safety. I'm gonna run to this hut, grab this confetti. That hut is very scary. There's a lot of little old ladies who can grab you and very brutally stab you with a knife. I've lost a number of runs to that. Yeah. Anyways, so upcoming is our second memory boss, Corrupted Monk. If you've seen Sekiro runs before, you've seen what I'm about to do. Basically, we're not going to fight her at all. We are going to run around the arena because she doesn't spawn in. Then we're going to turn, we're going to use our snap seeds, and then we're going to use Ash to get her closer to this pillar over here. We're going to backstep, then wall kick off that, and death blow Corrupted Monk from behind. So basically, the only reason that's doable, if you're familiar with the Corrupted Monk, true Corrupted Monk in Fountainhead, she has a death blowable phase 2, which is intended, but they, I guess, didn't like make it not applicable to this version of Corrupted Monk. So yeah, we get her close enough to where we can just wall kick off of that little pillar and yeah, stealth death blower. Really cool
being able to stealth death blow bosses is really not, like, actual memory bosses is not something that's you're really supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
For mini bosses and for enemies that are around the terrain, the game was totally designed for that, but all of the bosses are pretty much made in a way where you couldn't do that. So it's pretty crazy that they left this in.
Yeah, definitely very insane. Okay, so now we're going right into our next memory boss, Genitro Ashina, and we're going to show off the first instance of the main form of transport in this game, or this run, air swimming. Basically, if you go underwater out of bounds, you can enter back in bounds and still be swimming. So as you can see, we're swimming through the air. It allows you to swim straight up to Genny's arena. And cutscenes take you out of air swim, which is very convenient. And yeah, we're right into the Genitro fight. I'm going to use a confetti, kind of Goomba stomp him into the corner. and these are traditional dead angles. These have been widely used for most of the game's lifespan. And it's exactly what, like, pretty much exactly what I did earlier on Snake Eyes, but no blocking required. Yeah, so he kind of just
also did
gets
a
bullied.
cool little maneuver there, because Dimitri was gonna go for his arrows, and so he did a particular strafe to cancel him out of the arrows.
Yeah,
that was
his arrows
really
can interrupt you in your hit. So yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna use the Yash here. Turn around. He misses just barely. He gives me one lightning, backstep, jump forward. It's a cool little arrow trick. It's fast lightning. Oh, he did it again! No way!
Double air.
That is very rare. That does not happen often.
Marathon luck.
Wow,
or
that was
GDQ luck.
That was a really good fight, actually. Yeah, so Guinea gets kind of bullied with Yash. I didn't expect to get double arrow lightning. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and so now after we kill Guinea, we're going to go into kind of an annoying dialogue section. It's pretty boring. So, yeah, there's not much to talk about in it.
This is where all that time saved from dialogue skip is, which is the subtitles turned off thing. We have to do a lot of this dialogue because even though we're doing a glitched run, there are a lot of triggers that need to be met for certain bosses to be able to be fought. So, for example, we picked up the Young Lord Spell Charm earlier, which will allow us to go to Hirata 1, but for Hirata 2 to be entered, we not only need to first get that Young Lord Spell Charm, we also need to do a bunch of other dialogue to open up for the entire ending quest for the purification ending, which is what the second Hirata estate is locked behind. So yeah, that's just a feature of this game.
Yeah, a lot of, which is very stark contrast from the Dark Souls games, because a lot of the time, there's not a lot of dialogue like this. It's like there's some mandatory dialogue and whatnot, but it's not to the extent of this game. Okay, anyway, down here, Black Hat Badger, gonna buy 3 Yash sugars, because this run is very starved on Yashiriku sugars, and these are our main damage dealers. They half your HP for what's like 25% more posture damage, I think.
Yeah, 50% more posture damage.
Oh, it's in 25% more vitality, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, they are absolutely broken. Okay, so now we're going to be doing another air swim entrance. Oh, that's awkward. Okay, well, I got kind of shorted on the distance, so I'm going to have to idle back.
That's fine.
Unlucky. Yeah, it's not that big of a time loss, but so delayed jumps are not very consistent in this game, although I may have been able to make that with a more perfect angle, but you can get different distances on your delayed jumps, so it kind of makes things awkward sometimes. Okay, there we go. We're out of bounds. Gonna drop into some water here, and now we're going to be swimming to Senpo. What is it called? What is the name of it? Is it Mount
Congo.
Senpo?
Senpo Temple.
Oh, Senpo Temple. That's what it is.
Congo.
Oh my gosh. I could not think. You see, I just speedrun the game, I don't remember all these names. Yeah, anyways, so we're going to do some out-of-bounds swimming. We swim up right there above the water to load the abandoned dungeon, because if we didn't do that, we would get instantly killed. For some reason, whenever you're air swimming to new areas without previously loading the game or loading the next area, you just kind of hit death planes, I guess. I don't think we're quite for sure how it works exactly, but
yeah, you need to go area by area, otherwise the game just says no.
Yeah,
so you have to first go to the dungeon before you can go to Senpo.
Yeah, that actually happened to me yesterday. I was doing a practice run, and I accidentally swam up a little bit too early, and I just got instant killed. And yeah, So right now I'm setting up another aggro chain actually. I'm going to be kind of jump out of the water there. We're going to be going onto this roof over here. We're going to drop down by these dogs, get this one to turn so he doesn't come running at us super quick. We're going to run up and grab this idol. Normally, you would run all the way up the temple and grab the idol right before the folding screen monkeys, but that is very unsafe. Very easy to die, and also very easy to lose the aggro chain. So yeah, this idol, if you've watched an any percent run, you may be familiar with that. That's the idol that we grabbed in that category. So we're going to swim over here, grab these emblems, and now we're going to... What is it? Is this snake skip?
I don't know what this is called. I always called it Sunken Valley Air Swim, because now we're going from Senpo to Sunken Valley, which are also two adjacent maps, so we need to, do a quit out here to make sure that we don't run into death planes.
Yeah.
And we are doing all of this because we're trying to set up for later. Once the use of the air swim glitch is a little limited because we need water to enter and we need water to exit. When we're in air swim, we can't actually fight enemies because we're not able to interact with prompts such as the final death blow prompt of a boss. So we're just getting all of this out of the way at once, and then we can teleport back and forth to actually kill the bosses afterwards. So we set up for the folding screen monkeys fight with getting that idol in by the temple grounds in Senpo. And now we're going to the Bodhisattva.
Bodhisattva? Hopefully that's not butchering the pronunciation too crazy.
I mean, it absolutely is, but we'll go with it.
Yeah,
and
so
this is for Guardian Ape.
Yeah, we're grabbing this idol to come back to Ape later because we want... we want to kill monkeys first because we are going to be getting our big damage after we kill the folding screen monkeys. First off, I'm going to use these coin purses because I need to buy a bunch of spirit emblems because we don't kill pretty much any mini bosses in this run. So we need to buy spirit emblems because mini bosses are your main source of spirit emblems. So Snake Eyes and Miss Noble, they do drop spirit emblems, but you can only get spirit emblems once you have either a ninjutsu or a combat art. And Genny gives us a ninjutsu, so we can't get emblems in this run until after we kill Genny.
So basically, we're breaking the game in a way so that the game isn't giving us spirit emblems, so we have to buy them instead.
Yeah, exactly.
Man, this game, what were they thinking?
Yeah, spirit emblems are very controversial. What the heck? Why don't I just have unlimited spirit emblems and they just constantly regenerate?
Yeah.
Jeez. Come on, FromSoft. Even modders have that in their mods. Okay, so anyways, we're going to our next memory boss, the folding screen monkeys. We're going to interact with this bell, and we're going to use this gotching on the inside. So basically, once we use this gotching, we dash back, hit the invisible monkey that's right behind us from the very beginning. We wait a sec before running forwards to red or orange, whatever you want to call him, because he will spot us if we instantly try running towards him. So we have to kind of wait a second before sprinting, and we just kind of smack the folding screen monkeys to death. It is faster to just deplete their health bar instead of death blowing them. And we can get the backstab on the purple monkey, and bam, that is folding screen monkeys. Very troublesome boss on a first playthrough. I actually have a clip of my first playthrough when I was trying to find the invisible monkey, and I was like, you've got to be kidding me. Because I was listening, I finally heard the footsteps. I was like, oh no, he's right behind me. And it's not a fun experience. Yeah, anyways, so now we got that. We got an X memory, and now we can get the Mortal Blade. This thing is absolutely disgusting. You could say it's lore accurate because of how good it is. So basically there's people call it a bug, people call it a glitch. Oh well, it's one of the two. If you jump and then use Mortal Draw, it does as much damage as an empowered Mortal Draw, which is an additional upgrade to the Mortal Draw that you get that it has like a charge up. So, and it deals a lot of damage, but yeah, on the first hit of the 2 MD hit, if you jump, it does as much damage as an empowered Mortal Draw, which is what we did right there for Ape. And so on Ape, we're going to be trying to hit headshots, because headshots are a thing in this game. Yeah, so that's the Ape fight. We kind of just destroy him. It's pretty insane. For some reason, this fog wall, it takes like a really long time to disappear. Yeah, it takes a really long time. I kind of like to taunt on his body, kind of hit him a few times. Just kind of waiting.
Gotta cause some drama waiting.
What?
He gets back up?
Oh my gosh. Well, yeah, I kind of got memed there. That was a little, I mean, I also got a little bit greedy.
15 though. Hey, we got 15.
That's 15? Dang.
Yeah, that's our 15th death of the run.
Oh, that's not good.
16th death. Let's go. Chat, everybody.
Well, I don't know how he killed me there, actually. That's fine. We can actually... I'm gonna use an Akko for this first phase. It's gonna take a little bit longer. But, actually, yeah, I'm not quite for sure how he killed me there.
It's okay. It's worth it. It's worth it.
Hey, we're gonna keep going.
We have to do a little waiting here for the second grouping of hits there, because we can do this thing where we can like make him unstagger and then restagger, so you can like infinitely loop him.
Yeah.
We don't have to do that when we have a Yash, because we have enough damage to kill him in one sequence.
Yeah, but I'm glad I had that safety Akko, because that would have been a lot slower if I didn't. Okay, let me like actually not die this time.
Yeah, I think I'll explain the strat while you focus on the boss. So we're gonna try and headshot him, even though he doesn't have a head on his head anymore. He still has a headshot hitbox, which inflicts double posture damage. So we're gonna try and use our mortal draws to hit him in the head, and it's gonna do a lot of damage. Combine the headshots with the jumping mortal draws, and our hits can do as much as 10x the amount of damage that a normal hit on him would do.
Yeah, it's very good, like very, very good. But the headshots are not easy by any means to get. They're very difficult and kind of precise to get properly, because you can easily just like hit his shoulder and not.
Yeah.
If you hit his shoulder before it hits the head, then it doesn't count as a headshot. So you have to know where to aim and how to aim, and yeah. Anyways, so now we're going on to our next memory boss, which is just Headless Ape. And he gets very, very bullied. He is very, 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 very squishy, unlike his with head counterpart. Oh, yep, he dies very quickly. That's phase 1 down. And phase 2 is going to go by pretty much just as quickly.
Ooh, nice headshots.
Yeah. Yeah. And that just goes to show even more so how disgustingly broken Mortal Draw is. You know, a lot of people, I mean, me included, that's like one of the hardest fights in the game, casually, but we very much just trivialize it with Mortal Draw.
Yeah, this boss is often referred to as Double Ape, because he has his wife comes and helps him in the second phase.
Right,
but
yeah.
we kill him so fast that the brown ape doesn't even spawn.
Yeah, sometimes she actually can spawn, and she kind of just does this weird loop of falling over and over. Oh wait, I'm not. So there is an air swim you can do right here, but I'm actually going to drop down here and grab this Yash, since I did expend an extra one.
That's smart.
Yeah, normally you would do that same entrance to air swim that I did when swimming to Senpo Temple, but you can't grab this Yash if you do that. So yeah, I'm gonna grab that one and do some parkour, some grapple parkour to get up to our next memory boss, Owl. Great Shinobi Owl to be exact. I'm doing a very difficult strat to say the least, but I find it less gambling than getting him stuck in the corner. So basically you can get him stuck in the opposite corner of where we got Genichiro stuck. And just kind of wail on him like we did Genichiro. But we can also just use Mortal Draw and absolutely annihilate him.
Actually fighting a boss straight up, or
yeah,
mostly
right?
straight up. That's crazy. He's gonna try and fit in some dead angling as well, and we can in fact also dead angle our Mortal Draw. Some enemies can reduce the damage from the Mortal Draw by blocking it, and so we can kind of like aim it with a dead angle to avoid them blocking it.
Oh, I'm getting poisoned. That's awkward, but it's probably fine.
Oh!
As long as he... Uh-oh. I'm probably gonna... Yeah, oh, man, just barely. He did not give me very nice RNG, to say the least. Oh, I'm gonna get poisoned again, but it's fine. That was not nice RNG whatsoever. The fact that he did 2 poison in a row is like extremely unlucky. Yeah, so we're gonna run over here, grab this idol, and rest at it. So we can get Emma to spawn, because we got to do another dialogue section, which is really boring, but yeah, anyways. So we normally in restrict, if I were doing PB attempts, I would just do a bunch of quit outs, because quitting out resets the world state and gets NPCs to kind of spawn to their next like location that they're supposed to go to. But that's really slow RTA, so I'm just gonna go back up to that idol a bunch of times and rest at it to get Emma to go to her next position. Yeah, and so this is the second section where no subtitles saves a lot of time. You can just skip like so much. You can skip all of Emma's dialogue right here, actually. So we talked to her 3 times, then we go back talk to Kuro. I don't remember what the dialogue says, but anyways, we burn the incense, and then we have to cut Kuro to put his blood on there. This incense allows us access to Fountainhead Palace. But first, before going there, we have to do the purification dialogue, which this is how we get access to Hirata 2, so we can fight Owl Father. You have to do that eavesdrop. You have to do it before you kill Dragon, or else you are locked out of Hirata 2. Which definitely probably screwed a lot of people over in their first playthroughs. I'm pretty sure I watched a guide on my first playthrough, so yeah. Yeah, we just talked to Emma a bunch of times. Rested the idol. Now we have to run down to the old grave, talk to her one more time, and then we're gonna go to Dilapidated Temple to eavesdrop on the sculptor and Emma, and then we're gonna talk to Emma to get the father's bell charm. I'm gonna grab this gotching here. I don't need it, but that's just in case. Gonna grab this dragon's blood droplet as well. The dragon blood droplet restores a resurrection node, just in case I die at any like unfortunate time.
Yeah, so we can farm some more deaths for the counter. I mean, so we can avoid dying.
Hey, shadows die twice, right? Isn't that the name of the game?
Yeah.
Although
we gotta make use of those deaths.
A little more than twice, but it's fine. Yeah, eavesdrop, and then we have to go around. And this is another instance where jumping is faster than walking, because we don't have our sword out. That's about what you overheard. We're gonna talk to this prompt and then immediately skip. Get the father's bell charm. And now we can finally go to Fountainhead Palace, which is like, I think community consensus, the best area in the game. It just, especially in terms of looks. It's
Yeah, I was gonna
really
say.
good looking. I love Fountainhead.
Also has some of the most annoying enemies, but
Okay,
thankfully
that too, but
we'll be able to make our way past that, and you'll show that just after the boss.
yep, we're coming up on our next memory boss. This is the true corrupted monk, not the ghost form that we saw in Mibu. So remember how we mentioned that you can stealth Deathblow and intended stealth Deathblow her second phase? Well, you can kind of do that to her first phase. It's definitely not intended. It's a lot more precise, but it's
Nice.
yeah. If you kind of do what I just did right there, you can actually get rid of the first phase and then go straight into Deathblowing the second phase. And bam! Wow, a third phase? Thanks, FromSoft.
Yeah.
That saves a lot of time and resources. So we're gonna do an actually scripted fight. Dodge, MD, nope, and bam, that is Corrupted Monk. So that first attack she did, well, she does the 5 big swings, I guess. I iframed the last of the big swings, but that attack she does afterwards, that is scripted only if you get that first phase stealth death blow. That is the only way that it is scripted. And I really tried implementing that strat into all bosses and mini bosses glitchless. It did not work out. So yeah. Anyways, now we're going on to a pretty major skip. I call it lake skip. Some people call it palace skip. There's not really like a community consensus on the name, I don't think. But yeah, so basically we kind of time our dive underwater there. So Shizu, the Okami leader, does not hit us with a lightning ball, and we can skip 99% of Fountainhead Palace. But we do have to watch out for the giant carp, because he one-shots you if he hits you, so yeah. Now,
Thank you, FromSoft.
yeah, thanks FromSoft. Jeez. What's with all the one-shots in these games? Come on, guys. So yeah, now we are going to rest at this idol. We're going to use our memory, and then we're going to immediately go into Divine Dragon, our next memory boss. Divine Dragon is one of, if not the most polarizing fight in the entire game. So if you may remember from your casual playthrough, he is just a gimmick boss. He throws a bunch of lightning around, and you lightning reversal it by grappling onto these trees. We're going to make it a little bit faster, though. You can actually hit his arm whenever he slams down or does anything, and you can also hit his neck whenever he does his little neck dive attack. So we're going to make use of that with our MDs, and hopefully everything goes well. But first, we do have to get through this phase, which is pretty much just like Deacons of the Deep from Dark Souls 3. We're going to use 2 MDs. Clear out a bunch of them, because more won't spawn unless you have already killed some. So we do just need to kill a bunch so more will spawn. Like I'm pretty sure there can only be a set amount spawned at a certain time. Yeah, and then we grapple onto this tree branch, and then we aerial death blow one of them, and then we get this big wind thing. That was pretty nice. Got all of them in a timely manner. None of them were trolling. And now on to the big fight. Okay, he gives us a sweep opener. That's actually good. We're gonna grapple over to this lightning, instantly use it. We're gonna run down here and try to bait out an attack. We got it, that's good. Oh, that was a partial. Gonna try to bait out one more attack, hopefully. Nice, okay. Gonna do 1 MD. Where's lightning? There it is. Oh, our Yash ran out. Yash does apply to lightning damage. So, oh wait, let's see if I can get this before it oh, big save. Oh my god.
Huge.
Wow. Yeah, I almost got completely blown away, but the lightning grab barely saved me. Oh
Yeah,
man.
like cancel the knockback.
Holy, that was big. Okay, so now we're just on to an auto scroller. Pretty boring. I like deflecting the attacks because it's fun. A lot of people just dodge the attacks, but we do have to dodge these sweeps. Yeah, just kind of let them.
And
We gotta let them do attacks.
I remember that once upon a time, Wormdog was having this issue where the last part of this fight would bug out on him, and it turned out it was because he did not do this, the jump deflect, right on the final one there.
Yeah.
For some reason, like if you deflect it, you can die from this, which is an intended lightning that's gonna strike you, so that you can end the fight in like a cinematic way. For some reason, that just doesn't work.
It's because
if you,
if you have full posture, it breaks your posture. For some reason, it only happens if you have maxed out posture bar, which is kind of why I kind of walked for a second so I could let my posture recover. But yeah, oh my gosh, I literally was, when I was running all bosses and mini bosses going for world record, I had that happen to me so many times. I was so confused. And then a hitless runner named Savio, he told me that was the reason, and I was like, wow, I cannot believe that was the case this whole time. I felt genuinely like destroyed. Because I love deflecting the last flurry because it's just really fun to deflect. But yeah, I was getting punished that whole time for doing it. So, okay, so now we're going into the first Harada estate version, where we're going to start off immediately by doing an air swim. This is probably my least favorite air swim entrance in the game. So, it's kind of scuffed. Oh, and I barely missed it. So, got idle back. Yeah, I kind of... When you run up on the branch that you saw me jump off of, you can kind of like slip forwards up the branch. It's really awkward. It's really annoying, and you can't get a good angle. So let's do that again, but this time not have that happen. You're joking. Okay. We do actually have to hit this air swim because it skips a lot of Harada.
It's kind of a weird entrance because, like, the part where you gotta go out of bounds is like, you gotta like slide for a bit, but the slide, depending on how you land on it, on the piece of geometry, you can like slide to the wrong side.
Yeah, it's so awkward. I hate it. There we go.
There we go.
Yeah. That is definitely my least favorite air swim entrance. Oh, we got the sewage color.
Come on, Worm. It's great. It's great.
Yeah, it's great. I love sliding just like a pixel too far to the side and not being able to go down. It's crazy. If you look at the mesh, the top of where we try to enter is huge. Like, it is a gigantic area where there's just no textures, no anything, or no collision, I mean. But then where we actually enter, it's the tiniest little like triangle. It's so weird. I don't understand. It makes it so way more annoying than it needs to be. Anyway, so I aggroed that guy on the bridge. Should be. I'm just gonna aggro these guys just in case, because we need to do another aggro chain. I guess I don't think we ever really mentioned air swimming is preserved through aggro chains, which is huge. I don't know exactly how that works, but yeah, that's why. So whenever I do this quit out, I'm going to be entering back into my swim state, and I'll be able to swim completely past, well, I guess I already have swam completely past Shinobi Hunter Enshin, and then I'm also going to be able to skip past the first Juzo boss, Juzo the Drunkard. You can see him down there. Hey guys, don't mind me, I'm just gonna swim right on past you. He is both Enshin, the Shinobi Hunter, and Juzo are supposed to be mandatory. But yeah, you can just air swim right past them, and you can swim right into Lady Butterfly's arena. Really convenient. I'm gonna run over here. I'm gonna use the Yash. That's really good. She does a sweep, nice. 2 MDs, and bam. That was perfect, actually.
Gone.
So now,
deleted.
now, phase 2. It's not a very specific positioning, but the timing is very specific. We're going to hit her once. Oh, I messed it up. It's fine. She was very nice to me. Basically, what you're supposed to do is you hit her once when she's midair, and it doesn't stagger her before she lands. So she does this whole like landing animation, where she's kind of like crouched down here for a second. And then you can hit her with another MD to get her out of that one. And then you do another jump MD and she's dead. But I kind of mistimed the first MD. So yeah.
It works though.
Yeah.
We got plenty of damage.
yeah, we get plenty of damage. Okay, so now going into second Harada immediately straight off the bat, where I'm going to use a heal real quick. I don't need to, but just because. We're going to jump up here. We're going to use a Gotchin because you can see those enemies over there. We need to grab an idol that's just past them. So we're going to jump over them. We're going to run over, grab this idol, rest, use memory of Lady Butterfly, and get a bunch of skills. These are our last skills of the run. So we're going to be getting Mikiri, Shinobi Eyes, and some emblem skills. So we'll have 18 emblems. Well, I'll get 18 emblems once I kill this Lone Shadow. So yeah, now we cannot skip past this Juzo fight. As far as we know, there's no known skip. But I'm gonna do a thing that makes it a lot easier, where I'm gonna kill the ads, and I'm gonna do a quit out, which spawns me right behind Juzo, and I can get a stealth death blow. Oh.
This is technically an aggro chain as well, because his entire arena here is unstable ground. So we'll be put back right before the arena starts.
Yeah, it's like right before. And we're gonna get a free stealth death blow. Gonna do 2 MDs. Hope he gives a good attack. That's good. Oh my gosh. If I would have gotten grabbed by that, that would have been embarrassing. That grab is notoriously known for its bad tracking. Like, it's so bad. I don't know. Juzo does not know how to aim his grab. So that would have been pretty embarrassing if I did get grabbed there. And now we're going into our third to last memory boss, which is Owl Father. This is probably... I'd say this is probably the hardest fight in the run, because of our lack of resources. Normally, in like all bosses, mini bosses, you have a lot more emblems, and you would also have ceremonial Tonto. But we're just gonna do 3 MDs to start off. That was very good phase 1. We're gonna do 2 MDs. Oh, he's gonna go off to his owl form. I'm gonna do another MD, or another 2. That was actually incredible. Wow. That was such a good fight. Oh my gosh, the amount of memeing this boss can do is absolutely atrocious. Like, he can at any point pretty much just go into his owl form and just waste time. He really likes to stall. Okay, we're gonna wait a second to set the idol, because if you get a pop-up when you're sitting at an idol, you will get stood up from it. So we're gonna use our last memory, and we're gonna go to Kuro's room. So all we have left for memories are Demon of Hatred and Sword Seinishin. But first off, to make a detour, we got to go grab some Yash sugars because we are completely out. So we're gonna run over to this, where Ishin would be before you kill Dragon. He is currently not in a very good state, and by that I mean he is perished. So we're gonna run over here. We're gonna grab this Yash. We're gonna do a quit out because an aggro chain is set up right now, where we're gonna get teleported pretty much right outside of Kuro's room. And then we're going to do not necessarily new, but relatively new addition to the all memories route. We call it just Demon Air Swim. Basically, if you remember kind of what happened with Gyobu, he died from falling because for some reason memory bosses are affected by death planes in this game. Not quite sure why. Basically, we're gonna do a bunch of area loading and deloading to get Demon to just kind of die without us ever having to touch him. Kind of have to wait here a second because you can get teleported back to the air swim entrance. So we're gonna quit out below that tower.
That's kind of an anti-aggro chain there.
Yeah,
you gotta wait for them to drop aggro, or technically for them to deload, because those guys are like perma mad at you for some reason.
Yeah, it's so weird. That's not an issue in all bosses and mini bosses, but for some reason in this category it is. Anyways, we're gonna swim over to where this idol is so we can load in Demon. We're gonna swim up to him, quit out. This quit out despawns the enemies in his arena. So when we load back in, he will immediately aggro onto us and start chasing us. And then we're going to do a little bit of swimming. We're going to exit swim right below castle. Well, I guess like the Ashina Castle idol, I think is right by. Which will deload Demon's Arena. And I'll show you in a second. It's pretty funny. We're going to swim over to the reservoir. Go over here, and if you want to look at Demon, there he is. He just kind of disappears. Yeah, I guess he was really tired of being a demon of hatred, which I don't blame him. So that's our second to last memory boss. Now we're going to our final memory boss, which is Sword Saint Ishin, which isn't really a bad fight, like in this run. I mean, like you have enough resources to where it's not too slow. It's not crazy fast, but yeah, first off though, we do have to get rid of Genichiro, which is the phase 1, technically, of Sword Saint Ishin. We're going to use a Yash immediately. We're going to do a Jump MD. We're going to hit him. Oh, didn't need to do that. Muscle memory. Oh, missed that first deflect. Whatever. Anyways, that's Way of Tomoe out of the way. We're gonna fight normal SSI. Normal SSI. We're gonna fight SSI phase 1 normally. That's what I meant to say. Great RNG for first phase. Hit him. We're gonna use the Yash. Gonna hit him twice and then do a Jump MD. Jump iframe that. Hope he does some good attacks. That's not nice. That's nice. Okay, we're gonna hope he does instant lightning. After a Jump MD, perfect. This phase is now scripted. And that is all the memory bosses. Bam. We gotta go through a long killing phase. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Whew. Okay. That was a really good SSI fight, at least. He can be very, very, very memey. Very memey. Yeah, that was really good.
And we'll have time coming up once the credits roll, which is after we trigger the ending.
Yeah. But I talk to Kuro, I'll skip a cutscene, and then it'll be time, as soon as the credits roll.
No.
And time.
GG!
Ooh, thank you. What was the time on that? I don't have it.
That was a 54:45.
Oh, dang! Actually below estimate. Holy crap, I expected that to be a little bit over with kind of how shaky some of that stuff was. That's good. Nice.
No, that was awesome. Yeah, you were you won 1 minute under. 1 minute under the estimate. It's pretty awesome.
That's really good. Oh, and to clarify, just to show that we have all of the memories, just so nobody questions it, there are 13 memory bosses. I'll show them all off in my inventory real quick. We go over here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Bam.
There it is, 13 memory bosses. That is actually incredible. Thank you so much there, Worm Dog, for showcasing this awesome game. And everybody at home, please go follow Worm Dog. You can hover over his name in the title of the show and click that big old follow button. Worm, what do you do on your show, and what can they expect when they hit that follow button? Because I know they're all hovering over it right now. They're all hovering over it. They just gotta click that button.
I mainly do speedruns. My main game is Sekiro, but I've actually done speedruns of the Dark Souls trilogy. I've done Dark Souls 1, both versions of Dark Souls 2 and Dark Souls 3. I've also done some casual playthroughs. Like I just recently did a Persona 4 casual playthrough, so if you're into that kind of stuff. Yeah, but mainly speedruns. And I go live pretty much like every day. So, yeah.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for showcasing this. And again, everybody, please go check out Worm. Home, thank you so much for commentating. It was awesome. I appreciate you very much. Anything you want to say?
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, well, I'd like to say thank you to all the viewers and thank you to all the Sekiro runners who came out, and to all the future Sekiro runners who are sitting out in chat right now. Speedrun.com/Sekiro. You know where to find us.
We have a great community. This community is actually incredible. I've only been running this game for like a year. They welcomed me with open arms. We will help you with anything. This community is awesome.
Incredible. Seriously, both of you, thank you so much for showcasing this here on Oops You Died Weekend. Don't go away, everybody. When we come back, we are going to jump into Dark Souls 2 with Dr. Doot hitless on a saxophone. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the GDQ Hotfix Oops You Died Weekend. My name is still Jiggy. It hasn't changed in the last run. But we have two more runs coming at you today. We have Dark Souls 2 hitless saxophone with Dr. Doot, and then we have Dark Souls 3 glitchless with Peachy Shortcake. So I'm super excited for that. But then, of course, tomorrow we have a whole second list of incredible Dark Souls runs that we will be doing. So definitely stick around and hit that follow button, because here on the GDQ channel, we love to bring you incredible speedrunning showcases. We do all kinds of them, including one that's coming up that you actually can be a part of. Black in a Flash is returning with an event for Juneteenth, from June 20th through the 22nd. You can learn more about how to join Black in a Flash community and submit your runs if you go to gdq.gg/BAF. Without further ado, I'm ready to jump into this. Dr. Doot on Dark Souls 2. Dr. Doot, how are you?
I'm doing great. Without further ado, you mean, I hope.
Oh, yes, without further ado.
But it's nice to be here. It's nice to be back. I'm very, very excited. I've been cooking up Dark Souls 2 hitless on a saxophone, and I was telling Jiggy during the break that I'm actually, this could be the world's first tonight. If we get this hitless tonight, folks, world's first saxophone controlled Dark Souls 2, because right now I'm currently sitting at a PB of 1 hit across this entire game. So let's pray to the gods of the Doot. We're gonna get this tonight.
Hype in the chat, everybody. This is it. This could be the world's first. You do not want to miss this. This is gonna be incredible.
Yeah, I really, really hope this goes okay. And are we all ready to Doot?
I think I'm ready.
You want to get going?
Oh, wait. I also wanted to introduce, we do have another, we have a commentator here, Moonlight. Yes. Moonlight Ghost, you're here as well. I'm sorry.
Yeah, hi.
I was so excited for the Doots.
I was excited for it too. Yeah, I am Moonlight Ghost. I primarily do Bloodborne, but I have seen many hitless runs in all of the games, so I'm knowledgeable enough about Dark Souls 2. Definitely been watching a lot of Dr. Doot the past month.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you again, Ghost, for commentating for this. And I should mention before we get started, for people who don't know, this is called an aerophone. It's basically an electric saxophone that I've programmed to work as a game controller, where every note that I play on the instrument corresponds to a button press on the gamepad. There is a little control stick that we affectionately call the nubbin on the back of the instrument. Lets us move our character around in the game. Everything else in the game, though, including the camera, is controlled one doot at a time. Like that. And so that's kind of how we're going to be working through this. There may be a couple of sections where I have to do some menuing, and I might use my keyboard for that just to make things a little bit faster. But other than that, like I said, it's going to be 99% dudes tonight.
All right.
Cool.
Whenever you're ready to rock and roll, let's do it.
3,
let's
2,
do it.
1. Let's do it.
Sadly, we have to miss the cool opening cutscene. So with Dark Souls 2, you do not start at the select character creation screen like in all the other games. You actually have this little area you have to traverse to get to the Firekeepers, where you will then get to be able to create your character. We're going to be E this time, not even Doc. Doc is going to start off as Explorer because it has the highest amount of ADP and a good selection of starting items. He's also going to drop all of his armor because we're going to be getting a primary set of armor in Majula from an NPC. And we'll learn more about ADP once he starts leveling up, but ADP is the overall governing stat for agility in this game, which is what governs how many iframes your character has. This is the only game in the series that has a stat tied to iframes. It is a very controversial decision. I'm definitely in the camp of I don't think it should have happened, and we are able to just grab that item, but Doc likes to pound this wagon instead and break it and grab the soul instead.
It's easier.
Is it really? Damn. This is more of the tutorial, but no one does it in no hit because there's nothing to get here. And Doc got the bonfire low earlier. He's going to come back to get a special ring from an enemy. But a nice little quality of life detail they added in this game is when you get the Majula bonfire, the hub area, that'll be the first thing you warp to and not that bonfire, even though it comes earlier. Here, Doc is going to grab this sacred chime to be able to cast a special miracle later on. Going to discard the mace because it's not necessary. Casual players can pick up the binoculars right there if they want. Get the bonfire for what, in my opinion, is the best hub area they ever made. Quickly talk to the Emerald Herald just to get the Estus Flask and her to exhaust her dialogue off screen. Now Doc is heading over to this little hut to kill an NPC for his garb. Each piece of the garb increases your souls gained after you kill an enemy or a boss, and altogether it adds up to about 20%. Right now he's just aligning himself so that these wishing urns should hit Molin, the NPC, in the head, so should only take 4, but if it takes 5, he'll still die.
Curses upon you, enough of this!
Perfect.
We want to do it this way because Molin is actually a pretty dangerous NPC if you actually let him like pull out his scimitar all the way and fight you. Up here is a Titanite shard. Those would be for upgrading our primary weapon later on. Nice jump. I'm stunned by how much parkour happens in this game. I think only Elden Ring has more. Over here, I believe, are some homeward okay, life gem, never mind.
And parkour is utterly terrible to do on the Aerophone, I will say.
I can only imagine with your 8 directions. Here are the homeward bones. Next to that is a big tombstone where you can join a special covenant to make the game harder if you decide to. Now Doc is going to head over to, what is it? I think it's called Hyde's Tower.
Hyde's Tower of Flame.
Hyde's Tower of Flame, even. Hyde's Tower of Flame is definitely one of my personal favorite areas in the game. It is just, I think it's just a beautiful place to look at. As many of you probably know that there are 2 editions of this game. There is the vanilla version that first came out, and then there's the Scholar edition that came out, I think, maybe a year later. Scholar edition changed up quite a few enemy placements, and among other things, and one thing they decided to do was gather all the Hyde's knights that exist everywhere else in the levels, just put them all back here. There's a bonfire down there, but we're gonna skip it because we don't need it. Easily able to strafe that guy. He didn't even try to attack. This guy I always struggle getting past. This guy is also not really gonna do anything. There is a neat jump you can make around here to like skip a bit of the running section, but I don't think Doc would do it anyway, but you need a special like patch or so, like little app that fixes things called baby jumps in this game that makes you jump much shorter than you're supposed to. This is our first boss. Doc is going to let him step forward about 7 or 8 steps, then barrel through, and he should jump right off. I really love how the music just abruptly cuts out after he falls to his death. Right up next is this NPC named Licia. Doc is going to buy the Homeward spell, which is going to be helpful with avoiding potential invasions from a specific NPC that we may see many of or may not see them at all.
Do we start sub counter? Is that do we start sub counter? Because I mean, we should not have an addition to the death counter on this run. But do we have a raid counter?
So the reason why Doc just punched that lady off is that one is for souls, but the biggest reason is that she will become an invader later on in the game, and she invades in 2 very terrible areas to be invaded in, one in Dragonlance Castle and one in the Undead Crypt. And she has an arsenal of miracle spells, and she's just generally a terrible NPC to have to deal with. Speaking of NPCs, the best one is right here, Sweet Shaguar, the cat. We're gonna buy 10 alluring skulls first. And then we'll head off to Forest of the Fallen Giants. I think that's what it's called. I'm a little foggy on the names of these areas.
You nailed it.
Yay. So the alluring skulls, if you throw them at the ground or at a wall, it will attract certain enemies, usually hollows. And that's what we're going to be using them for in Forest of the Fallen Giants. Right here is a very popular spot to drop all of your armor. Doc did that earlier in Things Betwixt, but it's just so that to avoid having to wear the armor 100% of the time, you can, right after killing a boss, you can just menu and put the armor back on, but it's much harder to do that if you have other armor in your inventory. Here's a nice little soul and another homeward bone. Run right past this Cyclops hippo. I think it has a little horn on its head too. Right, this one area actually involves a lot of careful stamina management. Gonna strafe left from that arrow. Dark Souls 2, like most of the other games, you run up the ladder quicker if you use stamina, or use the circle button, but you actually use up stamina unlike the others, which is another little detail about the game. Don't think they needed to add. Gonna strafe this guy. Jump through the barrels. We'll use our first alluring skull right here. I have tried to get through here without an alluring skull. It really doesn't work. They just hit you on the ladder and you fall off. There are more witching urns over there, but we don't need them. We use that alluring skull to keep off enemies off our trail because we open up doors very quickly in this game. And there's a little weird quirk where if you are opening a door and start running, you will immediately close the door and have to do it all over again. Doc got a club for killing crystal lizards. That key is to open up Leningrad, the blacksmith's shop in Majula, and some fire bombs for later. He's now exhausting Malentia's dialogue to get her to spawn into Majula instead of having to come here every time we need to buy from her.
That running section is so scary.
So, gonna open the key. He needs to go back to the bonfire to reset the area because Leningrad doesn't just walk in. He has to spawn there. Equipping the fire bombs. Right here is a short bow, an essential item for the rest of the run. I think out of all of the games, especially no hit, I think Dark Souls 2 relies on the bow the most. Then we're going to get the rapier, the OP weapon for this game. Some wooden arrows, remaining iron arrows, and 6 titanite shards to upgrade both the rapier and the short bow just a little bit.
I'll be around.
And then we will level up with the Emerald Herald. We want to get to about, I think, 13 decks in order to use the rapier. You can see there's a little X there right now. We can't wield it at the moment. That's it. 13 decks. Like all the games, there is some variation in routing in these kinds of runs. Some people prefer to do Forest of the Fallen Giants first and actually buy the axe from Valentia and use that to kill undead giants. It's all down to preference. Pick off these enemies to get through here safely. We will actually return to this area much later to kill the giant lord, but that'll be about an hour or two from now. Kill this guy. I do appreciate how some of the enemies sleep in this game. That's character. But you can always just strafe that arrow. These are full of gunpowder, so we break those so if a stray lit arrow or fireball gets thrown, it won't hurt us. We're going to use one of our own fire bombs to break all of the barrels in here and kill those 2 enemies blocking the path there. There's also 2 enemies up above that will throw fire bombs at you, so best to get those barrels out of the way right now. You can kill these enemies melee or with a bow. Doc is going to use the bow because it's safer and I would imagine more consistent. You can also use a luring skull for them, which I've done in the past.
Oh, I will say, with the bow, it's one of the things that I allow myself to do is whenever I'm aiming in first person using the mouse.
Yeah, because using the arrow phone to align a reticle would be ridiculous.
Yeah, because I can only turn the camera in 4 directions.
I'm kind of curious if anyone's ever given you a hard time for that.
A handful.
Oh my god. So we'll just pick off this enemy. We're going to be a little far away so he doesn't lift up his shield to defend himself. And now is our second boss. I think of it as our first because we don't fight Dragon Rider at all, really. This is one of the only fights that's scripted, semi-scripted. Doc is going to run in and let the first attack just completely miss him. Then miss that second swipe, bait out a step, and then as the boss is ripping off his arm, we finish him off. And I mentioned this earlier, as you can see, Doc is just choosing to keep the armor on because less to think about, and also
it's also really tough to menu as quickly as a normal controller on the airphone.
Yeah, and later on, we're going to need a certain amount of earned souls in order to progress an area, and we only just barely get it, so messing it up even a little could bar us out from getting through there. We would have to farm, and you never want to do that on a no-hit run. Doc is going to aim to kill these enemies. You can run through, but not necessary. Right. Baiting out this guy to fight him on the stairs. And then we'll take this guy out with the bow. Now for another completely scripted boss. This is another boss we aren't really going to fight unless something goes wrong, in which case it would be a difficult fight. Doc is going to run through, strafe that sword attack, and then immediately use the ballista. Good. So he needs to use the ballista twice. In my experience, I have forgotten to use the ballista a second time and then just let the enemy come to me, but thankfully he did not do that.
Panic duding through it.
Yeah. I tried doing the strafe like you did, and it did not work, so I did the alternative where you like stand next to that barrel and roll the attack. Both work. So Doc just got the dull ember that allows McDuff, the blacksmith here, to work with you. This is a big change they made in Scholar. In Vanilla, I believe this item is in Iron Keep instead of here. By having it here, you can upgrade your weapon much easier to a higher level, which I think was a nice change they added. Doc now is just gonna kind of tap this chest here and wait here, pop some souls. In the Scholar Edition, there are pursuers, that guy over there, that will appear in certain spots. And thankfully, if you just wait right here, the pursuer just doesn't detect you at all, so he just disappears.
Yeah,
you want to make sure you do it.
That spot is like technically outside the arena.
I can totally see why it would be. Yeah. You definitely want to do it that way. If you try to open the chest first, by the time it fully opens, Pursuer's right on you. Now for the rest of this section of the Bastille, I'm going to shoot down this... I don't really get what this enemy is, actually. I think the idea is that he's supposed to look a bit like a mummy. His weapon is pretty hackneyed, too.
Come on. This is why I don't do shooters on the Aerophone.
Alright, he's dead. He can get hyper armor at inopportune times, so killing him with arrows is the best way to do it. Now, best NPC is coming up. Sadly, we will not speak to her. Everyone say hi to Lucatiel.
Okay, I'm gonna
Another
wait
one of those
control around.
Okay.
I don't want him to aggro.
Yeah, for this guy, Doc is going to have him patrol around, as he said, and get him to walk close to one of the gunpowder barrels, so it'll explode and send him off the bridge.
Okay, now we just wait.
The MP should turn around pretty soon. He's actually patrolling. That's cute. I do think a lot of the enemies in Dark Souls 2 have a little bit of personality to them. Say right about now. Yep. And there is one more of these guys coming. Oh yeah. Yeah, Forlorn is that invasion, that like random invasion I mentioned back in Hyde's Tower of Flame. Doc has the Homeward Bone out as a way to tell if Forlorn is invading. If it turns gray, that basically deactivates the Homeward Bone, so you can't use it, but it's a good visual indication that Forlorn is about to invade. The Homeward spell miracle that we bought earlier is a better Homeward Bone and lets you actually warp back to the bonfire even if Forlorn has invaded. Back when I first joined the Hitless community, that was not something that people did. You just had to always deal with Forlorn. But I'm glad we now have a much easier way to deal with him than actually fight him. Dog is just sneaking around to kill the second dog. Dogs in here are every bit as annoying as they are in all the other games. Well, these are like the exact same model they use in Dark Souls 1. And thankfully the barrel landed into the wall and actually exploded it. Sometimes it'll just veer left and you have to move it close to the wall and explode it with a firebomb or a fire arrow. Doc is just picking up some, I believe, large Titanite and large Titanite shards. Exhaust Duff's dialogue, and then we'll give him the dull ember. Oops.
You said the thing.
Time lost.
Oops.
You're the first ones to say it. No one has said it yet this entire event.
200 iron arrows and about 8 large Titanite, and that should get us to I think a +6 or +7. Okay, +6. And then shortbow could get to also a +6. That little sconce that Doc ran past, you can actually light, and McDuff will then move over there and actually be hammering on his anvil instead of nothing. You choose to do that.
And he's sitting on a chest.
Yeah.
I've
seen It's actually his. It's the blacksmith hammer, which you also can use to kill crystal lizards if you'd like. I've seen that, the club, and the mace be used to kill them. They're just notoriously difficult to like land a hit on in this game. Another one of these little cyclop unicorn hippos. Doc is opting to fight with the bow. You can do it melee and like get behind him to bait him like sitting down to like squash you, but that can be difficult to pull off if he's constantly like spinning around and trying to face you.
Yeah, he's sat on me one too many times.
Yeah, I've seen. Doc just got the stone ring, which helps you stagger enemies easier. I have to admit, I have never actually seen a real difference when using the stone ring, so I don't know like what specific spots or enemies it helps with.
Near the end of the run, it helps with like some NPC style enemies.
Okay, good to know. Alright, there's Melentia. We're gonna get our bread and butter buff, the bright bug. It increases your attack and defense. It's either by 10% or 20%. And it lasts for a few minutes too. It's one of them, probably one of the strongest buffs they have in these games. And Melentia will restock on those every like Lord Soul you get, or be that through Bonfire Aesthetic or going from like Lost Sinner to Freya or Rotten. Doctor sees a branch of Yore to rescue Rosabeth, only to get her out of the way, sadly. Now he's going to use Alluring Skulls to keep these enemies off of him. He's going to use 2 because it takes a while for that gate to open. Behind it is a basilisk. You can get a good clear look at the tiny little eyes on him. What I found out through playing the vanilla version, like PS3 patch 1 playthrough I've started, is that it's actually one of the DLCs that unlocks the bright bugs in Melentia's shop. So if you never get, it's the Shovel one. If you don't get that, she'll never have them in her inventory. Thankfully, Scholar already has all of the DLC loaded, so it's right there. These guys are just eating souls in the Scholar version, so you can just pick up. Ooh, that was scary. You just pick up that soul. I have to admit, I don't really even know what these enemies are, but they're usually pretty non-aggro, but they can occasionally attack, so if I were killing them. Right here we got Red Tearstone Ring. This will increase your damage by 20% at low health. That's a staple for almost all no-hit runs outside of Bloodborne.
I pray for me, chat. We don't get a forlorn here.
Yeah, this is one of the worst places we can get it. In this woods, you can sort of see an enemy kind of moving around there. There are invisible, like, see-through enemies that you can't lock onto and are just notorious to fight. In the Scholar version, if you hit one of those trees like Doc just did, it will emit a moaning sound that will attract those enemies. Right here is Vengarl, the decapitated living head. Exhausted dialogue, and you can buy gold pine resin, which would be helpful for the rest of the run. Well, we're going to come back here later to get a lot more, but right now we just get one. Hit the tree once more. Before we progress to the next area, Doc is going to open up a chest to get a Chloranthy ring. I don't know if it's +0 or +1.
+1.
Okay. And having fast stamina regen is always helpful in any of these games. Oh yeah, and also the enemies will like attack the tree to make it moan more, so they'll be stuck on it for a while.
Cool.
There are more of those see-through enemies here, so Doc is gonna shoot one of them and have just walk off the edge into and just fall off the edge and die. Yeah, we can tell he died because we got souls. That guy just sort of chills there. Pick up another soul right here. These forward-looking pots build up curse, which, unlike Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 2, it doesn't instantly kill you, but it does count as a hit, and it hollows your character and reduces your health just as if you died.
All right, forlorn check. Okay, I think we're good.
Good. In here is a Titanite chunk to get to a +7 for the rapier. And can't quite remember, but I think there is a soul up here.
Wicked.
And can't quite remember here what's here, but I think it's also another soul. Yep.
Cool.
So in other routes, other people would be fighting Noshka at this point, and then proceed to Congregation, like Black Magus and Congregation, which is a way to get more bonfire ascetics, which we'll need for actually the upcoming boss, I believe. But Doc is going to choose a different route, which involves going into Shulva to get those bonfire ascetics. That one area that I mentioned where souls are important in order to progress is called the Shrine of Winter. I think that's what it's called.
Yep.
And normally you have to defeat the 4 like Lord souls and get their souls, and it will open up for you. But in Dark Souls 2, there is a feature called Soul Memory that keeps track of every soul you've ever gotten. Doesn't matter if you've spent it on level ups or lost them when dying. And if you reach I think it's 1 million, you're actually able to just open up that area. So the next boss we're heading to is the Rotten, and we'll be fighting him 4 times to get up to 1 million soul memory. Here we're back at Shalquarsh, where we can buy her cat ring. The silver cat ring in this version, in Dark Souls 2, works a little differently than DS1 and DS3. In that one, so long as the fall doesn't kill you, it nullifies damage completely. And this one, it just greatly reduces it. And there are other items in this game that have that same effect that stack onto each other. So you can reduce fall damage by quite a lot. Down here is how we get to the gutter and then the Black Gulch in order to get to one. I almost called it One Reborn, the Rotten. This is another lot.
Well, I mean, we have to go down here to get the key to the Shadow Temple, right?
Yes, we do.
Yes, exactly.
We can't do it right now because we don't have the means to open up that gate, but we will come back here.
Okay. So we have to get the Lens of Truth first, or what?
It's
Yes.
funny. Try not to talk too close to the airphone during a really sketchy spot. I've actually described the Shrine of Winter very similarly, like the Door of Time, the Ocarina of Time.
That's my next question, Dr. Do. When's Zelda on a saxophone?
The second game I ever played on the aerophone was Ocarina of Time.
Heck yeah.
Here's our first crystal lizard. This one's like one of the more annoying ones too, because sometimes its loot will just fall through the bridge. Rock's just lining himself up.
No!
Yep.
Gotta do it again.
I hate that stuff so much.
It's so frustrating. Time loss.
That's what I mean by how they're just notoriously hard to hit. Like you miss that second follow-up and they just scoot across the arena like miles away.
That's okay. Just gotta do the sketchy fall part again.
Good. I can already tell you have cat ring on. It is very easy to forget to put cat ring on and just die here. I remember, like, very early Dark Souls 2, I think the go-to class was actually, like, Wanderer. The one, like, kind of in the green garb with the twin swords. And he actually did not have the right vit or vigor to survive this fall, so you'd actually see people leveling up their health a bit just for this fall. All right, we go again. So the reason we boned out earlier is that over there are these three other hollow enemies, and what they do is run up to you and explode. And you want all the time you can have to shoot them before they get to you. So you really don't have time to go after a Titanite lizard and deal with these things at the same time.
That was a lucky shot.
Yeah. A little bit more parkour stuff. Classic attack to scoot yourself off. Now we're entering the gutter proper. The big danger here and the gulch are these poison statues. These poison statues are counted as trapped, so if you get hit by one, it counts as a hit. Some dung pies for setting up for poisoning ourselves later for RTSR. If anyone in the audience hasn't seen this, you should look up Illusory Walls gutter video, because this place used to look so much different before the game came out. This is another area you can employ some more parkour to like skip areas, but again, it can be scary. I already see a hollow falling. Another long ladder for the Soulsbourne collection. I was actually worried he was about to attack. Zip lines, best feature in the game.
That's not great.
Looks like he's backing up at least. But it's like, I don't know how you're able to see him. The thing with like all these hollows is that they can have very fast attacks, so if you can avoid having to melee them, it's ideal.
This is not good.
About to ask, like, how tight are you on arrows? Like, how much of a waste is this?
Not huge. Not really.
That's good to know.
Where is he? That's a good question. There he is.
I think I see him right there, yeah. There we go. Another one of those exploding hollows. And once again, Doc is going to take one out with a bow and arrow. Thankfully, this one will die in one hit, so... Oh, nice. I was thinking the other day, like, wondering where you got poison arrows since you never speak to Goblin, and now I know. More dung pies. That orange crud Doc just rolled through has a high chance of breaking your armor. It's supposed to be a corrosive acid. But thankfully, Doc's not wearing any armor, so he's fine. Now, Black Gulch, the actual area for the Rotten. Setting these little acid pits on fire helps defeat these. I honestly don't know how to describe what those little leech-looking enemies are.
Guys.
Yeah.
We can just call them Gloom Hands. More Zelda.
Doc has told me that Dark Souls 2 has a lot of Zelda inspiration to it. So appropriate.
It's really interesting because, like, I know that, and maybe this is a question for chat, and don't worry, you like opinions are allowed. I'm very interested. How many people in chat like Dark Souls 2? If you do like Dark Souls 2, put a 1 in the chat. If you don't like, or if it's not your favorite of the Souls franchise, put a 2. Because I know people are very much either yeah, I love it, or nah, this game weird.
I'm in the camp of it's at the bottom of my list, but I genuinely do love the game.
So many more ones than I thought. Wow. Okay,
It's got
we got
a really
some 2s.
big fan base, believe it or not.
We got some 2s.
There are definitely a lot of things I think Dark Souls 2 gets right. Like, I love how they handle the NPCs in this game. And it's probably the most innovative of all the other games. They tried a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff didn't stick, but I appreciate them for trying.
Yeah, I appreciate everyone who typed 1, because I actually really do like this game quite a bit.
It's so interesting because I know especially in my community when I've talked about it, it's just like you gotta play Dark Souls 1. You gotta experience the loop. You gotta fight the Lord of Cinder. You gotta do all that. I wait, isn't Lord of Cinder Dark Souls 3? Is my brain hurt?
Yeah, don't worry.
It's the same character though. It's the guy. But like, and then you gotta play Dark Souls 3. Nobody says, they say you can skip this one.
Yeah. In my opinion, I don't think you should skip any of the games. I'm also a big fan of Demon Souls, which also doesn't always get a lot of love.
Well, we're playing it tomorrow. We have a Demon Souls Unrestricted tomorrow. It's gonna be very excited, very, very exciting.
I got so caught up in the Dark Souls 2 euphoria, forgot to explain what's happening. Doc has just killed 2 giants. That's what gives you the special Zelda key to open up the door to get to the Shulva DLC we mentioned earlier. He's gonna kill some more enemies in these little acid pools. This is also another area where Forlorn can invade, but from what I have heard, it's one of the least bad ones. I've actually seen Doc get invaded a few times here, and just Forlorn just wouldn't show up. He just kept getting stuck somewhere. This is something that was added in the Scholar Edition. You need to use a Fragrant Branch of Yore to unpetrify this enemy and get through, and he takes forever to come alive. Thankfully,
but why?
He dies in one hit.
That's my question. But why?
Scholar sometimes makes very arbitrary decisions as well. All right, and now... Did Victor die? Okay, you got a human effigy for some reason. Here's our first Rotten. Rotten is the favored, like, Lord Soul boss to kill in these runs. I think mostly it's just he's on the simpler side compared to, like, Lost Sinner and like Freyja. It's much safer to get to. I don't know if he drops more souls, but he drops enough that we can get to 1 million soul memory by killing him 4 times. Doc is using a lot of rolling in this fight. Most people will do like no roll strats with a lot of like baiting in attacks and running in on them, but that's harder to pull off with the Aerophone. But using rolls is just fine. And that is the first Rotten down.
It's the hardest one.
So you said,
actually,
oh, what makes it the hardest?
I have the lowest adaptability at this point.
That'll do it. Well, now you're gonna fix that.
Yep.
So we go back to the Emerald Herald, Shanalock, what have you, and level up our ADP among other things. Doc remembers to put the cat ring back on. That's good. That soul of a giant you can use to get souls, but it's also something that can help you kill another boss later on, but that's not a part of any percent, so we don't need to do that. Doc just leveled up some attunement. That's just to equip Homeward, the miracle we discussed earlier. But attunement also plays a little bit in part to level up your agility, so that actually does help with iframes a little bit. ADP has a bigger impact though. So now Doc is going to grab that special key for the DLC. And we'll go up the ladder here this time. Tiny room with the key and a few chests. I think most of them are just spells.
Yeah, we don't need the chests.
Alright. Get suited up again, and then we'll... You changed things a bit, right? We're going now to Shulva?
Yeah, we're going to Shulva now. It's a little faster.
Yeah, and when you're grinding runs, it's nice to get that out of the way before the second run. Doc is taking that specific line to avoid these poison statues. Like going straight will get you hit by them. This one little cavern that I always miss. Like I never see it right away.
Okay, off to Shulva. Hey,
Yeah.
Jiggy.
Yeah.
I have a question for you.
I might have an answer.
Did you play the DLC for this game?
See, now Dr. Dude assumes that I've played Dark Souls 2. Oh boy. No, I skipped this one.
You skipped this one. So you were talking about Zelda earlier. This is the DLC of this game that I compare the most to Zelda favorably.
Okay.
You're gonna see, there's gonna be sections of this where there are straight up shoot, switch with an arrow puzzles.
Wow.
It's only time in the Dark Souls series that you have this kind of thing.
I'm excited now. Yeah, no, it's been on my list because again, I have half my audience tell me like, hey, you don't need to play it. Just go play Dark Souls 3. You're fine. And other people are just like, nah, you gotta do it. You'll suffer a little bit, but you gotta do it.
I personally think that if you are like my biggest criticism of ADP isn't that it exists, it's that the game never tells you what it is and why it's important. Like if you go in the game knowing that you need to level that up, you'll have a much better experience.
What is ADP?
ADP is that special stat along with like strength and dex. That's what levels up your iframes, that you actually get more of them, so you can actually dodge enemies.
Interesting. Okay.
But the game does not tell you that that's what the stat does or what agility means, so no one levels it up on their first playthrough, and they have a much harder time.
In normal Souls, you would rather, plug it into Dex or a little bit of strength or something like that.
Exactly.
That's just what is used to. Or if you're growing magic, you go with the, what is it, intelligence?
Yeah. Here are some of those little special puzzles.
Yeah,
already.
we got some Zelda nonsense going on here. Puzzles.
Got our second bonfire, actually. This is another place where Forlorn can invade, but we have Homeward already, so it won't be a big deal if that happens. Actually, there's like 3 specific spots in this area, in this level, that you can invade. Okay, the Sanctum Mace is just an extremely large mace that can poison you, and we get it for that reason, to set up RTSR like quickly and easily. Have our DS1 reference, Dragon on a Bridge.
Good old Dragon on a Bridge.
All right, and on to the Shadow Temple. Straight up a Zelda dungeon in the middle of Dark Souls.
It's not called the Shadow Temple, is it?
No, it is the Dragon's
Sanctum. Yeah. Okay, because I was making a joke about Ocarina of Time because you went down a well, but
I kind of wish they did just call it Shadow Temple now, though.
No, I think it's cool because I mean, yeah, like you could argue that every area in a Souls game is a quote-unquote dungeon, but like no, this is like a flat out like you're doing puzzles.
Yeah.
Like I said, shooting switches with arrows.
Only got to see just a peek of that enemy, but we'll see more of them. There'll be some enemies that, a lot like those enemies in the Shaded Woods, they're very see-through, but this time you actually can't attack them until you destroy their bodies. Doc is going to kill a sorcerer over here, doing it very carefully. When I watched the guide for this video, apparently this sorcerer's like magic can practically go through walls. Apparently far enough that she's not going to aggro at all. If I recall correctly, I think these enemies have like a soul mass kind of attack. Doc is being very careful not to step on the spikes, because that will also count as a hit.
If you don't have arrows, you're in trouble for this place.
Yeah.
Can you get through it without arrows?
I'm trying to. There's been several all bosses no hits, but I don't know if anyone's done it rangeless.
That firebomb I just threw hit a switch. Same kind of switch.
Yeah, but you still use the bow to aim it. Here is just a very scary area. You just hoof it. Oh no. Okay, we're good. Poison throwing knives, that can be very helpful for some enemies later.
Yeah, that room is kind of RNG heavy. It's scary.
And now we are at one reason why we're here, and that is for the Flint Ring. I think he said it adds like 50 AR to your attack.
Something like that.
So very impressive. That's a nice thing about Shulva. Like, you're here for the bonfire aesthetics, but you pick up some nice stuff too.
There's our soul mass attack.
Ah. Little Abyss Demon Soul Mass. I actually never even thought if they were supposed to be connected to the Abyss.
There we go.
Alright, gonna sneak by this guy. And like, just about all of these games, if you just walk, like slowly walk past enemies and like don't get in front of them or in any way, you can usually just walk right past them.
Except for that guy.
Yeah,
This
but
is
we're
the
gonna
part
turn
of the
him around.
run where I wish we could play the Benny Hill theme.
Yeah. Well, viewers, you have the power to do that. Ooh, I didn't like that. So what Doc is doing is running around in a circle just to get these enemies to do their jump attack and fall into the holes.
Gotta get him in the pit.
And those like suits of armor with the red auras, those are the things that you destroy to like make them like
No!
Ooh.
Bummer.
This is a rough room.
Yeah, this seems pretty RNG heavy as well.
Dude, this is awful.
Oh man, this really sucks.
This is really bad
They are
RNG.
not jumping.
One fell.
Okay, good. Yeah, so as you just saw, they can just cut you off
Another
like
one.
that. Okay, another one fell. I could definitely see this room being a way to incentivize someone to try shoulder though. Okay, they're gone.
There you go.
Eternal Sanctum key.
All right. New category shift. It's fine. It's saxophone deathless. Deathless. Let's go.
And I actually
will
have not
not
gotten
be-
this deathless yet, so we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Oh really? Your one hit was a death?
Yep.
Those guys sucked.
Yeah, that looked awful.
Yeah, that did not seem enjoyable, but you know, dude made it look easy.
I felt a similar fear as I do if I'm like caught in like the nightmare phase from Wet Nurse, just constantly running around and hoping you don't get hit. This is what we needed the key for, and in this room are 2 more sorcerers, but also the 2 bonfire ascetics. And I've mentioned like bonfire ascetics a few times, but not really what they do. What you do is you burn them at bonfires. There's like a burn option in the menu. And when you do that, you basically reset the area to the next new game cycle. So all the enemies, if you ever despawn them, are back. The boss is back. All the items are back. And this is how we fight Rotten 4 times. But he's harder every time, so the first time we fought Rotten, he died within like probably a minute, but now it's gonna be a little longer. And here are the ascetics.
You know, I got hit there by that ghost, but I'm just happy I didn't fall into the pit myself, which I've done before. So
I was worried you were gonna get even unluckier and they just straight killed you.
it would have been awful. Yeah. That was really, really bad RNG, but we keep moving, we keep dooting. Where are you? There you are.
She like moving around.
Nice.
We should start burning now. There's the option.
with the most
I saw it.
unsettling message of all time.
I
Done cannot
was
be undone.
actually terrified when I read that. I was so scared.
Okay, wait to RTSR to kick in.
Here. I like how the golden pine resin like makes your weapon like actually golden. All right. It took me a while to notice, but if you look at his left shoulder, you can see a little person on it. That one's like actually, that little guy's actually dictating what Rotten is doing. Like if you look at him, you'll see that they're doing the same attacks. Also, you saw that Doc used the Sanctum Mace to set up RTSR earlier. Another popular strategy is to just let the fire in this arena do it, but it can be easy to just kill yourself by doing that. All right, second run down.
I think we'll be okay. Almost forgot to equip the set. I got 3 of the 4. That should still be enough.
Yeah, I think so. Do you notice like a real difference with having the armor on during the fight?
No, and I actually just forgot to put it on. That's literally all that was. That was just a mental mistake.
All right, yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. And my favorite was keeping the arms and leggings on, and then just put the hat and chest piece.
Two more runs and we're at the halfway point of the run.
Yep.
Pretty good timing too, actually.
You don't need to buy anything from Valencia now, do you?
Yeah, you're killing it. Doing awesome.
So apparently the nice thing about the Sanctum Mace is that if you do that small amount of menuing that Doc just did, where you unequip the mace and drink the Estus from the menu, that's just the perfect amount of time it takes for it to get to RTSR without it killing you or ending too early. Sometimes a buff you have will like overwrite the little red aura from the enemy, from the character, so you can like just see the little purple teardrop icon to see if RTSR's set up.
Rare attack.
Yeah. Back it up a bit. So it hasn't happened yet. There's still time. But if you aim your attacks to hit the Rotten's like arms, you can actually cut them off. They do regrow, but it takes a little while. It's generally the favored strat, so it opens up more opportunities to attack because his attacks can't reach you. That dodge always scares me. It doesn't look like it should work. That's the third run, right? I think so.
Cool. Gonna level up one more time. Rotten number 4.
Hell yeah.
You said after this next rotten is the midpoint? Okay, cool. All that dex.
And that endurance.
I guess the nice thing about hitless is you just never have to go into HP.
Correct. Never have to worry about it.
Never have to go into HP.
Yeah, save for
Full
some
glass
weird edge
cannon.
cases.
Yeah, very, very rarely.
God. I wonder why you're needing to do that third one.
It's because I'm wearing the armor. That's why I took the armor off initially for that that second rotten.
Right.
But I'm just playing it safe now that I was like, well, I can actually forget to put the armor on. That's a bad idea.
Yeah.
I'll just go for the third swing. It's fine.
All right, final rotten time. Positioning himself so he's not on the edge near the fire. It is a very common experience in these runs. You set up RTSR, walk in the fire, and immediately die. Looking good.
Super quick.
Yeah, that was a really good, some good RNG.
That was great, yeah.
And that's it for the runs. We have more game now.
More game?
And still deathless.
Yeah.
Still deathless. Would this be a good time for a quick break?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Okay, so when we come back, we will continue on with this Dark Souls 2 Doot% Deathless run with Dr. Doot. We'll be right back after some quick stretching. Welcome back, everybody, to Oops, You Died a Weekend. Let's just jump right back into it. Dark Souls 2 with Dr. Doot. Are you ready to
Hello
rock and
again,
roll?
everybody. All right, let's jump right back in. 3, 2, 1, and...
Okay, so I was brought to my attention during break that some people are having some confusion over like what is and what isn't a hit. So for starters, no hit is not the same as no damage or damageless. So some things that can cause damage still aren't hits. So taking fall damage doesn't count as a hit. Self-inflicted damage, like through the Sanctum Mace, or also through fall damage, doesn't count as a hit. They will count as a hit if you die from them. In just about every situation, if you die, that's a hit, unless it's completely unavoidable. And I think there's a second thing I'm missing, but what counts as a trap or environmental damage kind of is a case-by-case basis, depending on the game. Just like the Sanctum spikes, like the Sanctum spikes and like the Dragon Sanctum, those are meant to cause damage and kill you, whereas it's not really the case with fall damage. Going back through, we're going back through here to get more gold pine resin now, I remember. We have just completed all 4 Rottens, so now we can go through the Shrine of Winter and go to Dragon Lake Castle.
See ya.
I think it's so fancy using homeward rather than a homeward bone.
It's so nice.
Set up RTSR now. And once again, this is self-inflicted damage, and it does not count as a hit unless Doc were to mess up somehow and die from it. Alright, bring back the arrow. Then there's this notorious little guy that's really hard to hit because he's always strafing. Oh.
Just waiting for RTSR to kick in.
Gotcha. Oh yeah, because then it wouldn't kill him.
John Souls over here.
God.
We love John Souls over here.
There we go.
There
Doc
we
is going
go.
to position himself over here so that when that guy shoots his arrows, it'll just hit this little obstruction here instead of him. Alright, little guy over here. Also John Souls. They got fast attacks, so they're scary. Some more clear guys. Strafe past this enemy here. Doc made a cool observation last night, actually. First, we'll take care of this guy first. And if you come here with like all the lords beaten, these doors will open for you. But if you use it through soul memory, you're the one who opens them, which I also think is a neat little detail.
Yeah, it's like you're forcing the doors open.
Yeah. Now we'll just take care of... We're only going to take out the first guy. The second guy you can run past pretty safely, at least in my experience. Alright, nice. If you ever miss arrows, you can... This guy can be a nightmare to deal with. And now there's going to be an abrupt scene change where somehow it's raining. And we're just about at Drang Lake Castle. Thankfully, these guys do not notice you very quickly.
Nice.
Yeah.
Usually that's really hard.
Yeah, I have issues with that on normal controller. Take out this guy too. And now there's a notoriously difficult crystal lizard coming up. I fail it every time. Dog's gonna line himself up again. Perfect. Just have to say, don't leave it. So, Doc's gonna use the poison throwing knives on these like mastodon enemies. These are helpful so then he doesn't have to dip into his poison arrows, which he still needs. Then finish them off with iron arrows. There's Shanalot, who we're not going to talk to. Coming up is another forlorn invasion spawn, and it's one of the worst because if it happens, you basically have to restart and do everything all over again. Doc is going to kill these two enemies next to the statues so that they pull the contraption to open the door. Doc is making sure to stay behind the stairs, so if forlorn, because that's what triggers the potential forlorn invasion. Adjusting his rings.
Yeah, I really like these puzzles in this area. It's really, really clever, where it's like these golems wake up, but only if you kill an enemy near them, so that instead of you collecting the souls go to the golem, and they wake them up and make them like pull switches and stuff.
Yeah, it's a neat idea. It'd be kind of cool if FromSoft brings back some Zelda puzzles in their next games. Here is a ghost that we will speak to. Doc's hiding in here to de-aggro two enemies that have followed him. I can't remember exactly what triggers it. I think it's just New Game Plus, but you can find two pursuers in here as well. Alright, there they go. This is a lengthy amount of dialogue, but we're going through it to pick up 999 electric arrows, gold pine arrows. I'm not sure what they're called. Lightning arrows, okay.
It's a lot of duding.
Yeah. Doc's buffing to kill an enemy in 3 hits. This enemy will come to life, so we kill him as well. Doc will take the bonfire in just a second. First going to kill another enemy to open a door. This is to avoid having to deal with the rest of the enemies that will aggro by doing that.
Just gotta take one out in order to avoid the rest.
Yep. Nice. This is another area we can pick up a special key to get into on the DLCs, but we do not need it. Nice, one hit. I've seen people actually jump to that little platform over there to set up RTSR. And right here is where that woman we killed way early in the run, where we got the miracle from, this is where she would invade. Very terrible spot. One of the areas she would invade.
Whoa! I just got hit.
Yeah, what on earth?
That's really weird.
It was an arrow,
Wait,
but what?
Was it
Yeah, I got shot by an arrow.
the snipe?
Say it with me, chat. That's never happened before.
Yay! Our first of the event.
I guess it was. I'm trying to think who it was.
That's a good question, actually. I should look at that.
Someone clip it and tell us who shot the arrow.
Because there's a archer up there, but it came from behind me. It was weird.
Yeah.
We're still deathless.
Yep. All right, you're going back to upgrade the black bow, right?
Correct.
There's poor McDuff not being able to blacksmith. I have a question for Chad. Have any of you ever upgraded your armor? I don't think I did that like my first couple playthroughs and then never again.
I didn't. I thought I needed to because I kept dying, and then I realized, wait, I'm just bad.
Just if you don't get hit, you don't need
Just
to.
don't get hit.
If you just kill the enemy before it kills you, then you win.
Exactly.
I think that's the Soulsbourne motto.
Simply be good.
RTSR.
Oh, this is actually a good opportunity to mention another cool little detail about Dark Souls 2. If you use like homeward bone, you stay at the health you were when you like boned, which is quite helpful in no hit. It's taken advantage of a lot. There's Nashandra we could chat up if we wanted to. Alright, it's time for this frisky boss. Coming up next is the twin version of the Dragon Riders, which we do actually have to fight now. They're low on health, but they can still be a problem. Nice.
That's such a scary boss.
You've said that this is like a nasty boss on Aerophone, right?
Yeah, because of the camera.
All right, well, now a good boss is coming up. RTSR time. Also, I just noticed it now. Dog isn't putting back the armor on anymore because we don't need to eke out every bit of soul we can. I don't even know if we're leveling up now anymore.
We're done leveling up for the rest of the run.
We can finally be nude forever.
True freedom.
I never seen that trick with that mannequin guy until your stream. Doc just like rolled into that corner there to get an enemy to drop down from the ceiling. This is to avoid having to deal with two of them at once if you enter that room.
Cool.
Yep.
Now we'll just have to wait a bit. This does take a little while.
Yeah. Have the longest elevator in Dark Souls, and it's a pretty lengthy one throughout the series.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you don't really see elevators like this again until like Elden Ring, I would say.
Yeah.
There we go. And we wait, and we wait, and we wait.
I don't know why they had to do it this way.
It's just Dark Souls things.
Yep. And we talk about Miyazaki's like love for swamps all the time, but he also seemed, well, he wasn't behind this one, but still. Long ladders and elevators are also a thing. At the top of this elevator, there'll be a room with a few chests, and one of them will have a key we need.
I was about to play a song, but I don't necessarily know what buttons that'll press in game, and I don't want to accidentally like fall to my death.
Fall off.
I was gonna play some elevator music.
I appreciate the thought. Oh, do you not have any like homeward or homeward bones at this point?
No, I've got plenty. I don't have homeward, but I have homeward bones, but it doesn't really matter. Like, it's kind of same difference, honestly. I will need to refresh homeward after this fight, though.
Hmm.
And I guess it's technically safer because then I don't have to walk around a bottomless pit.
Very true. Good breather before Looking Glass Night.
Might be my favorite boss in this run.
It's pretty good. It's really creative. All right. Buffing these, some of these statues do come to life, so we are zooming through. I love like the 10 FPS on them. Doc is doing a special AI loop that gets Mirror Knight to keep doing this attack for a time. He won't do it forever, but it's enough times to kill him.
Goodbye, Mirror Knight.
Some of you might know that the Knight's gimmick is to summon an invader. If you're offline, he will still summon one, but it'll be an NPC. So we want to avoid that. Now for another elevator.
Yeah, the end of the run has a lot of elevators.
Yeah, there's one in Aldia's Keep too. We have to look forward to.
Mm-hmm. And at the end of this area.
Yeah, man, there's really are a lot. Damn.
There's a lot of elevators.
Oops, all elevators.
That would be a fun show. All right, chat, start naming the games with elevators. I need to know.
Super Metroid.
True. Lots of elevators in Metroid. I mean, technically, Fusion has more elevators than than Super.
And now we are here at Shrine of Amana. This is probably the area where we'll see the heaviest use of the bow. You can run through here. Speedrunners do it, but it's quite difficult. At least we got some pleasant music to listen to. One little guy there will take care of. I didn't check, Doc. Did you lower the water quality?
I did.
Okay. If you lower the water quality, which is a setting in this game, you can see the little cliff sides much easier, and it's a lot easier to avoid falling to your death. The Snipe City here.
Like I said earlier, I do let myself use the mouse to aim in first person, but I still have to fire the arrow.
Yeah. I've wondered if people will use a controller on the PC games. I think some of them still use the mouse for navigation, like on the menu. All right. More of these little tumor-looking things. And we're knocking off enemies one by one because very dangerous area to have any enemies swarming you. This was during break, but Doc has said that the second half of the game tends to go by pretty quickly, but Amana itself is still a slog. All right, this area should be cleared. Oh, there's one left, okay. Yes.
There we go.
All right, area 1 of 3.
Progression.
Mm-hmm.
If you're all just joining us here, this is Oops You Died 2 weekend. Oops You Died 2. We have all kinds of Soulsbourne speedruns coming at you all weekend. We have one more run after this today. We got Dark Souls 3 Glitchless. But tomorrow, oh baby, tomorrow we got some speed runs for you all. So definitely, if you have not already followed the channel, hit the follow button because you do not want to miss the rest of today and tomorrow. Big guy coming.
Yeah, I wonder why. These guys are mostly at Ide's Tower of Flame, but then there's just one down here.
I'm pretty sure it's a Scholar of the First Sin edition.
Yeah, of course. Nice. Is this where the stone like ring helps?
Yes, for sure.
This is where I'm trying to remember my Dark Souls knowledge. Did Elden Ring 2 come out yet? I know that's on their list. No? So that means we have 2 FromSoft games. We have Elden Ring 2 and Bloodborne 2 coming out.
Yeah.
Wow.
Both coming out on Switch too.
Wait, Elden Ring 2 is coming out on Switch too?
Yeah.
No way.
No.
I thought it was coming out like next month. I'm sure it will come out.
Of course.
I'm sure it will come out. I'm sure it will come out on Switch too. I'd be shocked. Because I know they're putting actual Elden Ring on Switch too. So I feel like Elden Ring 2 will be on Switch too.
It only makes sense.
Especially if it's the same engine. I guess it just depends on how much.
Some people call Dark Souls, some people call Elden Ring Dark Souls 2 too.
Elden Ring is Dark Souls 2 too?
Correct.
Wait, you lost me. I'm talking about their new Elden Ring 2 multiplayer game.
Oh, you're talking about Night Rain.
Duskbloods?
Yes? Wait. Yes?
Night Rain
is the sequel to Elden Ring.
It is not a sequel to Elden Ring. It's a spin-off.
Oh.
Sad.
Yeah, it's a multiplayer co-op. Multiplayer co-op like PvE game.
Ray's about to accuse me of rage bait again.
Yeah. Duskbloods will be PvE, PvP, which would be an interesting mix.
It'll be the same as Bloodborne, right? It's just legally distinct. Yeah.
Apparently, this is like something that Miyazaki and FromSoft have been wanting to do for a while, so I'm curious about it.
What, the Night Guard? Night Rain?
The Duskbloods, like PvE, PvP like style game.
Is it not gonna what do you mean by that? Because because PvP is in this game, it's called invading. And PvE is in this game because it's the game.
Apparently it's special enough to not be to not call the other games it.
Interesting.
From what I understand, Duskbloods is going to be much more focused around multiplayer and PvP, and there's going to be like specific goals.
Cool.
Hello?
Did it do that weird menu thing again?
It did the weird menu thing again, where I went to accept, use the bone to reset the enemies in the area, but then the menu just didn't go away.
That's weird. Has that only started happening since you doing no hit?
Yeah, pretty much.
Bizarre. Right. Area 3 of 3, and then we can finally fight a boss.
I don't know what that input was.
I was almost hoping it would have waked her up somehow.
Must have played a wrong note or something.
Happens. Peculiar kindler.
A soulsbourne roguelite. Oh, narrow escape. I would play a soulsbourne roguelite. Like if it's like kind of like you just keep running and there's different bosses and you get more powered up as you go. Maybe a little bit less of the salty run back, just kind of boss gauntlet. I'd be down for that. I mean, like, yeah, if Splatoon can have a roguelite, I'm down for Dark Souls roguelite.
This boss is generally pretty straightforward. It does have...
No!
Bummer.
That wasn't even the tech I was thinking of.
That wasn't what I was expecting either, of course. There goes the Deathless. That's a shame.
Aw.
Luckily, we're at this bonfire.
Category shift. Dark Souls 2 on a saxophone.
Yeah.
Still pretty powerful. The only time we will now shift it is if Dr. Dude decides, nah, controller it is. In which case I say, okay, Dark Souls 2.
But you have some...
Oh.
Oh, that's why they wanted it died in 4 hits.
Oh, he saw me already? Okay, I've gotta wait now.
I always get seen by them.
Close.
That's scary. Is there any boss that's like not going to be using a bright bug now?
We should be okay.
Okay. The general trick with this boss is to attack it when the mouth is open. Attacking it with closed just cause your weapon to bounce off. Here we go. Usually it's that simple.
Yeah, the RNG on that fight can be super wacky. That's a shame. Oh well.
Still, dude, making it look easy. If you're just joining us here, this is Oops, You Died Weekend. We are celebrating the Soulsbourne franchise this weekend by showcasing a ton of amazing Dark Souls and Soulsbourne speedruns, as well as challenge runs like this one, which is Dr. Doot, Dark Souls 2, hitless on a saxophone. Pretty awesome.
And now for our other elevator.
Another one. For anybody that is keeping count, we are at 17 deaths in the entire event right now.
That's awesome.
17. I don't know what we're gonna hit. I still think 50 is achievable, but we only have one more run today. But tomorrow,
hopefully we'll keep this run at just one. Just the one.
Yeah, I mean tomorrow we got a randomizer, we have a race, we have any percent. What else we got? We got Elden Ring tomorrow. So I'm feeling it. I don't know, chat. Put your numbers in the chat right now. How are you feeling? We're at 17. How many deaths do you think we will see across this entire weekend?
When he said 17, I was like, what other 16 deaths did I miss in this run?
Oh, no. I'm talking all the runs today. I think we had like 3 or 4 in Bloodborne. Another crab had a few. And I think we had 2 or 3 in Sekiro. If I'm correct, I don't remember. 42, 45. I'm seeing some numbers. Intentional. If it's okay, the rules are very simple. If it says if the screen that says you died shows up, it counts. So yes, intentional deaths absolutely count.
Were there intentional deaths?
Oh yeah. Easy way to fast travel. There's a lot.
Oh yeah, fair. Oh yeah, I could think of one that would happen in Bloodborne. Oh no, I shouldn't see you at all.
That's pretty optimistic there, Codex. 25 in the entire event.
Forlorn.
Oh, I didn't even notice.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty awful place to have a forlorn.
Terrible. So I got to do all
so
that.
So do you
again.
you get rid of it just by waiting at the by just resting?
It's a little bit more complicated. 1 sec. God, I wish I could talk and do it at the same time.
One day we're gonna get mind reader text to speech.
No, so with the Forlorn invasions, you can't use homeward bones and you cannot sit at bonfires until they're dead. However, casting the spell homeward gets rid of them.
Wow. Okay.
There we go.
Nice. Yeah, and I mentioned earlier a spot where the Miracle Lady can invade you. This is another area where she can invade you, and it's all just as terrible.
You could argue that Dark Souls 2 hitless is also Dark Souls 2 stealth mode.
Oh, that's all the games.
Mm-hmm.
It's true.
There was a time in very early hitless that stealth options were extremely limited, and I'm glad we've moved more towards stuff like hidden body and stuff like that.
That is a good question from the chat. Well, it's a statement, and I'm turning it into a question. Have you come up with a way to count how many dutes it takes to beat a game?
It's millions.
Is there a? I know, but I want to know.
Technically, the program that I use can count the amount of MIDI messages that are being sent by my Aerophone. I can tell you where we're at right now. It is we're almost at 100,000.
Wow. 100,000 dutes, and we're not even done with the game. Honestly, that would be a really cool counter to be up on the screen, on your stream. You can count how many dutes per second.
It's a lot, because it's like every time I turn the camera, it's a dude. Like
yeah. That's like a resume builder thing. It's just like, yeah, you know, I can do 1,000 dutes per second. Maybe a little less than that, but yeah, you know, DPS and all.
Rested to reset the enemies in this area because they can alert other enemies if they see you.
Goodbye, sword lady.
Yeah, in this exact room is where you would get invaded by her. Precise aim, and the guy should turn around. There we go.
Ooh,
like that.
Close.
That was extremely close.
Nice handy shortcut if things go awry.
don't want those guys hitting those bells.
Yeah, because then these little, like, purple cloth ghosts show up. Or gray. Right, this is to get them away from the boss room. Strategic buffing. Okay, Velstat time. Safer to buff in here than outside of the fog gate. Velstat takes reduced damage as he's buffing, but he's out of commission for long enough to kill him. Here's Vendrick, who we don't have to fight.
And we're out of there.
Awesome. Drawing to a close.
Doing this to get an extra Titanite chunk.
Scariest message in the world. This extra chunk will get us to a +10 repair.
Cool.
Do we upgrade our black bow anymore?
Yes. Yeah, we'll upgrade the black bow to +8, but then the rapier gets to +10.
Okay. Yes, +10.
We wouldn't be able to upgrade the black bow to 8 without that bonfire attack we just did.
Gotcha. So the aesthetic is for the bow?
Yep.
Okay. That was for the rapier.
You would have to make a choice. Obviously, you'd want the rapier to be +10, but there's going to still be a lot of use for the bow for the end of the run.
Yeah. And it takes a small amount of effort to get because the bonfire settings are right there. Alright, kill these little koala looking things. He's deciding to do nothing again.
I feel that. Okay, just have to wait for the door to open.
Something that took me forever to learn is that you do not need to have like the King's Ring equipped every time to open those doors. That's Oslatiel, Lucatiel's brother. Thankfully, we'll have all the distance in the world to just outrun him. Right here, this is a place where some people choose to set up RTSR. And he's gone. And take a hard right here to avoid a hippo exploding through the wall. Take another right.
Surely this can't happen again.
Surely.
No repeat.
Some people choose to buff right there, but perfectly fine to do it here. The hippo can't get you. Oh, yeah, it just scared me there for a second.
No, he can't get in.
Yeah, they're giving up. It's gonna be a shame to watch this without the Dragon Ball Z song.
Yeah, on my stream, I start playing Chala, Head Chala from Dragon Ball for this fight. You can sing along, chat.
Right, not looking great already. Sometimes this boss goes perfect, and other times, and most of the time, it does this.
So that was super weird. Not sure what that was about, but so here's what we're gonna do. For the sake of time, because I know we're getting pretty close, I'm gonna load a save state right before this boss room, because I would have to run back through the entire manor, all the keep.
Yeah.
Just to save some time here. That boss also has some of the worst hitboxes in this entire game.
You're just saying a lot.
The hitboxes on this boss are incredibly janky. So, that's okay.
I was wondering where you took your hit on your PB.
Actually, also Demon of Song.
Wow.
But it was before Demon of Song. I got invaded by a Forlorn.
Did you not have Homeward?
I did not have Homeward.
Oh.
It was a problem.
That's a rough hit.
That's more like it.
I am not a fan of this boss.
No way. All right. Well, yeah, this is a spicy boss.
Like the janky hitboxes for sure, but also I hate how much he just flies around everywhere.
Yeah, it's rough. Okay. Try this again.
He also doesn't look cool either.
I'm sure there are plenty of people in chat who remember playing this boss and being like, oh my god, this is the worst. Okay. again.
He's wanting to be extra spicy for GDQ.
Good night, sweet dragon.
Knocked him out of the air.
Yeah. Landed.
Deserved. That was some jerk moves from that boss.
Yeah. Like on paper, I kind of like the idea of a boss that's like taking advantage of their environment like that, but this sucks.
Another elevator.
Yeah. Thankfully, the dragon coming up, we don't have to fight.
Correct. Yeah, we only have 2 more boss fights in the run. Technically 3. But...
Does Nishandra not get to have her own boss fight?
It's part of the same boss fight, in my eyes.
I mean, it is possible to fight Thronies and not be able to fight Nishandra because you haven't fought Giant Lord yet. Hey, also, shout out to Dark Souls 2. They don't force you to fight Thronies again.
You sounded so excited and assured by that.
About Thronies?
No, Dr. Dude was just like, yeah.
Also, being able to just zip line your way through this entire area is something unique to Scholar. So this coming area, it's basically a trial by the dragons. You have to kill these knights that look basically the same ones as you see in Hyde's Tower of Flame, except they're black. And you do actually have to kill them because if you run by, the dragons in like the dragon armor will aggro and attack you. Yeah. It can be tough to notice if you aren't looking at them, but they'll actually bow to you as you walk by. And all that's left is one little dragon dude with twin swords.
The real John Souls right here.
Yeah. This is where we use our... Or not. I'm used to people using poison arrows for this guy.
Oh, he coming.
Yep.
Oh, he's here. Oh, he's getting a little scared.
Yep. Out of his depth. Okay, there you go. He can come through here. Oh,
John Souls.
That scared me.
Me too.
Just imagine all of that, one roll and then a hit.
Devastating. But didn't happen.
Yeah. And since you were honorable and fought that guy, all the rest of the dragon buddies are going to leave you alone. If you do choose to run through here, you can. I think you can avoid getting hit if you make it to the dragon.
Cool.
This boss is rough because they're just a tank. Like, they don't actually, they have like maybe 3 moves, but they're a slog.
Back to the beginning of the game.
Where it all began.
One more possible forlorn invasion upcoming.
Yeah, but we have homework, so we'll be fine. There's also ways to like run away from him too.
And we are not getting invaded, so that's good. I'll save some time.
Nice, we only had 1 forlorn invasion this entire time.
Mm-hmm. Oh?
He's like, you've been through enough. It's so wild seeing the amount of souls you have, and it's just never going to be used.
Yeah.
What's your level right at the moment?
Is there a reason why you won't just pump it into strength?
Because we've hit soft caps for dex, dex endurance and adaptability, so there's no reason to spend any more souls on them. It doesn't really affect anything at that point. And we're level 112.
Awesome. You want to know what level I end on my all bosses Bloodborne run? 69.
Nice.
Oh man, that sweep killed like 3 enemies.
Come on. Big money, big money, big money, big money.
Enemies.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, they both died. Good.
Yo.
It's the biggest deal in the world if they don't die.
Anybody that's just joining us here, this is Oops, You Died Weekend. Dr. Dude here is currently playing Dark Souls 2 using an electronic wind instrument.
And now for this jam-packed boss fight.
That's so hard.
Giant Lord.
There are roughly like 3 ways you can deal with this boss. You can fight him between the legs, you can fight him kind of on one of the little platforms and only deal with a couple of his attacks, or you can do this and just win every time. I really appreciate that his body twitches still. I appreciate that they bothered to play the music too.
Toughest boss of my life.
We were worried about this one the most.
Mm-hmm. But we are at the end of the game now.
And now it's time for the boss we actually are worried the most about.
This boss is extremely hard. This is the Throne duo, the Throne Defender, Throne Watcher.
Definitely. Yeah. In terms of gang bosses, this is probably one of the worst in my opinion.
I agree.
Let's just drop all three of you in a flat arena with no pillars or anything, and you can just walk off the edge and die anytime.
So true. How are we doing on time?
We are currently at 2 hours and 20 minutes.
Ooh.
It's got about 10-ish minutes.
We've got this.
I believe in you. You got this.
Yeah, this is a boss fight that normally you'd have to like have a lot of control over the camera, and that's what makes it especially hard on the Aerophone. So we'll see how it goes.
I believe. The Watcher, well, it depends which one dies first, but the other will try to revive the first one who was felled, and you're given quite a lot of time to finish them off before they can let off the heal. If they do, though, that one, the first one will be back at full health. And that little creative little aiming there was just to get a first little shot on Chandra at the start of the fight. Those little fog orbs will inflict curse upon you if you get near, so that's why we always stay away from them. In terms of like boss moveset, Nishandra is not as complicated as others, but she's definitely been known to kill runs. But we're already halfway there. I find it's very difficult to avoid that beam if you don't have high ADP. moving into melee mode. Okay, there's a delay, so she's probably spawning orbs again. Yep. I think one hit away.
Let's go!
Yep. Let's do it. And that is Dark Souls 2.
Good stuff. Good stuff. GG.
There we go. Time. Great.
Time, great.
Time, great. Wow, that was awesome.
I'm just glad that we got that final boss on the first try. It's a tough one.
God. Yeah.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
a super tough one. But Dark Souls 2, everybody. Now we get the end credits, which you cannot skip. So, oh man. Well,
thank you so much, Dr. Dude. This was incredible, and we had a blast. I think, can we get some hype in the chat for Dr. Dude? I think that this was an absolutely incredible run, and really appreciate you showcasing it and trying something brand new here on the channel. So that was awesome, and seriously, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me back. I appreciate it. Always a great time here on GDQ. Thanks for watching, everybody. So I, like was alluded before, I do stream every weekday or every weeknight, 5 p.m. U.S. Eastern time here on Twitch, twitch.tv/DrDude. And maybe on Monday, I'll get this run actually hitless and not get hit by a bubble by the Demon of Song. But thanks again for having me. Ghost, thanks for commentating. Jiggy, thanks for having me. Thanks for inviting me. I had a great time. I hope you guys enjoyed it, and I hope you enjoyed the dudes.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a great time. Please, everybody, do me a favor and go on over to twitch.tv/DrDude and give him a big ol' follow. You can hover over his name in the title of the stream and click the button. Click that big ol' follow button. That'd be really great. Moonlight Ghost, you did incredible too. Do you have any shout outs that you want to give?
Oh, darn. Just a shout out to the whole Kitless community for rocking all these games and giving me hours of entertainment and knowledge throughout all these games. Shout out to Dr. Dude for.
And I was going to say, also, everyone go follow Moonlight Ghost. She is working on Bloodborne no hit, no dodging. A no-hit run of Bloodborne without using the dodge button at all. It is outrageous.
That sounds incredible. It really does. Well, thank you both so much. But we're not done, everyone. We're not done. When we return, we'll be wrapping up day 1 of Oops, You Died with Dark Souls 3 Glitchless. We'll be right back. Stick around. Welcome back, everybody, to the GDQ Hotfix Oops, You Died weekend. This is it. The final run of day 1. All right, we are at 19 deaths. We will see if any happen during this next run, but I am very, very excited about it. It's going to be a blast, and we're going to get into it in just a minute. But there is one thing that I have been told I'm required to tell you about. And I know that this is controversial to talk about on this channel. I know that I might be cut off right now when I bring this up. So you all better be paying attention, because this could be the last sentence that I ever say on the GDQ channel. Summer Games Done Quick 2025 will be live from Minneapolis. It's July 13th, and registration to attend in person is still up. You can go to gamesdonequick.com for more information about registering to attend. It's only up until May 26th, so you gotta go and use exclamation point SGDQ in the chat right now for all the information on SGDQ. It's going to be a blast, and I'm really, really excited about it. All right, with that, without further ado, let's get into it. The final run of today's the final run of today's Oops You Died. We got Dark Souls 3 glitchless with Peachy Shortcake. Peachy, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. Apparently, I just completely clipped out and nobody heard any of that. I think that they should just go and check. I'm just that excited about SGDQ. It's gonna be a good time. But how you doing? Welcome to the channel. Welcome to GDQ.
Hi, thank you for having me. I am totally not shaking and nervous. It's fine. We got this.
You do. You got this. I'm pumped.
I am very excited. I love this game so much. And this was actually the first speedrun that I actually ever learned and what got me into speedrunning. And sort of got me into challenge runs and all of that stuff. So I'm very excited to be revisiting it. I haven't run it seriously in a long time. But it is a beginner-friendly, consistent route. So I'm hoping that we can bring it back. We got this.
Oh yeah, I'm super excited for this run. It's going to be incredible. I saw you watched you last night playing it, so that's going to be a blast. And we also got Joe Serino, Josh Serino here.
That's me.
Yo, Joe.
Yeah, Jiggy, you got it. Perfect.
I can read. I sometimes.
I mean, who among us really can claim to read at the end of the day? You know,
reading is hard.
Somebody
English
in chat can read. They can read. Somebody in chat. Somebody in chat. Yeah, somebody in chat's gonna come up here and they're gonna flex and be like, "Bro, I can read fine. I don't know what you're talking about." But
you know what?
Josh,
we love
thanks
that
for being here, and thanks for
it's a pleasure
doing.
to be here.
We have you today, and then we also have you tomorrow for the Dark Souls 3 race. So you're gonna be here all weekend with me. So that's
I will be returning. Yeah, I'm very excited. I love Dark Souls 3. It is one of my favorites.
It's going to be a blast. So, Peachy, what are we about to see? And I'm ready to get started whenever you are.
We're going to see any percent glitchless. So only the mandatory bosses in the base game and no glitches. And yeah, we're just going to try to go fast and hopefully not die. And yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Sick.
Whenever you're ready, let's get right into it. Dark Souls 3.
Let's go. 3, 2, 1, new game. I'm skipping the opening cutscene.
And Peachy, I have full faith in you. You know what? I'm willing to say it right now. No caster curse is happening here. This is going to be.
If you jinx me, I get to blame you now.
There will be greater than or equal to 0 deaths.
We got
during this run.
We're going assassin class because we get good dex, we get S-Doc, and we also get our parry shield, and we get spook, which is a very important spell. And we're starting with the black firebombs, which are going to be useful as well. And then we zoom. We go.
Yeah. Spook is like honestly super underrated if you're not familiar with the speedruns in this game. It does a lot of heavy lifting. You can, save yourself a lot of damage for one, but also kind of do some cheeky little fall damage cancels essentially.
Cheeky little skips. It is very helpful.
Yeah. We'll see at least a couple of little places where you can get away with some stuff you wouldn't normally be able to because of Spook.
Yeah, if you guys don't know what Spook is, essentially it's a spell that if you are going to fall and take fall damage, it'll negate your fall damage. However, if you fall a distance that will insta-kill you, it'll still insta-kill you. But it negates all your fall damage, which is very helpful for jumping to places. Grab our first upgrade over here.
All right, so now Peachy, you're actually approaching the spot where I ended my playthrough of this game.
Actually,
it's right up here. Yep. That guy right there.
Yeah.
That is as far as I made it. Right. Ready. Wait. No. Once you interact, and that's as far as I made it.
Oh my god.
Wow. That's honestly, that's pretty impressive. Not many people have made it this far. And the deal with Gundyr is, if all goes well, you basically want to prep poise damage for phase 2. That way, whenever
he staggers.
You throw this firebomb, he staggers, just like that.
I would like to say, I got past Gundy %. Let's go.
Yep. Gundyr
officially farther than me. Officially farther.
He can do some stuff. He can definitely do some stuff.
Sometimes he does a little funny thing, and it's great.
Thankfully, no funny business this time.
No funny business this time. Thank God. That would be kind of embarrassing to have a 1-minute run reset. All right. Now we're going to our
That's,
Firelink Shrine.
1 of 13 down.
Let's go.
I don't know if Gundyr is like... He's probably not the easiest boss on this run. It's got to be easier, right?
Trying to think of who else is easier. I mean, he's so
Crystal Sage?
scripted. Crystal Sage, yeah, I think Crystal Sage is pretty easy.
Yeah.
If you don't mess it up. You go into
That's
phase
the thing
2.
is like, even then, Crystal Sage can definitely go wrong. That's something like with Dark Souls 3. Dark Souls 3 in a nutshell is things go wrong.
Everything goes wrong.
We love it for that.
I think Dark Souls 3, a lot of these bosses are quite easy once you learn all of their strategies, but things can go so wrong so quick. And then having to deal with it is very fun.
They're like more complex than you would expect.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you're used to like, a lot of people, you know, they're used to Elden Ring at this point. That was like their first introduction to the Souls games. And at Elden Ring, a lot of the times in the speedruns, it's a lot of just, you know, press R2 and the bosses die.
True.
And Dark Souls 3 is very much not like that.
Yeah, Elden Ring is actually, well, okay, technically Dark Souls 3 was my first Souls game, but when I started it, I didn't realize what a Souls game was, and I did the same thing as Jiggy. I got like, I got farther, but I got to like, I think Crystal Sage.
Yeah, way to flex on me, Peachy. Way to flex on me. Just the subtle. Yeah, you know, on my first time, I definitely made it further.
Well, okay, but I made it
past
farther.
Jiggy%.
However, I also got, I didn't know you had to like level in this game. So like, I think I spent like a week just getting to like past Vort because I just kept dying to everything. And then I was like, you know what? I hate Souls games. And then I quit. And then Elden Ring came out. I played Elden Ring and I was like, holy, this is great. And then I came back to DS3. And now it's, it was the first game I ran and the only one that I did run very seriously, or seriously-ish. So I do love it now, but I used to hate it.
And there's Spook coming in handy.
Yeah, no fall damage.
And we kind of breezed past it, but High Wall is honestly like one of the more intense running sections in this game for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Getting past all the hollows and the dragon and all that.
Yeah, anywhere where there's like a lot of hollows or dogs, it's very scary because they can all just like surround you and you're kind of screwed sometimes.
Yeah, dogs in particular can cause a lot of problems, especially on a couple of later running sections.
Mm-hmm. Also, I mentioned the quit outs are very helpful for skipping door animations. I'm sure some of you guys know if you guys have seen other speedruns. But in this instance, I get to be outside of this room. So it's just kind of small little time saves. Also de-aggroing enemies. It's helpful, so you'll see me doing it a lot.
All right, second boss of the run.
Yeah, dog guy.
Yeah.
The iconic Dark Souls music time.
Yeah, this is like everyone's favorite OST from the series.
Music, yeah.
Almost as iconic as Pling Pling Plon.
Plim Plim Plon, oh my gosh. Two of my faves.
Gold Pine Resin just to get a little bit of extra damage in here. The whole deal with Vort is he's fine as long as you don't see like any phase 2.
Yeah. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba.
So while he's doing this breath attack, you can just finish him off.
Easy.
Jeez.
I am going to do some safe strats and grab some bonfires just to make sure that we don't have to redo a ton of running if I do die.
Yeah, there's something, I mean, I like to call it event RNG, where anytime you're doing something at an event, things just go as badly as they possibly can. And so the bonfires, you know, they help combat the event RNG. It's really just a nice RNG manipulation from PG here.
Let's go. I didn't aggro the dog, so that's already a good W.
Huge.
I have died to these dogs before. It's great. It's a good time.
Yeah, the cool thing about dogs, and hopefully we won't see it very much, if they are off screen, they can teleport. And they will teleport just like on top of your head or right next to you. And yeah, no, they get instant transmission whenever they're off screen. That's not a joke, by the way. That sounds like I'm making that up. That's literally true.
Yeah, it'll happen. There are a lot of dog running spots. It'll happen.
Yeah.
It's great.
it's Dark Souls 3, everybody. Dark Souls 3.
Dark Souls 3 is the reason why I'm a cat person.
Probably, I don't know. I don't know enough about DS1 or DS2. So with my limited knowledge of those games, I will say confidently, Dark Souls 3 dogs, by far the worst.
Yeah, I've played Dark Souls 1 and 2, and I can't remember them being as bad as Dark Souls 3, to be honest.
Well, there, it's official.
But maybe that's just because they bug me more when I speedrun.
Yeah.
You have the nice dogs in the poison town, next to the big guy in Dark Souls 1.
The poison.
That's really
you mean Blight Town?
Blight Town.
Wait,
Yeah.
those
No.
ones?
Dogs. It's below the dragon. Big guy. Kappa demon.
Oh, the Kappa demon dogs.
Oh, those guys.
My God.
Yeah, those are fun.
Those are great.
Yeah, the guy outside Kappa demon. Yeah.
Kappa demon?
Kappa demon.
Nice.
Man.
What? Kappa demon. Yeah, the guy who's in the really small room and he's really hard. The Kappa demon.
Yeah. I know who you're talking about.
Is that not his name? Am I just being a clown? What is happening here?
Wait, are you not intentionally making a Twitch
really
emote
good.
joke?
What?
What?
Peachy, what are you talking about?
I don't
Everyone
know,
knows
man.
it's Kappa demon.
I'm being gaslit.
All right.
Wait, what's no? Stop. What is the guy who's underneath the town and he's in the really small room? What is his name?
It's Capra demon because he's like a goat.
Oh. Okay.
Actually, it's Capra demon.
I've been calling him the Kappa demon since.
No, that's funny. That's funny. I thought you were intentionally doing that. Oh my lord.
Yeah, I was. I was absolutely intentionally doing that. Yeah.
You know what? Round of applause 100%. For Jiggy.
07 Onion. I'm gonna bop him on the head.
Don't do it, Peachy. Oh no.
Sorry, Onion.
So undeserved. So we saw two very good spook points there. The one in the elevator and then another on the cliff and then yeah, good job. Wow, look at that. No fall damage. Hooray.
Oh my lord.
We love spook.
Spook is so clutch, honestly.
And then there were kind of two passes through Undead Settlement there. The first one was to get the Sharp gem because Sharp is incredibly good. It's a great infusion in this game.
Yeah, we'll be using it for our Twin Blades, which will be the weapon that we get soon, and that'll be pretty much our weapon we use for the entire game. I believe World Record Route now uses Henri's Straight Sword, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it is. So apparently that route is insanely hard.
Yeah, so I'm not doing
very,
it.
very RNG dependent. This is kind of this is definitely
consistent.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And Dex is king for consistency. So yes,
I love Dex builds so much. I will always be a Dex player.
Yeah, and the Henri Straight Sword is actually pretty recent development as far as world record route goes. Before that, it was, the only real difference, I think, was sort of what you would use for Watchers.
Yeah, pretty much. It's pretty much where you go to Watchers, because I'm grabbing all these shards right now, which is a lot slower. You're grabbing these ones here, you're grabbing them throughout the swamp. If you go other routes, you won't have to grab as many, so you kind of get to Watchers a lot faster, and then eventually you'll just buy them all. But Twin Blades, you guys will kind of see, assuming if I don't mess it up, you end up melting through Watchers. So taking the extra time to set up Twin Blades before Watchers is very helpful because Watchers is typically the major reset point for runs. And they're usually the main skill check boss anyways.
Yeah, at least as far, glitchless Watchers, maybe the biggest reset point in the run.
Yeah.
We'll see later this weekend, we'll see the non-glitchless version, and y'all will have a greater appreciation for how hard the Watchers fight actually is. Because, you'll have +3 Twin Blades, right?
Yes.
Yeah, +3 Twin Blades are gonna, definitely do some melting,
you can still, it can still go
it's very
wrong.
dicey.
Yeah.
Especially because, like, on a speedrun like this with watchers, you're kind of incentivized to trade with them in terms of damage, and so it's really easy to get too greedy or, you know, just trade a little too much.
Too greedy so much. That is my biggest thing in these runs. I get so greedy.
No, Peachy never gets greedy and never will. Definitely not today.
There's a really funny skip here that I'm tempted to do.
Oh, come on. I mean, it's such a small...
I'm doing it for the bit.
do it for the bit.
I'm doing it for the bit.
It's such a small run back if you miss it.
It is such a run back. I might die here, but...
I believe. You got this.
I'm a god.
Yes! We're doing it for the bit.
I did it for the bit.
That saves probably a good 8 to 10 seconds.
Yeah. I learned that very recently. I learned that, like, I got, like, my PB, like, when I was really running this 2 years ago. And then I swapped to doing other stuff. But I didn't learn that until, I think, like, 2 months ago or something. It's a little funny. It's not a glitch. I don't know how it was explained to me. I can't remember. But it's technically not. It's just a fall damage cancel. But it's a weird loading in things or something.
It's insanely jank looking. Because you don't even get to see the ground. But yeah, if... She did a mid-air quick step, which you can iframe fall damage in this game, which is awesome. That's just incredible, honestly. Incredible design choice. And quick step counts as well. So like if you jump off a ledge and you're, you know, rolling, as long as you quick step before the end of that roll animation, you can, you know, just perfectly iframe even lethal fall damage. It's awesome.
Yeah, I haven't learned how to do it in other spots, but you definitely can use it in other spots. But I usually do spook. The strat that I'll normally do is just spook, go on the ladder, and then jump off the ladder kind of thing. But you know what? I risked it for the biscuit. Wow, I cannot speak. Risked it for the biscuit.
That was good though. That was good. You know, your brain it's fully dedicated to the speedrun right now. You can't. There's no language processing center that's going on at all. It's fine.
I never have one normally, so.
I always love it when in glitchless runs there's just like things that are clearly like borderline, like, are you sure about that? But they're like, no, it's not a glitch.
Are you using glitches in my glitchless speedrun?
Yeah. Yeah. There's been a lot of debate over the years over, you know, what is considered a glitch and what isn't. And you know, it's kind of vibes based. There's definitely logic behind all of it for sure. But, you know, at the end of the day, like, I think there, in my opinion, I think there's a little bit of like, would this be, you know, good for a run or would this be bad for a run? Like, would it be fun or not fun or competitive?
Yeah, I also think that like, just like what you just said, it's just like, I feel like there are some communities that are just like, but that one's fun.
Yeah,
and
it
saves us time. it's like I'm not a speedrunner. I can't speedrun. I can barely play video games, but I have been doing a Link Between Worlds glitchlesses, like a Link Between Worlds glitchless. And there's one trick in the game where you use the Pegasus boots to, you know, kind of just to slide over a death pit. And that's not allowed. But then at the end of the game, when you use the Pegasus boots to literally fly off the ledge and skip about 5 minutes, or not 5 minutes, like 3 minutes, you can do that. Yeah, you can do that. That's not a glitch. That's just falling with style. It's just falling with style. Yeah,
I like
it's
that.
just falling with style.
Yeah, there's a couple of little examples like that. Like, I mean, you know, fall damage cancels where you roll midair and completely iframe lethal fall damage. Like, that's not a glitch. There's no way that's a glitch.
Intentional.
Yeah. There's also like Estus canceling and other like niche stuff like that you can save like tiny bits of time here and there with, where it's like I think a lot of it also is like, could you do it accidentally? And if the answer is yes, then oftentimes that'll end up in glitchless as well.
Here I just upgraded my twin blades to +6, put sharp on them. And we are going to, I also upgraded my flasks and stuff, and we're gonna level up with the lady to 16 dex, and then just put the rest into health, which I have nothing left, so no health, that's fine.
It's fine. It's just Watchers.
okay.
Who needs HP?
Sometimes you get bonus health with the guys falling off the ladder where I did the little funny skip. But there I did not, so.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I guess exploits would be a better word. It's not a glitch, it's an exploit.
Yeah, exactly. You're just manipulating what the game already lets you do.
All right, Peachy, how are we feeling going into Watchers?
Pretty good so far. We'll see. It could all go a big 180. So we'll see if they're nice to me. I don't know.
I think Watchers, they're pretty nice.
They can be really good sometimes. I'll have days where like Watchers are really amazing, and then I'll have days where like I remember when I was like really grinding this, I would have like entire like 8-hour streams where I couldn't get past Watchers because they were just being really dumb. So it's great.
Yeah. That's the joy of glitchless, honestly.
Mm-hmm. That's fantastic. Leave me alone, please. Oh, okay, thank you. That's great.
Hello, Mr. Gru.
Being chased.
Yeah.
I love this
Great.
game.
Yeah. Thank you, Dark Souls.
Thank you. All right.
Have you ever had him? Well, I guess you quit out, so that's good. I've definitely had this guy go into the arena with me.
I've had him like hit me through the arena and like get the aggro of the Watchers.
That's so rude.
All right. Please be nice to me. Okay.
Gotta electrify that sword.
Yeah. You see, the damage is really good.
Yeah.
All right, your friend's dead, and now we're chilling. We're fine. We recovered. That was not clean at all.
And the scary thing about Watchers is they have a ton of hyper armor attacks, so you kind of can't just mash. They will punish you super hard.
I was stressed. Low key.
Nice.
All right.
Hey.
Good phase one.
I can't believe he buffed his sword.
I know.
How dare you do what I do?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
And then in phase two, we get the fire trails, which are a disaster.
Yeah. We're gonna play this cautious because I hate him.
I love that idea.
I really do hate him sometimes.
Nice stab.
Yeah, and Watchers in phase two, they just force you to play much more cautiously.
Yeah, if you get caught in his like fire trail, it's not fun.
Get that
I
last
just want to
hit.
bait out the backstab because that is very easy.
And you know what's fast? Not dying.
Yeah, not dying
That's
is
the
a lot
fastest
faster.
thing. Yeah.
But we did it, so that is good. We don't have to do a Watchers reset. Well, I wasn't gonna reset anyways, but
It's just so demoralizing to like have to go do the walk of shame back to Watchers.
oh my god, yeah. It's just having to like go through the early game where you're like going through and grabbing the shards in this route is kind of a pain. So resetting the Watchers is a pain, at least on the consistent route, because it's so much just grabbing shards. If you
Tell
were
me you
to
don't
reset.
love Fair and Keep, Peachy.
You know what? I'm not Miyazaki. I don't like, wow, poison swamps. I can't speak. I would rather
great.
have my swamps
They're
left
iconic.
poisoning. They are iconic, that is true. I am gonna grab this ring. It boosts our
Plus
dex
3
a little
dex.
bit. Yes. Little bit helpful.
I don't know what that has to do with, like, why is it the milk ring, though? I don't understand what that has to do with Dex.
Strong bones, more dexterous?
True.
Lore.
True. I can't believe that Dark Souls has a milk ad in it.
That's crazy.
True.
It's got the got milk ad.
I need a Karthus oat milk ring because I'm lactose intolerant. So.
Yeah.
How dare they? All right.
So
we're
these
also gonna
ashes
grab,
are for what? The bleed?
These are for your bleed. Karthus Rouge. I'm playing on 1.08, which is down patched.
Oh, right.
Before they kind of nerfed bleed in Dark Souls. So we pretty much use bleed for everything from now on, except for I believe DSA. It's the only one. And well, now Wolnir.
Elden Ring is still bleed central, isn't it?
So
they
kind
nerfed it
of.
a bit, right?
The big thing with any status in Elden Ring is that bosses have increasing resistance the more that you proc a status on them, and that's not the case in Dark Souls in any of the games, as far as I know, where you can proc bleed and it'll take the same number of hits to proc bleed again no matter what. Whereas in Elden Ring, you'll proc bleed the first time in like 5 hits, the second one will take 10, 15, and it just compounds like that.
Because Elden Ring is both extremely hard and also, quote, very easy game TM.
Yeah.
Oh shoot. That's so cool. Thank you, bro.
Oh. You gotta hand it to Wolnir. He's really
Oh my lord.
laying down the hurt. I'm sorry.
Damn, that's
he's
crazy.
a cool boss. Just the Skeleton King. Come on, you have to beat up his.
Look, he's just defending his fashion, is all.
Yeah.
I want his bracelets. Give it to me.
He paid good money for those.
Oh my god. No, vaping's not cool, bro.
Oh no.
I got caught in his hand.
Yep. We love Wolnir's hand collision.
I love to see it. Oh
The spooky,
boy.
scary skeleton strikes again.
Oh boy.
That's never happened before. Oh my god, that's never ever happened before.
Never.
It's our 20th death.
Crazy.
Number 20.
Number 20, everyone. I think somebody in chat said 25. And I was like, you're telling me that tomorrow we're going to get 5 deaths all day? That's it? Like, we have a race tomorrow. We have a randomizer tomorrow. Like, I think we're going to get a couple deaths.
Maybe.
The funny thing about Wolnir, if you have to run back to him, is he's awake now. And he takes more hits on the bracelets.
Yeah.
So, and we don't have fire. So this is like really not that great. Dying to Wolnir is very funny because he's a gimmick boss. But if you get caught in his hand, he can just keep you in there, and it's bad. Like, you don't have much health at this point. And I'm getting, what the heck is the camera doing?
Oh, hi. Hello, rat.
Oh my god. What is happening? Leave me.
Yeah, no, sorry. You thought that the main character was the Ashen one. Actually, the main character is that rat.
Specifically that rat.
Wow. All the way to the bridge? Really? Oh, okay.
Across it too, almost. Jesus.
I've never seen this. Who even is this?
I haven't seen that. Dude, my camera was going crazy. Are you still here? Okay, I thought I heard him.
Oh my god.
I was like, dude.
Well, shout out to that rat.
Shout out to that rat. I was so distracted that we're taking time lapse to re-equip stuff. Holy.
Good old rat hype in the chat.
Jesus, rat jam. All right, hello.
Yeah, so,
wakey.
Like, everything behind Wolnir, like, by his ribcage, is all just vapor that does tons of damage to you. And Wolnir is a funny little guy, and his hands have collision on them. And whenever he pulls his hands back, he can just drag you right into the vapor, and it does lots and lots of damage.
Yep, and it gets me. That's like the only way I die to Wolnir is just his hands will just drag me in there because I'll be too greedy, and it's always this third hand. Always, without a fail, this third hand.
Yeah,
and
it's
it
funny
makes me
because
cry.
sometimes he doesn't like pull his hand back that far, and it's fine. But
Oh no! Oh!
is he summoning?
Oh. Yeah, no, he's doing the funny
Oh.
thing that you never want to see. He's got a sword. He's pulling a sword out. Oh, and I'm gonna die again. This is great. Oh, I love him so much.
Wolnir's we love Wolnir.
We love Wolnir.
He's so fun.
He's so fun, and this game is great.
What I love about Dark Souls 3 is how I love the boss design in Dark Souls 3.
I feel like Dark Souls 3 is one of the ones that has the most iconic boss designs.
That's the thing is, unironically, I think Dark Souls 3 has some of the best bosses in like any of From Software's games. But it also has some... It's got some goofy ones as well.
You got deacons?
We love deacons. Oh, man. Tree balls is what he's also known as curse rotted greatwood.
I forget that he exists, and then I remember that tree balls exist, and I get a good chuckle.
Yeah, that is what most people. I'm not making that up. That is what he's called. He's called tree balls.
He's a tree and he's got balls. It's just.
That's right.
Yeah, it's yeah. Oh my God, this is great. Why are you doing this again, Mister?
We're rat jams again. Hooray.
Woo! Oh my God. I love the way that the camera is so weird with him though. What the heck?
What's this rat's name? I feel like he's like important, you know?
I feel like his name is like Gerald or something.
Yeah, thanks, Gerald. We love Gerald.
Please leave me alone.
It's funny how on speedruns in particular, like the quote unquote meme bosses are often the ones that like go sideways.
I feel like it's because like Wonder is a boss that like really I'm not really gonna practice because he's like technically like he should be scripted. You should be easy.
Yeah.
So like you spend your time practicing like Watchers or like Pontiff or something that is gonna be a bit harder.
Yeah, it's funny. Like people think of like Dancer as like one of the hardest bosses in this game, but I very rarely see people actually like struggle with Dancer.
Yeah, Dancer will usually get me if I'm being too greedy, but otherwise she should be chill. Okay, please just... I want this bracelet.
All right, Wolnir. Are we behaving today?
Out. No, he's not. Holy mother of...
Whoa.
Bro. Jesus. Oh my God. Third time's the charm. It's fine. That was, you know what? I just wanted to demonstrate how stinky this boss is when you die. That was intentional.
Yeah. Doing it without the bundles there is very dicey.
Oh my Lord. That was terrifying. I was like, if I die again, I'm gonna cry. All right.
No tears today.
No, we got this. And now we go back to Firelink Shrine and we do some more upgrading. We are going to go and we're gonna give her the ashes. I'm buying extra bleed because I don't trust myself. We're gonna have 5 of each. And then we'll need 30 dex. And then pour the rest in the vigor.
Farewell, Ashen One.
There we go.
Vigor's also like really strong in Dark Souls 3 as well, compared to Elden Ring, I feel like.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's like 15 vigor doesn't look like a lot, but that'll save you a few extra hits for sure.
Oh, definitely. All right, and then now we equip this. We get chased by a dog the whole way, I think.
Will we see any dog teleportation?
Maybe not yet. We definitely will after Sage.
Yeah.
Those ones are great.
There's a couple of cute little doggies over there.
I will say Dark Souls 3 definitely has some very tricky running sections that can go very, very dicey. Absolutely.
There's some rough enemies.
All right, let's see if we get the script.
If all goes well, Crystal Sage is just essentially L1 spam.
Well, now. Healing in a Sage fight is insane. I'm gonna... What the frick, dude?
He's comboing.
Normally, okay, so he will do, if he does the soul mass, the balls above his head, you kind of just spam him till he's dead. But then if he hits you and does some stuff, that happens, and you cry a little bit. But
the combo game that Sage was crazy.
It was crazy. But he'll also, if he does like anything above, aside from the balls above his head, there's like a sort of script that you can do, and you can one phase him by reading the crystals and his spawn points and stuff. Technically, the move that he did is technically ideal because it should be faster, but he kind of just out comboed me.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to rotate around him pretty tightly, and it's more precise than I feel like you would expect.
Oh my lord, dude. Yeah, we might have messed it up a little bit. We might be seeing a phase 2, but it's okay.
Phase 2's hype, in many ways.
We should just be able to hit him like once, so that'll be fine. Where are you
the bleed
at?
procs do a lot.
Which one are you? Oh, I see you. Please leave me alone.
Technically, you can even read the position.
Yeah, I got got. I think you can read the position of these ones in phase 2.
Technically, you can. They're like more.
There's a lot more of them, though.
Yeah.
It's fine. Third time's the charm, guys. This is just gonna be the save for this run today.
Well, that's the thing we mentioned. Like, I mean, the meme bosses, they pull some stuff out.
Yeah.
They get a little spicy sometimes.
It is really funny because so far the 2 bosses that have killed me have been the 2 bosses I did not practice before this.
That's how it goes. That's how it goes. Dark Souls 3 knows where your weaknesses are, and Dark Souls 3 will do Dark Souls 3 things.
Yep.
Like make Sage do things that combo you back to back.
We are going to be low on bleed, so we will have to eventually next time we go back buy some more bleed. Okay, I need to make sure I have full stamina for this thing. There we go.
Nice.
And now you're going to be right over here. That's the script.
Perfect, Sage. We love to see it.
Perfect, guys. The first try. Absolutely.
Literally first try, except for the first 2. That was
Those are warm-ups. It was fine. It doesn't count. Chad didn't see anything. Nothing happened.
Sage is a funny boss. Sage is actually, unironically, one of the most complex bosses in this game in terms of like the spawns and when it goes to phase 2. But nobody ever gets to like see that because of just how weak Sage is.
Yeah, if you power through Sage is very easy. But if you go to Sage under level, like when I first played this game, I didn't know you had to level up, and I got to Sage, like, I don't even know what level I was, if I even did level. And I got to phase 2, and I couldn't kill her. I didn't know you had to upgrade your weapons. I couldn't do anything. So I was, I was struggling. But if you know the script and everything, Sage is usually chill.
Yeah, I mean, good. Doggies, by the way.
Dog time.
It's dog time? Any teleportation?
Yep, there you go. You can see it. Oh, Lord.
They literally just teleport on screen.
Great game.
Apparently the reason for that is because whenever enemies are off screen, they go into like low frame rate mode. But something about the way that works with the dogs, they just, I don't know, it messes with their movement super badly. But this cathedral is another like super intense running section, actually.
Yeah, if you die, there's a lot of running.
A lot of really scary enemies. There's like the anything that has worms on it will make you bleed for a very, very, very long time. And then the grave wardens are really scary as well with the twin blades. And then there's archers and there's thralls, and every single one of them can just, lock you into a combo. So
yeah, it's great. It's a great time. And then the giants, he'll step on you sometimes. 2 of them. If you're not careful.
And so a lot of the movement on this is pretty precise. You'll notice she's running perpendicular to the arrows. And then I nice thing about taking that upper path is you don't have to deal with some pretty nasty thralls on that. Like, you don't have to deal with Thrall Alley, is what I like to call it.
Thrall Alley.
Yeah.
That is true. All right. First part of the Deacon's run done. Now inside.
Such a good door quit out.
It's so good.
The Grave Wardens are so bad if you don't quit out there.
Hello, buddy. Don't mind me. I'm just gonna go grab a ring.
So this ring, insanely important. Plus 10% damage for basically the rest of the run.
If you are full health, I believe.
Exactly, yeah.
Excuse me.
Which, I mean, sure, when are we ever not going to be full health, PG?
Yeah, So don't get hit. It's fine.
Exactly. So yeah, quick step again, like super useful for just movement through the definitely mud. It's definitely mud. 100%. I mean, these are just some really dirty giants. They just have lots of dirt on them, and as a result, where they're standing is really muddy. Yeah.
All right.
Anyways, here's Deacons.
Yay! This one is
We love
also
Deacons.
funny fight. Could go great. Could go not great.
Yeah, this is one where, like, I mean, you want to be as aggressive as possible, but fireballs are funny.
Yep. You also want to be at full health, and fireballs are funny.
Yeah. So do you still one-shot the Deacons if you're not at full HP?
You do not,
Oh, boy.
but it's okay. You one-shot the small ones if you're at full HP.
Yeah.
So it makes things a little bit faster. It's not the end of the world though. And after you do 5 of these, then the other one spawns. I think that's 4. I lost count. It's fine.
I think that was 4. I was definitely counting.
Chat was counting. We can just ask chat. They know everything.
Chat's never wrong.
Yeah.
I would like this one to get not behind me. There we go.
Okay,
We're
not
chilling.
blasted by force. We love to
We're
see
cool.
that. Wow.
This
Instant
is,
free Deacons. I love that.
Definitely one of the boss fights of all time right there.
One of them,
One
yeah,
of the
absolutely.
boss fights of all time, indeed.
I promise we're getting to good boss fights.
Normally would not buy an extra bleed, but I am just because we screwed up with what's his face? Sage.
Sage.
So we'll see if anything, that'll probably just give me less HP towards the end of the run, but it's okay.
But yeah, if you're just joining us here, this is Oops, You Died Weekend. This is the celebration of Soulsbourne games here on the Games Done Quick channel. We are currently watching Peachy go through Dark Souls 3 glitchless.
Woo!
Woohoo!
Now we're gonna go fight another fun dog. It's great.
Oh, you actually fight the dog on this route. That's
I do,
cool.
yeah. I fight the dog.
Yeah, so this guy drops the Pontiff right eye. Right eye? Left eye?
One of the eyes.
It's one of the eyes. It's one of Pontiff's eyes. And it gives you more damage when you attack a lot. And more damage on a speedrun is good. Write that down.
Here we go. Right eye. You were correct.
I'm just putting in my notes. More damage is good for speed.
Yes, perfect.
Do
not forget.
Remember, I'm
Some
learning,
people
you know.
will try to
I'm
tell
learning.
you less damage is good for speed. Those people, I mean, it's actually, I'm not going to lie, occasionally those people are right. But in this particular instance, not right.
We're at another funny running section. That's very
Arguably the hardest in the game.
Yeah, this one, I think, honestly, both Iritha ones are probably the hardest.
Yeah.
Grand Archives is also up there.
And
I have a
biggest
question.
reason is these fire witches.
Yep.
Yeah, they're scary. We don't like them.
And the little
got the funny
guys,
attack, too.
and then, oh boy, this is so cool. And these guys.
Here, I have a question for the audience at home, but then also you all. If HBO was going to make a Dark Souls TV show like they did with Last of Us, would you watch it?
Yes.
I thought you were gonna I really thought you were gonna ask like who would play the main character, and I was so ready to say me.
I mean, you can include who you'd want as the main character. Who would be the main character?
You would be the ashen one?
I am the main. I am the ashen one. Yes, I am.
I'll be the level up lady.
Perfect.
I'll wear like I'll bleach my hair, something. I'll go blind.
Yeah. There you go. Okay. Wow, so committed, PG. It's the funny dark room. Nothing bad happens here.
That one guy who drops from the ceiling, the amount of times I've died to him, the panic rolling in that room is real. It's so real.
Nothing bad happens. Nothing bad.
Nothing bad happens in the dark room.
It's very safe.
Yeah. Grabbing some stamina buffs. My earbud is falling out. Great. All right.
One of the many cases of bad RNG that you can get on a run. Sometimes your earbud just says, I'm going to fall out.
The amount of times I've been on a run, my earbud will just fall out. I'm like, well, I guess I'm not hearing anymore.
Earbud RNG. Should have done the RNG manipulation, Peachy.
I should have. I'm not a gamer enough, I guess.
Got to start duct taping those in.
Oh my god. Alright, this is a necessary bonfire. I grabbed a couple safe ones, and this is a necessary one. We'll teleport back to it after Yorm.
Yeah, this one's the midpoint between Yorm and Pontiff. So very handy to have. So these fire witches have a funny little goofy snake attack where there aren't any rules that govern like how it moves, and it can double back and forth right on top of you over and over and over again and just unlock you to death.
Yep.
And so a lot of times when people see that attack, or more often when they hear that attack, they just instantly quit out.
Yeah, and it'll follow you like down into that hallway too. Like it follows you for a long time.
Yeah. It's a fun one. Very, very fun.
This area as well, I remember my first playthrough took me hours to get through. And it's so crazy that learning the route through the speedrun, this area just becomes very trivial. Especially with
Yeah,
Spook.
it's super quick.
Yeah. So
yeah, this is
speedy.
probably the biggest time save on this run with Spook, I think.
If you didn't have Spook, you'd lose so much time here, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's not mess this up. Barely cut the corner. Holy,
And
okay.
there's Irithil dungeon skip.
Yeah. So
That's
yeah, you
like one of the
backstep
only
you.
real skips that we see on this run, right?
This is the major one, yeah. If you don't land on that corner, if you were to just go down to the ground, you would die. So that is the barrier between like lethal fall damage and Spook not helping, and just negating regular fall damage. So very precise.
Yeah, it's like, I think it's like 20 in-game distance units. You can call it, I don't know, you can call it meters. I don't know what.
Something.
It's like, but it's 20 of them is the lethal point, and anything below that, you could have like 19.9 and you'll survive. But just that extra 0.1 is enough to kill you every single time. Unless you iframe it with like a roll or quick step or something, but
Yeah, I'm too scared to try that. I got rid of my, we don't need our dagger or our short sword anymore. So we got rid of that because that'll just make us make it easier to menu and grab the storm ruler when we grab that for Yorm, because we are not going to be fighting him normally. We are going to use the storm ruler, which I guess is normal.
yeah.
A lot faster. It probably wouldn't help for speed if you tried without that. All right.
Yeah, the only time I see people fight him without it is on no-hit runs, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
They're and it's mostly because of there's kind of a meme that can happen with Storm Ruler. I hesitate to even mention it because
Yeah, don't curse me, please. I know what you're talking about, please.
Okay,
We'll mention it after, unless it happens.
We'll explain it in a second. Yeah. It won't happen. It definitely won't happen.
Are you? Okay.
I love those odds of definitely won't.
Yeah.
Type 1 in the chat if you think it will.
No. We don't need any ones. 2, definitely 2s. So yeah, main idea is baiting out a couple of his close range attacks and then punishing with the Storm Ruler attack, which is it does do damage, and as we've established earlier, damage equals fast. Nice thing about these headshots is it does have a longer stagger animation, long enough that you can just get a full charge and GG. Oh,
no, I didn't hit him.
Didn't hit him. It's because you didn't spin enough.
Legs. I think it went between his legs.
Enough.
Oh, and the meme! Oh, the meme! This is perfect.
Bro, that's crazy.
This is perfect. We love, honestly.
Twice.
Damn.
I'm so sorry, Peachy, that happened to you, but I love to see stuff like this happen in events.
I've never seen that in my life. Like, I thought you were talking about when you're like out of stamina and you like try to use the Storm Ruler and it doesn't go because of the stamina. Or when you're like locked on, but your character's facing another way, so your character just, even though you're locked on, decides to just shoot it off somewhere else. I've had both of those before, but that was crazy.
That's kind of what happened the first time, where I think it just went between his legs. The second time, that one, if you've never seen that before, that is an elevation meme. If you're not on the same elevation as Yorm, there's a chance that the Storm Ruler hitbox just misses entirely. It's super awesome.
Great.
Super duper cool.
That's my first time seeing that in however long I've run this. That's crazy.
And that's why a lot of people choose not to use Storm Ruler on no-hit runs, because if you're standing on any of the treasure in the room, or if you're standing on the stairs a little bit, there's just the chance that it just completely eats your Storm Ruler attack. It's so messed up.
You have to wait for it to recharge again.
Yep, and you're just sitting there, staring at Yorm like an idiot, and you have no stamina, and he just kills you. It's great.
Oh, it's so good. Great game, by the way. I highly recommend it to anyone who wants to play Souls games.
Yes, yeah. If you want to speedrun it, just make sure you're mentally in a good place before you speedrun the game. But it's great. It's my favorite Souls game.
Right,
maybe even my favorite From Software game.
It's definitely one of my favorites. That's the only time we have skulls, by the way. So if we die to Pontiff, you know what? I'm gonna be responsible and safe and take the time loss and go grab the shortcut.
I like that idea.
I like that idea too.
The question is, did you get the Church of Yorshka bonfire?
I did for this reason. So we are gonna be a little bit time lossy. I never do this normally, but you know what? Don't feel like dying to that running section a million times.
And the beautiful thing is, like, once you get a safety bonfire or a safety shortcut, you never need it. That's just how it goes.
Oh yeah, I won't need it.
It's guaranteed that the boss is gonna be free now.
Surely, we would like to hope. I did not set up prior, but that's okay. Pontiff, ideally, should be free. We'll see. I hate when he does that second one.
One more bleed.
Nice. See, we didn't need the shortcut, but if I didn't grab it, I would have died. That's just how things go.
Very clean. That was awesome.
Thank you.
That Pontiff strat is super, super nice. We love to see the parries.
We love to see it. That second parry, though, I hate that one in particular because that timing for that one's a little bit tricky sometimes. If you mess up the parry, the script gets messed up if you take damage before he goes into phase 2 transition.
Oh, okay. So you have very tight strat.
Yeah. We got this done. Now we run all the way up to Aldrich, 3 on Orlando.
That's still only with +3, by the way.
Oh yeah, true. We don't go to +6 until right before Eldritch. Just goes to show how cracked Twin Blades are, honestly.
Yeah, with the bleed too. It goes really, really hard. Also, you know, like good gaming as well.
Yeah, totally. Sellsword Wind Blades. My beloved. We'll be grabbing an Ash up here for buying large Titanite shards. Be very nice.
Yeah, so like, you know, especially with the large shards at least, you don't want to spend a bunch of time like picking up a ton of them. So it's like you can just get this and then immediately go to +6 without having to go out of our way at all.
Yeah, it's on the way. Like, I grabbed the one large shard that was just on the body because it's on the way, but a lot easier to just not deviate too much. I also spook. You don't have to spook, but spooking past all the archers is nice because they won't all gang up on you. I take the extra, like, 3 seconds.
The other thing is, like, I don't know if you've played on other patches very much, Peachy, but on 1.08, these knights are way more aggressive.
Are they really? I didn't know that.
Yeah. At least the last one at the very end, the one that you spooked past. That one in particular is like super scary on 108.
Oh boy.
I don't know why. That is one of the things that changed with 108 though.
Like, this knight in particular, we're gonna make him very aggro.
Yeah, they also on 1.08 they fixed an AI glitch with Watchers where you can prevent the clones from spawning.
Oh.
But they broke it again on all patches after 108.
Interesting.
So specifically on your patch, you cannot avoid spawning the Watcher clones.
It's fine.
Just for you, Peachy.
Just for me. Oh boy, my favorite. I love all the clones.
It's a quick little upgrade trip before, what is this boss's name again?
Aldrich.
Yes, thank you. Brain.
I call him
Played this game for like 4,000 hours. You'd think I would know the boss's names by now. Aldrich is fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's fun-ish. He's fun until there's one move, we can explain we can kind of manipulate his RNG for the moves a little bit to avoid arrows. That is the one thing we do not want to see in this fight, is him doing arrows in phase 2.
And thankfully, I mean, like we've seen all the bad RNG up to this point. We saw the meme with Storm Ruler on Yorm. Like, we've seen teleporting dogs. We've seen memes on Sage, on Wolnir. Like, what could possibly go? Okay, I'm not gonna.
Yeah. You heard it now, guys. If it happens, you guys can blame Josh.
Peachy is gonna be so mad at me after this. I apologize in advance.
You cursed my entire run. How could you?
We do a little caster cursing. You know what? We need sometimes you just need a villain for these runs, you know?
You're in your villain arc.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. We're gonna run up through here and hopefully no silly things. Should be fine. And then
aren't there gargoyles like right at the top here?
Not that I remember. There's like deacons that are fireballing. There is the big spider thing that will
Souls game.
No, I'm like pretty sure there's lizard guys that fly around here. Oh, nope. I think that was out on I think that was on the right side.
Maybe.
Of the place.
Oh my lord.
Nice. No memes. We love that.
This is fine. First phase arrows is fine.
Yeah, so the big thing with arrows is with phase 1, they have no tracking. They will just kind of go away, do their own thing. In phase 2, that's
They'll
not
chase
the
you
case.
forever, and then while he's doing other
They
spells.
will. And they have incredible tracking.
The other thing with this boss is you can kind of figure out where he's going to spawn. So I'm in this corner. He's going to be in the corner just completely opposite. And you want to run towards him quick enough so that you're considered close or mid-range so he doesn't do the arrows.
Life Hunt Scythe is also kind of terrifying.
Yeah. Okay. That's fine.
Nice.
He's gonna do arrows. I'm calling it. I'm calling it. I did not move
Arrows
quick
would
enough.
be...
Oh no, he didn't. We're so free.
Oh.
We're so free. Okay, we're chilling. We are big at chilling. Get in the
I was
ground.
almost rooting for the arrows.
Almost. Holy. All right. Are we human or are we dancer?
Immediately after beating, Pontiff and Aldrich, it just teleports you straight to Dancer, and now we're kind of in the end game boss rush a little bit.
Yeah, this is pretty much a big... Why am I healing again? Lamau. Okay. Grab this. We do our stamina buff. We do the bleed, and then... Dancer. This strat for Dancer is you kind of just want to hug her butt.
Yep. That's right.
You just gotta try not to be too greedy, because that's my biggest thing.
Yeah, the deal with Dancer is if you're in front of her, her moveset is insanely hard, and if you're behind her, most of her moves are very slow and super telegraphed. That's a good Dancer.
That was
Nice.
pretty chill. That was pretty chill. Give me this, please. Thank you.
Nothing too spicy. Didn't get grabbed. That's the most important
Yeah,
thing.
the grab is pretty bad. The one that usually gets me is when she does that, she'll just, smack backwards.
Yeah,
That one she did
double slap.
once. Yeah, that one will usually get me, so I'm always wary of that one. Diente, I don't like him at all. So he is a big stinky.
He's
Probably
one of the
my
hardest fights
least
on the run.
favorite boss in this run, if I'm being completely honest.
That's it's funny. I love Dragon Slayer armor.
Really? I mean,
Yeah.
I like him, but I hate you guys.
Oh, hello, Knights.
He'll mess up my runs sometimes out of nowhere, because you have to be really aggro on him in order to get that stagger at the end that we will hope we'll get. But if you're too aggro with him, he two-shots you.
Yeah, and he's hard. His phase 2 especially is it gets out of control.
Yeah. So we'll see. I'll grab a shortcut for him, because yeah. Oh well, I think that's our first running section death. So
Yeah, Dragon Barracks is terrifying. Everything does so much damage, and the lines to avoid these arrows,
it's awful.
they are really precise. On top of that, you guys may not know this, but Dark Souls 3 is a very polished game. So much so that those arrows that those archers shoot go right through the walls. They have no collision. So you cannot break line of sight to be safe from those arrows. It's great. It's so fun. Dragon Barracks is essentially an unfinished part of the game. And so there's a couple of cute little quirks like that.
Please let me press. Thank you. Cool.
Okay, Hollow's playing nice this time.
Thank God. We're gonna prep our quit out. Because these
there
dragons
is like
suck.
a safe way to navigate around here, but it's slow. So, yep, quit out.
Might have to do it again. I should have. I thought I could.
Ooh, I thought you were. I think you were right at the edge there.
I was right at the edge. I was like, I'm not
Maybe
gonna quit
a
it.
roll might have even saved it.
Darn. This is why we grab bonfires.
Yeah, for real.
But the good thing about this at this point in the game is that we have leveled up our twin blades to the max that we're gonna level them. And our dexterity is the max that we're gonna level that as well. So realistically, like, we're gonna keep grabbing our souls because the more souls you have, the more we'll put it into health at the end. But realistically, at this point, the run, you can just kind of keep going.
Yeah, nothing can kill the run at this point.
Yes.
Whereas earlier on in the run, if you lose your money, it's really bad.
Yeah, if you lose your money, everything is kind of very, like your scripts and stuff are kind of to the T with your levels and everything. Very dependent to make them work. So if you don't have the money to level, you kind of have to reset. You kind of lose the run.
Yeah,
so
like Wolnir was a really good example of that, where as soon like having to do Wolnir without bundles, it's tough.
I don't know if I did that right. Yeah, very, very tough, but we salvage it. So the run can't die anymore. It can just get longer.
I think DSA, especially on this route, Dragon Slayer armor is probably one of the hardest fights left. I mean, it's 3 really hard fights back to back.
Yeah.
It's Dragon Slayer armor, it's Princes, and it's Cinder, and they're all hard. But the main deal is, I guess, Dragon Slayer armor is the only one that's fully immune to bleed.
Yeah, and we did pick up 2 magic bundles or resins, whatever, in the dungeon. So technically, we have 2 good shots at DSA. Otherwise, we just do him regularly.
Yeah, then you got to deal with phase 2 a little bit if that doesn't go well. But that's the nice thing about this route is there's backup strats, and it's not just the end of the world if you die.
Yeah, honestly, like this was I was really nervous to start speedrunning in general, let alone speedrunning a Souls game as my first game to speedrun. But it's very forgiving. Like it's hard. But beginner strats, like there are so many strats that you can use to make things a bit easier and more forgiving and all of that, and make it more enjoyable, more fun.
And my experience with like the Dark Souls 3 community is like a lot of the veteran runners are very helpful and very nice.
I grabbed an Ember.
It's honestly a pretty accessible run to get into.
I also already messed up. Haha. Normally I want to do this up here, but it's fine. I think we're just gonna sit here, wait for him to run at us.
You gotta intimidate him. So the main idea is you have to be aggressive enough on Dragon Slayer armor that you get a stagger in phase 2. Which there it is.
Oh,
really nice. Really
he
nice
moved
Dragon
for a
Slayer armor
second in
fight.
my camera, and I was like, "This dude better not come back to life." Yeah, you want to try to kill him. You want to try to get the stagger and be aggressive enough to get the stagger, but he will 2-shot you even if you have the Ember and everything and you're full health. So you have to be really careful. You can also fall off the ledge. That has happened to me one too many times. And ideally, you want to kill him before the butterflies start doing stuff. Because that's spooky.
Not to mention, even DSA has a little funny thing he can do where if you stagger him at the wrong time, he just cancels it.
Oh yeah, that's fun.
That's a good one.
It's great.
Thankfully, didn't see that this time.
It's the one funny we didn't see.
Yeah, that was really clean. I mean, as far as fights go, it's funny because like that's arguably the hardest fight. besides maybe Cinder, I feel like. And it went really, really well. So GG's.
Thank you, thank you. That is normally one of my 3 run killers. Typically, are Watchers is a reset point. Pontiff is typically a reset point for me, and like with that whole running section, and then DSA. Those are my 3 bosses that I have probably lost runs to the most, or reset on the most.
And we're done with them.
Yay! Princes actually can be a little funny. I have lost runs to
Princess is hard. Princess is really hard.
I'm gonna see if we can do the funny phase 2 totally not a glitch.
I was gonna ask you about that.
We're gonna try. Like I said, I haven't run this properly in a while, so I'm a little rusty. I don't know if I'll remember the lineup, but we can. I know how to do phase 2 normally, so if we have to do that, we can do it normally.
Yeah, I love this category because there are a couple of things that are kind of like glitchless in quotation marks, but the category allows it. That's, you know, it's within the category rules, and it's very funny. We love Dark Souls 3 speedruns.
Great.
Will the gargoyle behave today? Let's see.
We'll find out. Hello, buddy. Oh. Hey!
That's acceptable. That's pretty
You ran
good.
off the edge. That's pretty good. I'll take it.
Yeah. Thank you, gargoyle.
We'll see if the NPCs will behave too. Because these are funny.
Yeah, there's a lot of sections in the game where it's just kind of like most of the time it's okay until it's not.
You get the. You'll
Sometimes
be
these
like,
NPCs like to just roll catch you.
oh yeah, things will be great, and you're like, wow, I'm on PB pace, and then something happens that you've like haven't seen in like months of running, and you're like, oh, never mind. We're gonna do a little safe and just grab that in case.
And now that we've gotten it, it's no longer necessary. It'll no longer be needed.
Yeah,
Guaranteed.
we're gonna first try this now. I'm gonna die on the stairs. After saying that, I'm gonna die on the stairs.
No shot.
No shot. I die on the stairs.
These stairs, super safe, super consistent, not dangerous at all, as you can see by all of the blades flying left and right, the arrows flying over shoulder. Super safe, super fun, super consistent.
Say if I wasn't worried, I wasn't holding my breath. It's fine.
No one has ever died on these stairs before. Not a single person.
Who would do that? That's crazy. I've never done that before. All right. We're gonna make sure we have our bomb in here and cool.
So, main deal for this princess fight is PG's going to be really particular about where she goes from phase 1 to phase 2. And as far as like main strat for actually fighting phase 1 here, you kind of just, you'll notice he does this pivot animation a lot. And you can actually like just kind of get behind him a ton. He still has these like teleport attacks, which are probably the scariest part of the entire fight.
Come here. Oh my god, not like that.
Oh. Some scary attacks. Nice, good phase transition.
All right.
As you can see, they can't.
As you can see, they cannot. So this is a funny little thing. I don't know if you want to explain how it works mechanically, but I'm going to try to line up and hopefully not screw it up.
Okay, so yeah. So here's the deal. The backpack prince. I can't remember which one is which. I think
The younger one.
Lothric. Lothric, the younger prince. He does not have AI. That's just plain and simple. He doesn't have AI. And so if you hit him, it doesn't aggro the boss. And the funny thing is, for whatever reason, Lorien doesn't aggro at the start of phase 2 automatically. He has to see you. And his field of view has a nice little blind spot behind him. So as long as you phase transition him in the right spot and you stand in the feathers on the carpet behind him.
Like here, on this like left side here.
Yep. He just doesn't aggro. And you can just take him out like that. Not a glitch, by the way. Very intended.
Not a
very
glitch.
intended.
Still glitchless.
Technically, their AI is active. It's just it's an exploit.
Yeah. I don't know why I'm stopping. All right. It's just an exploit. But it's if you were to if you didn't stand in the right spot, it wouldn't work. Like he would just see you immediately. You go into phase 2. The reason why I was trying to worry about the lineup and I was like missing him a lot is because I have to be very precise. If I were to have missed him and accidentally hit the other one, I messed up. If I hit the other one, he would, turn around and start attacking me and go into phase 2. So.
Yeah, so like the positioning is pretty precise, and then where you attack is very precise. Where is the what?
I don't know.
Wait, where did you get the interaction?
No. We'll find out. It'll be fine. I did not get it.
Oh.
I think I was.
Do you have to go
I'm
up
crazy.
onto the step?
I'm having a end of the run brain fart moment of forgetting how to play the game.
Did they just not give you the Orm Soul?
Am I insane?
Did Peachy? Did you get the Yorm kill before warping out?
Yeah, I did.
Video game?
A video game? Did I not? Am I crazy?
Did you warp out early?
No. Surely not.
No, because it wouldn't have teleported you to Dancer. Okay, hang on. Go, what if you go up onto the actual
Am I on crack?
throne itself? Like you don't have to be up here to interact. Hello? Is this a quit out moment?
Am I crazy?
I don't think you're crazy.
Am I?
Hello? Oh, is this Prince's? This is Prince's. You didn't warp out of Prince's early, did you?
Did I?
Did you warp out of Prince's early?
Hey, can I actually?
Peachy, no.
No, I didn't. Did I?
Oh.
I think I did.
I think you did.
Wait, that's crazy.
We get to see it again. I love Prince's.
I've never done that before.
If you guys,
how long are we thinking for that? Out of curiosity,
a couple of minutes.
Yeah. Okay. Like, what do you mean by a couple minutes?
Like that's a pretty quick run back.
It's right up the stairs, so like 30 seconds up here, and then to fight him 3 minutes. Yeah, 3 minutes. If I die, then it's
cooked.
Yeah, we'll say cooked.
All right. Well, we'll try it, and if we can't do it, then we're gonna have to wrap up just because we're running really short on time.
That is a-okay.
Peachy's cooking, I believe. That's the early quit out. That is, or the early warp out. That's gotten me before. That's 100% gotten me before.
Yeah. Well.
Stairs. Yep, stairs.
That's insane. Oh my lord. Yeah, so don't warp out early before he finishes yapping. I was distracted or whatever the heck. Not thinking clearly.
He yaps for a long time, and then there's like a gong. And the gong, I remember, was always like, that's been my audio cue for, I guess, warping out or whatever, but like it takes so long
Yeah, it takes so long, and if you're not paying attention, like I very much was not paying attention, and I just kind of assumed that it had already gone off.
Well, because you get to this really intense fight, like with really precise lineups, and then you have to stand there and wait for like, I don't know, 20 plus seconds. Yeah, 10 years for him to finish talking. And there's the fog wall. Yep, there it is.
There it is.
That's so rude of them.
It is a very, a very questionable, I guess, game design choice on forcing you to refight him if you don't listen to him yapping.
The question is, will we be 2 for 2 on the not a glitch phase 2 fun? Nice setup.
The trade?
Oh.
The trade didn't work.
Oh, it knocked you too far back. Okay.
It did.
Well, for any of you that were so upset that you didn't get to see a proper phase 2 fight, there it is.
We got it.
It is the same sort of strat. You just kind of stick on his butt and hit him from behind.
It's phase 1 plus magic.
All right.
We love an empty teleport, kind of. I mean, I kind of hate it, to be honest with you, but, you know, we love that for Twin Princes.
Okay.
Whew.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. I'm not even going to hover the bung. Because he's not even yapping anymore. It's just, you got to wait for them to dissipate. Gong. I'm just going to wait. There we go. Okay. Lord of Cinder Fallen. That's what it was. That's crazy. I was like, why is the throne not working? What the heck?
GG. All right, we'll chill right here, but thank you, Peachy, so much for showcasing this run. It was absolutely incredible. Appreciate you very much.
Thank you.
This was an absolute blast. Thank you so much for showcasing some Dark Souls 3. Tomorrow we'll see Dark Souls 3 again with the all bosses race. So definitely, if you like Dark Souls 3, stick around for that. But Peachy, thank you so much for showcasing this.
Thank you so much for having
everyone,
me. Thank you.
At home, please go follow Peachy. Peachy, tell everybody just a little bit about what you do at home on your show and what they can expect.
I do a lot of variety stuff, a lot of Souls games at my core. I do first playthroughs, speedruns, challenge runs. I'm doing an Elden Ring all bosses RL1 level 1 run right now, as well as playing through Kazan. And then I do some variety other stuff sprinkled in there. So yeah, we chill. It's a good time.
Absolutely amazing. And I agree, you should definitely go follow Peachy. Hover over the title and click that big old follow button right there. And Josh, thank you very much. Thank you much for commentating. This was a blast. We will see you tomorrow for the show. But with that, that's gonna be it for day one. Day one of Oops, You Died 2. You all should come back tomorrow. Can I get a 1 in the chat if you're gonna be here tomorrow? Because I will be here tomorrow, and I hope that you guys will join us.
I put a 1 in chat.
Yeah, you all better put a 1 in chat. My camera is just gone, so I don't know where it is. There I am. Hello. But yeah, tomorrow we are starting off with Elden Ring 2 Gods. Then we're going into Demon Souls. Then we're going into Dark Souls 3 All Bosses Race. Then we're going into Dark Souls New Game Plus any %. So that's like a 20-minute run. You won't want to miss that. It's going to be absolutely incredible. And then we're wrapping up the day with Lobos Jr. doing the Dark Souls Random Boss Challenge, where we have a set amount of time and the goal is to beat as many bosses as we possibly can, but all of them are random. So I fully expect them all to be gargoyles. It's just going to be a thing. So yeah, again, we'll be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern here on the GDQ channel. The death count for today, was 24 death count. With that, I will let you all go. Stick around for the rerun if you missed out on our show that we started with today. Stick around because the Bloodborne run, all bosses run. I had to go back and look. The Bloodborne all bosses run will be coming up right after a quick break. Don't go. Actually, no. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye bye, everybody.